X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep faithing with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things down. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see you all. What is going on? Hey there, Sad Stardust, Cleaver120, happy birthday, by the way. TSW the Shadow Wolf, good to see you. Josco the Bard, what's up? Caspi, good to see ya. War Penguin, glad to have you here again. Transgender Femoid, what's up? Good to see ya. A lot of people over in YouTube chat, welcome, welcome. Perry Icefire, how are you? True, Furries 1, Heritage Foundation 0. The Furries be taking W's on this one, that's for sure. It is so good to see you all. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah. I imagine we got a lot of furries in chat today. Excited to hear this story. The furries did in fact rise up. You're not wrong, Nut Anders Wilk. Or Wick? Wilk or Wick? No, that's Wick. Glad the beard is coming back, Zan. Oh, I'm shaving this shit down back to stubble soon. That is like, you picked the worst time, too, because I almost shaved it down to stubble today. Like, it'll probably be tomorrow. I almost did it today. I just didn't have time before stream. Yeah, there's a lot of furries in my chat. I want to see Wizard Beard Xanderhall, though. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't like having any long hair, frankly. I like to have really short, clean-cut hair, like shorter than this even, frankly, I mean, I wouldn't even be opposed to shaving my head bald. You know what I mean? Like, if I honestly think sometimes I wouldn't be opposed to going for, like, bald head, grow my beard out a little bit, and then try to get big. Just become Kratos, pretty much. I think that, like, every man has the desire to become Kratos, you know, burning within him, and I think about following that desire every day. Beard Zan is kind of rizzy, though, not gonna lie. Yeah, but it's maybe not ever going to come out full enough to be rizzy, so to say, or particularly good-looking. But if it's just like a nice thin stubble, I think it looks good. This is awful. I hate how it looks right now. I can't imagine anyone finding that, like, this better looking than when I have it, like, as a nice clean stubble. That shocks me, especially because when I shave it down, my jawline is more visible. I do shave my head completely bald, and then I have to wear a hat if I go out when it's sunny. Nah, dude. It just means the top of your head basically becomes a solar panel for vitamin D. You just bricked up C9S. You look a bit like Frenchie from The Boys. Dude, people tell me I look like Frenchie from The Boys. Low-key, though, Frenchie looks fly as fuck this season, and it's so sad that he's taken, like, the biggest back seat imaginable this season, because he's like, they just decided to give him like a full, like, all the characters got a little bit of like a restyling of how they look over the last season, or during the season break, and Frenchie just looks fly as fuck, and he's barely on screen at all, and when he is on screen, he's like suicidally depressed. Would you become gnome-pilled, Zan? Bald with a fancy beard? Honestly, so fucking real. I would become that as an old man, E-Man. That sounds about right, Billy Barnes. Ever been to a restaurant where it's all-you-can-eat meat? Oh yeah, Texas de Brazil, dude. Holy shit. I wonder if there's any videos about this place online. I've only been here once, and this is the only place like this I've ever been to. But oh my god. You must go at least once is the name of this video. Well, I have gone at least once. I want to go again. This shit went crazy. Check this out.
I'll try a little piece.
They just come up to you with a big hunk of meat. And you tell them when to stop. You tell them when to stop. It's expensive, though, from what I understand.
Why don't you think about subscribing? And make sure to check out my channel.
I'm gonna skip ahead to the restaurant. Here's the place.
Now, if you all aren't sure about this place, never heard of it, or never actually tried it like myself, this is my first time. This is a Brazilian steakhouse.
Meat.
What that basically means is they have a lot of meats. I think it was a list about maybe 12 or 13 different meats.
Oh no, you went there and you had a sore throat? Viper, I'm gonna be real, I would have fought through the sore throat. Like, there's no... Honestly, eating a shitload of meat might make my sore throat feel better. You know, like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'd have fought through it. There's no way I would have let a sore throat get in between me and consuming vast quantities of meat. And mind you, this was me at 11 when I went here, okay? So... my stomach was enormous. It could stretch so much. I had, like, a bottomless appetite. I ate so much more than my mom and stepdad did. They got full so much faster and ate so much slower. I was eating so fast and so much. I miss when I could do that. Getting older sucks.
That they basically carve at your table nice and fresh.
Yep.
They give you a little card that you flip over from red to green. Basically,
you don't
if
even
you
have to
it on
talk.
green, that means come to my table, I want meats. If you have red, that means no, I'm good. And then they also have this huge, and when I say huge, I mean huge salad bar slash like soups and just other little like side items.
I've maintained my metabolism, Nightmothism, but not my ability to eat a lot of food. Like, my stomach gets full, and then I feel sick, and then it's like if I overeat, I'll just straight up vomit. That was never a thing when I was younger, but that's what everyone deals with. Like, if you legitimately just overeat, you'll get sick. I never had that. Like, I was always just like, nope, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna watch some YouTube videos for a little while, I'm gonna go for seconds, and that's what I do, you know. And I never felt ill.
As well that you can go and get. So it's basically it's like a fine dining buffet. It's really hard to explain, but the food was amazing. So let's start there. Like I said, the sides are really good. They have like some lobster soup and some fresh greens and fresh mashed potatoes and just all this different type of sides.
Yeah, they've got a good.
And then they also
salad
randomly
bar.
bring you like some fried plantains, some fresh garlic mashed potatoes. They bring you like some other sides to your table as well. It's like a one-time thing. And then they also have a drink. So for the drink, I actually got, it was like some Brazilian, some type of drink, but it was $5.
I want to show the bits where they're like carving the meat.
Tips. Basically, if you want to go and try, you're going to miss the good.
I guess it doesn't show a lot of like, they basically are constantly coming up to your table, carving you off different pieces. You don't even know what kind of meat it is. You don't even have to ask. You're just like, yeah, that looks good. I'll have it. Yeah, sure. Idiot Cenk Uygur is now calling, Biden supporters blue MAGA. Dude. Well, hey, I'm actually going to be doing a response to Vosch's anti-Biden coverage today. It's going to be both a response video to Vosch's anti-Biden stuff, and I'm going to be writing down a good number of the bad arguments against Biden he makes in a document for preparation of a future debate I'd like to have with him, and then also maybe Demon Mama, maybe a 2v1 like me versus them, on their extremely harsh, overzealous, harsh coverage of Biden. It's gotten to the point now where it's like legitimately like, Biden misspoke. How can you say he shouldn't step down at this point? It's like, oh my God, like really? Policy matters so little. We're at the point where the guy who talks all the time, like, you're a streamer. How can you hold so much weight to a misspeak, to a gaffe? To like accidentally mixing up two like names that exist in a related issue in your head, you know? It's gotten super annoying at this point. It gets more views than anything pro-Biden though, right? Honestly, I think Trump loses. I want to see more polling from the swing states before I make like my solid bet. I'm willing to put like, I don't know who I'd bet with. I don't know, maybe Vosch. Like I'd be willing to bet money, like $30 or something on Biden winning, but I want to take one last good look at the swing state polling, even if that doesn't matter all that much. But yeah, I think Biden has a pretty good chance. The Roe v. Wade stuff was pretty huge, and I don't think that Americans are going to soon forget the insurrection thing, you know? Like, it may not be the biggest deal in the world to Americans, broadly, but I think it's going to have, like, a relatively negative effect on Trump's ability to not just get voters or to get people to vote for him, but to get to to get the people that didn't vote for him in the last election to vote for him, you know? Don't forget, though, non-response bias is definitely an issue, though, and from the left this time, unlike in 2016. Oh, yeah, you gotta understand that, like, I don't think that the majority of Biden supporters, or I should say Biden voters, are just, they're not even talking about it right now. Look in any, like, non-terminally politically online comment section. I read a Philip DeFranco comment section the other day, and he had actually talked about people online on the left being more... what's the word for it? Inactive this election season. Like there are like non-political outlets talking about how weird it is that like left-wing content viewers are so inactive this election year. And the main reason is, at least if you read the comments on that video, is that a lot of them are like, yeah, we know Trump's bad. We know we have to vote for Biden. And just looking into any of this news day by day it just burns you out, right? Like it's just, you know, it's sad, and a lot of them just kind of tuned out of politics. They just know they're going to go in and vote for Biden on election day. And that is, I think, the majority of Biden voters. They're not talking about the fact they're going to vote for Biden. They're just doing whatever, living their normie lives, and they're going to vote for Biden when the day comes. Zan, please turn on the AC. Your walls are getting really stuffy. Honestly, my central AC broke. Like, it froze or something. I need to have a repair guy come handle it. But frankly, I'm not a big fan of central AC. It's really inefficient. It freezes up when you try to get your house, like, anywhere near a comfortable temperature compared to outside. You know what doesn't? That I'm running right now? I have like one of those things hooked up upstairs that you put into your window with like a pipe, plug into the wall. It's like a little R2D2 looking ass air conditioner, and yeah, it's doing a pretty good job. I mean, I'm all the way down here in the basement, and I'm cool from it. And my central cooling isn't on or working, so it's doing the job just fine. I'll probably just use that until winter and then get my AC fixed when winter comes around and use that as long into next summer as it'll last and then switch back to it. Yeah. Oh, I had one of those? Yeah. Honestly, I've thought about, like, if I could move my streaming setup to that corner and have the camera kind of point back to that area in like, the other side of the room, and then maybe have, like, a window shaker AC put right here or right over there in one of those windows and just, have it blast cool AC in here, you know? It does have a strange tube, yes. For I just keep my windows open, usually because the air where I live is kind of breezy. Yeah, if you've got a nice breeze, it's good, but, you know, like, these windows are to a basement. You don't get much of a breeze this low, you know what I mean? I want to show you guys something. Dude, I have discovered a new hyper obsession, okay? I found this before stream yesterday, and I was showing people in the Discord during the watch, or after the watch party last night, but check this out. Basically, they use, like, rope and paracord, and it's a long process, and it takes a lot of, you know, not a lot of, but you have to know what you're doing and have some skill. Check this shit out. Human spider. Tree webs. This is 100 feet up. You can bounce on them like a trampoline. Look at how cool this is. This looks like this video was filmed somewhere around where I live, based on the trees. Oh my god, I need to live in that. You wouldn't want to live in this. But you'd want to have it in your backyard, I'm sure. Bouncy bounce. It's like a trampoline. It's like layers on layers of nets. He's built this, like, tunnel, this net tunnel that you can use to get up and down. There's, like, no way to fall, realistically. I'm terrified of heights, and this still just looks awesome to me. And here's it at night. Dude, there was a guy who, nah, dude, that is terrifying. I don't know, man. Dude, I saw a video earlier today. A guy did one of these as like a nighttime sort of rave concert venue. It went crazy. Because the lights glow under certain color, or not the lights, the ropes light up like bright neon colors under the right lighting. So you can set up some pretty cool spectacle at night. I'm trying to find a video here. Sure, I can find the video here. This is such like a sprouting community online. There's so few videos of people doing this, and I wish there was more content about it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to search in my watch history. It's that hard to find stuff that I've already seen. Like, the enshittification of YouTube's so intense. Here, let me find it. Here it is in my watch history. Yep, I had searched exactly the title, and it didn't come up as usual. It's, like, really comical how YouTube's just, like, hiding the video you're looking for now, so you are forced to keep searching and engage with their search algorithm longer. Like, we did a whole segment about the, like, expose that happened with that, how they're doing something called engagement hacking with the search algorithm, where, like, you search for something, it knows what you're looking for. It knows what you are specifically looking for and hides that result, so you just keep searching variants of your search query, and then eventually it'll show you, but you've spent more time making more searches, and that makes Google more money. Anyway, check this out. Because the ropes light up under the right lighting conditions. They glow kind of neon. Wait till you see how high up this is. Yes, I love that shit. This is so cool. Like, dude, imagine you're just like, hey guys, you want to come over to my place for a party? We're gonna go up into the trees in the spider webs that we've built, and we're gonna get stoned and light it up with like neon lights and listen to music. I need to do this at some point. Dude, I hope one day that they're in the fucking trees. I hope that one day I'm able to make enough money from streaming to buy a house with like a backyard with some nice trees in it. Because you better believe I would vlog a series that would be like mostly just time lapse of me building this, and then eventually like, how cool would IRL streams just like, I've built the tree fortress, net fortress, you know, now to like dare other streamers to climb it. A segment in this? Yeah, holy shit, imagine. It'd be like Asmongold out in his backyard in his little old treehouse thing, except this would be a big-ass net. Boring. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna ban you for that comment. I don't know why, but you just seem like such a buzzkill. It's not even because what you said was like rude, non sequitur, and mean. It's more so like you just seem like the kind of person who's kind of a buzzkill. Get out of here. Look at that shit. That guy is an interesting dancer. I love how it's layers on layers too. It goes so hard. It goes so fucking hard. I can't wait to have my own trees that I can do that with. There's no tree orientation or setup that's in my backyard that would allow for that. Dude, imagine hanging a bunch of bird feeders up in that, by the way. Like, you could read a book up there and just, like, have birds surrounding you, tweeting and just, like, hanging out up in the trees. Squirrels and other such tree-dwelling creatures. Imagine you're in there and the rake starts climbing the tree. That'd be fucking freaky. You're just up there, and you look down, and you see the rake. Just straight up, it's the rake. And it just starts skittering up the tree through your net, and you're, like, trapped up there with it. That'd be a cool horror movie concept. It'd be about 5 seconds long, but, you know. Xanderhall, is it acceptable to go to DM and Vosch streams to challenge to the Biden debate on your behalf? No, that is not acceptable. I'll message them myself. Thank you very much. Marco.io, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Says, thought on the Shrek 5 announcement. Bro, I really did not know it happened. And while I did rewatch the first Shrek movie a little while ago, and I found it quite funny, because I hadn't watched it in a very long time, and there are a lot of jokes there for adults that are kind of like, they're not even like dirty jokes, they're just kind of funny, like if you're an adult and you understand what they're referencing. So yeah, I thought that was good, but I haven't watched any other movies in a while. I don't know if I'll watch Shrek 5, to be honest. The chatter who called the webs boring. I don't know why this was a purple link. I guess it's because like I've so frequently used this image. So fucking real. Yeah, that's why I banned that chatter. I don't like thinking cap individuals in my chat. Shrek is pure genius. So true. Shrek 2 had a weed joke. Yeah. You ever be so thirsty for the water? A little drips down your chin? What the fuck? I'd be drinking like I haven't had water in days. Wait, this dude came back on an alt. Sorry for saying my opinion. Are you still talking about nothing? Dude, get the fuck out of here, dog. Okay, buddy. Alrighty. Are you still talking about nothing? Why are you not talking about politics right now? Yeah, you're a politics streamer. You're not allowed to talk about things you're interested in or chat with the chat. What are you doing? Shadow Raven, almost certainly. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Seems we got a reaction troll. So true. Dude is 12. So real. Okay. Chat. What is the first topic we're covering today? Let me decide. Which one are we going to start with today? Oh, yeah. You know, honestly, you guys are here for it. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, you all know this story headline already, and I actually haven't looked deep into it, but I know already from the story that's been going viral as I've heard it, that it's pretty based. It's pretty cool. I agree with this headline a lot. Hackers, I should specify actually, gay furry hackers, join the fight to inform the public about Project 2025. It looks like hacker activists have joined the fight to shine a light on Project 2025, the far-right blueprint for reshaping the government to achieve ultra-conservative goals if Donald Trump is elected president in November. Google searches for Project 2025 have skyrocketed in recent weeks, likely due in part to celebrities including Taraji P. Henderson at the BET Awards last month, drawing attention to the extremist plan. Well, that's good of them to do. A group of hackers has joined the effort to pull back the curtain on Project 2025. On Tuesday, the cybersecurity news outlet Cyberscoop reported that a collective comprised of self-described gay furry hackers that calls itself SiegeSec gained access to Heritage Foundation data. Specifically, the collective said it gained access to a website hosting content produced by members of the Heritage Foundation, the organization that assembled Project 2025 with the help of several members of Trump's former administration. Self-described gay furry hackers SiegeSec said it released the data in response to Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, a set of proposals that aim to give Donald Trump a set of ready-made policies to implement if he wins this fall's election. Its authors describe it as an initiative to lay the groundwork for a White House more friendly to the right. The data reviewed by Cyberscoop includes Heritage Foundation blogs and material related to the Daily Signal, a right-wing media site affiliated with Heritage. The data was created between 2007 and November 2022. The group says it gained access to the data on July 2nd and released it to provide transparency to the public regarding who exactly is supporting Heritage. A spokesperson for the group who goes by the online handle Vio told Cyberscoop in an online chat on Tuesday. A SiegeSec spokesperson who goes by Vio told Cyberscoop that the data the group accessed includes full names, email addresses, passwords, and usernames of people associated with Heritage. But a Heritage spokesperson denied that the organization was hacked, telling Cyberscoop that an organized group stumbled upon a 2-year-old archive of the Daily Signal website that was available on a public-facing website owned by a contractor. Nonetheless, Heritage folks don't sound happy about this data dump. The Daily Dot shared excerpts of angry text messages sent from Mike Howell, a former Trump administration official and the executive director of the Heritage Foundation's oversight project, to Vio. Howell confirmed the authenticity of the text to the Daily Dot via X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. No one likes to be targeted by hackers, so Howell's apparent discomfort with the situation is understandable. But it's unsurprising that openly promoting an authoritarian agenda could draw the ire of many people, including so-called gay furry hackers. So this shouldn't surprise you at all. They came out of the woodwork and they exposed this stuff. Now, whether it was already publicly facing data or they actually managed to breach something, whether or not that's true, doesn't really matter, because this feud has actually evolved a bit over the last 3 days to now we're at the point where the Heritage Foundation executive owner or some exec there is currently like threatening them and going absolutely psycho mode against them. It's actually very funny. Like, he's clearly quite upset. Aw, did furries make you mad? Did the furries troll you? Project 2025 creator threatens gay furry hackers in disturbing texts. After, quote, gay furry hackers breached the think tank behind the extreme Project 2025 agenda, its executive director is spewing venom. Self-described gay furry hackers behind a group dubbed SiegeSec on Wednesday released text exchanges between Heritage Foundation executive Mike Howell and a member of the hacker group. The texts followed a leak of nearly 2 gigabytes of data from the Daily Signal, the Heritage Foundation's blog site. In the text, Howl appears apologetically humorless, oscillating between threats to expose the hackers and hopes for violence against them. Howl is a columnist for the Daily Signal, the site whose subscriber data SiegeSect leaked amid a spree of other leaks. The hacked data includes the full names, email addresses, passwords, and usernames of people associated with the Heritage Foundation. One spokesperson of the Gay Furry hacktivist group said, in order to shed transparency, we read that line before. They're using that same quote a lot. Quote, are you aware that you won't be able to wear a furry tiger costume when you're getting pounded in the ass in the federal prison I put you in next year? Howl asked a member of SiegeSect who identified themselves as VO. Dude, hey guys, it totally wasn't, they totally didn't manage to get any private info or hack us. It was all public data, but also sending death threats, and you're gonna be raped in prison threats to the people who did the hacking. Awesome job for the furries for exposing the authoritarian, dictatorial Project 2025. Indeed. Please share widely, Howl told the hacker group after they asked if they could release their text exchanges with Howl. I hope the word spreads as fast as the STDs do in your degenerate furry community. Meow. 3, VO responded. Quote, bestiality is a weird sin. It shows you've gone a few clicks too far in trying to satiate your deviant appetite, Howl continued. VO cheekily replied, what's your opinion on Vor? Howl elevated the text exchange, which he confirmed to the Daily Dot as authentic by posting lyrics to Eminem's The Way I Am. What? Wait, what? He quote tweets it with the song lyrics, and I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why wouldn't... I don't... Okay. You totally popped off there, man. You totally popped off. During their conversation, Howl promised to reveal the identity of the hackers, declaring, quote, closeted furries will be presented to the world for the degenerate perverts they are, unquote. This proved unintimidating as VO reassured him none of their members would be identified and that their hack is small potatoes compared to the Heritage Foundation's aspirations. Quote, the rights your org violates will be 10 times worse than any crime I've committed, VO told Howl. Quote, you do not follow God if you use religion as a crutch to hate people. While I hide behind a screen to fight for my rights, you hide behind religion to attack the rights of others. Following the release of the text exchanges, Howl took to X, formerly Twitter, to falsely accuse someone reviewing the leak of being involved. Howl also declared, quote, complete and total victory that he, quote, forced the gay furry hackers to disband, in all caps, after the group posted that their Heritage hack would be their last. SiegeSect has claimed credit for over 2 years of hacktivism against far-right sites, as well as hacking NATO twice and a nuclear lab to demand it create catgirls. Oh wait, that was them. Oh god, I remember that story. SiegeSect stated they hacked the Heritage Foundation's Daily Signal in rejection of Project 2025, which they describe as an authoritarian Christian nationalist plan to reform the United States government. The hack is part of the group's campaign against anti-trans organizations and websites dubbed #OpTransRights. While claiming the Heritage hack would be their last, SiegeSect also states that in addition to releasing their text with Howl, they have an extra surprise for him coming soon. Guys, maybe the story's not over. Are they saving the best reveal for last, maybe? That's interesting. Do we have any more recent news, like maybe from today? Any updates? No, it seems not. Coming or coming soon? Coming soon. Yeah, basically the executive, runner of the Heritage Foundation had a meltdown in DMs and got trolled by the owner, or by one of the hackers at SiegeSec. He just full-on melted down. You know what's so funny about this? What I really love about this is that even up till today, there's this, really toxic culture around shitting on furries. Listen, I'm not a furry. I'm not going to pretend like I understand the furry thing. What I do understand is that there's, like, different types of furry engagement. Like, there's people who are just furries in a very safe for work way, for lack of a better thing to call it. And then there are people who are furries in the realm of, like, kink and sex and stuff like that. I am not into either thing, but I understand that these are not necessarily one and the same. And I understand that, like, there, even within these communities, there's an even smaller portion that is responsible for any of the genuinely negative, morally bad things that furries are associated with. You know, like, at the end of the day, like, even if they're fucking each other, furries are just people wearing suits, right? They're people. They're consenting human people wearing suits. They're just getting it off in a way that I'm not exactly down for. But hey, tolerance, right? Like, if you have a problem, if you don't have a problem with gay people doing whatever they want in the privacy of their own bedroom, as long as it's consensual, then you shouldn't have a problem with furries, right? And so there's this really bizarre double standard, though, right? Like, even people who are not homophobic, who don't, like, make it their business to just shit on the concept of how cringe or gross or weird they find, like, even kink or gay sex or straight kink, whatever it may be. God, my nose. There's still this, like, very strong culture and community around shitting on furries. Even I, when I was younger, was, like, very anti-furry. I mean, even go back to a couple years ago, and I made jokes about how furries are cringe all the time. That's just kind of, like, worn off over time, because it's just very, like... At a certain point, I feel like making people feel bad for doing nothing wrong stops being funny, you know? And it's slow and steady, but eventually you just get to the point where, like, making a mean joke comment, or even, like, just giving someone shit for something that's cringe but isn't hurting anybody, becomes more cringe than the cringe itself, you know what I mean? And I know several friends that are in the same position, where they themselves, just like I, used to enjoy, like, making fun of furries and stuff, but now it's gotten to the point where listening to somebody make fun of furries is more cringe than any furry could realistically be. I don't know if this is just me and my friend group, and this friend group in question is not, like, super left-wing or anything. I mean, they are left-leaning, but they're not, like, super political, right? Like, they're like, when they get political, they're left-wing, but outside of that, they're just normies. But even they, like, find making fun of furries to be, like, cringe now. But there's still this very strong culture around making fun of them and shitting on them, and I mean, people do things like go undercover at furry conventions just to, like, film and, like, low-key stalk and, I guess, sort of, like, document, like, furries as if they're actual animals. It's a very, like, the joke is like, oh, you wear a fursuit of a dog, then we'll dehumanize you like a dog, right? And it's just this very toxic motivated line of humor and culture online. And I'm starting to see it kind of die off a little bit. Like, obviously, we're not talking about, like, when people have a problem with, like, the furries that are into cub shit. That's, like, pedophilia. That's a problem, but that's not even close to a substantial part of the furry community, from my understanding. I like videos where non-furries go to furry conventions with no prior intention to cause harm. They always end up having fun, wholesome times. I imagine they would. It seems like, you know, furries would be generally nice to hang around with when they're at a place that's, like, for them. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, though, I find it interesting how, the right, which has probably had the monopoly on shitting on furries for quite some time now, you know, they get, like, a little bit, like, even a teaspoon of what they want to dish out to, you know, the groups that they despise. They receive even a teaspoon of that for themselves, and it causes them to melt down and send, like, death threats and texts. And like, post song lyrics on Twitter, like, in some manic episode type situation. I don't know. And furry people are not that bad. I dated a furry. I've never dated a furry, and I've known a few furries IRL, but, I mean, yeah, furries are generally pretty good people. From, like, you probably wouldn't know. Unless they tell you. Yeah, once again, the right are always the real snowflakes. The whole, like, special snowflake, am I gonna make you melt, are you offended thing? That The reason they do that is because they're that easy to offend and cause to melt down, and they think you are too. Don't let yourself be. Yeah. Regardless, though, I'm really curious to keep an eye out on this story. I want to keep up on it and see what this last thing they plan to release about the executive, like, owner, runner, or whatever. I forget what the title was of Heritage Foundation. I wonder what's going to happen. So for those who don't know, Project 2025 is, like, truly evil. I'm going to go to their website right now. Let's look at their policy. Policy agenda. Look at this. Section 1. Taking the reins of government. White House office. From popular culture to academia, the American presidency has long been a prominent fixture of the national imagination. Naturally, so since is it the beating heart of our nation's power and prestige. It has played, for instance, a feature role in innumerable movies and television shows and has been prodded, analyzed, and a lot of this is just useless fluff, but it basically gets into, like, laying out how they're going to replace everybody in the White House with specifically Trump loyalists, right? And then, of course, we're setting up the whole Trump legal immunity thing. Yeah. Ugh. This Project 2025 stuff is, it's a pretty big worry. Pretty big worry. God, I wish their policy list was more straightforward and not, like, paragraphs of fluff, you know what I mean? So here's the closest to a list they have. Advancing education freedom. Empowering families to choose among a diverse set of education options is key to reform and improved outcomes, and it can be achieved without establishing a new federal program. For example, portability of existing federal education spending to fund families directly, or allowing federal tax credits to encourage voluntary contributions to K-12 education savings accounts managed by charitable nonprofits could significantly advance education choice. Basically, what they just said there is they're defunding the school system, and they also want to provide parents control of whether or not their kids learn about evolution or creationism. Providing education choice for federal children. Congress has a special responsibility to children who are connected to military families who live in the District of Columbia or are members of sovereign tribes. Responsibility for serving these students should be housed in agencies that are already serving these families. Restoring state and local control over education funding. As Washington begins to downsize its intervention in education, existing funding should be sent to states as grants. I love how that's how they call it. As Washington begins to downsize its intervention in education. That's what they plan to call it whenever Trump takes power. Full control, enabling states to put federal funding toward any lawful education purpose under state law, treating taxpayers like investors in federal student aid, protecting the federal student loan portfolio from predatory politicians, safeguarding civil rights. Enforcement of civil rights should be based on a proper understanding of those laws, rejecting gender ideology and critical race theory. That's straight up like part of their policy set up for, like, you know, 2024 election. Congress, stopping executive overreach. Congress should set policy, not presidents, through pen and phone executive orders, and not agencies, through regulations and guidance. National emergency declarations should expire absent express congressional authorization within 60 days after the date of declaration. They want to make sure that they've got control over future Democrats as well. Should a Democrat ever see the presidency again. People aren't going to take it seriously, though. I mean, like, not on the left. We're going to get into it in a moment. That's the next segment I plan to do is, like, the Biden derangement syndrome stuff. But this is real dangerous, serious stuff, and people need to be talking about it more. I'm glad it's getting more attention already, but it needs to continue. More attention to this. Regardless, if you enjoyed this segment, and you want to see more from me and you want to support the channel, please consider dropping a like. Whether you're watching live or this is a video or a VOD, every thumbs up on my channel's content really does go a long way in pushing my content in the algorithm out to brand new people. The channel's been blowing up and growing like crazy lately, so it does seem like you guys have been keeping up with that, so I want to thank you. Everyone who's been doing that, please keep it up. It really does help. In real time, too. It's not like, oh, in a month you'll see a result. It's like, thanks for the likes. The next video blew up in the algorithm. Like, it's that quick. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you as well for every sub, the rung bell icon, your comments down below. They have the similar effect of helping the channel. Follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. Join my fan Discord, totally free to join. It's the main hub of my community, and we also host watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there. And I announce all my new uploads and streams so you won't miss anything. And of course, don't forget, if you want to directly support me financially and you can afford it, please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out good. Good segment? Good. Good. One of my normie coworkers was watching stuff about Project 2025 in the break room yesterday, and she didn't look happy. Oh. Well, that's the good news, at least. That is an interesting message, Dyslexic Cow. That is a very, very interesting message. Sorry I left early yesterday. I was having meetings with other doctors. No problem, Delancer. You're a literal doctor who is having meetings with other doctors. I think that's probably one of the best excuses to not be in a live stream that has ever existed. Like, I'm pretty sure that's as good as it gets. Okay. A good example of furry hate being cringe is Flashgit's anti-furry animation video he made. Got hit by the TV broadcast who held the rights for Bluey because Flashgit's used the actual model of the character while he said copying it, while he started copying it, coping about it as a parody. God, you gotta check the typing on those messages before you type them. The president is going to be in my town on the 15th, so I'm gonna try to see if I could meet the president. Wish me luck. That'd be pretty cool. Does Flashgit's hate furries? A lot of big like animation folks that started up on Newgrounds are pretty right-leaning. One sec. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So guys, I feel like this is a really good timing for us to move on to this next segment, which I've been putting off for a while, this idea, this concept. But I feel right after the Project 2025 stuff, it's kind of a perfect segue, perfect... you know, little cubby in our day for us to fit this in. You see, I've noticed a worrying movement within the left. Content creators, public figures, people that are, you know, just voices that have a platform online on the left have started to, it feels like at least, change up their rhetoric around the idea of voting blue no matter who. And while this may sound strange, you may think like, oh, does this mean that we're in a different, like, situation politically? Like, are things better than they were back in 2020? Like, is the worst case scenario if the Democrats don't win, is it better now than it was back in 2020? Well, no. It's actually worse now than ever. Very publicly and openly, they have a well-constructed, fully fleshed out and prepared plan to make Trump the God Emperor of America if he gets elected. They're not even hiding it anymore. It's like, if you deny this, then you're deranged if you think they're not trying to make Trump God Emperor if he gets elected. And so we're now in the final stretch. We're less than half a year out from the election at this point. Like, we're tickling the balls of the election at this point. And I've seen content creators, some I have a lot of respect for, notably Demon Mama and Vosch, heavily turning up the dial on their criticism, not of Trump, not of the literal fascist who is currently bragging about his plans to take full fascistic control of the government and take away, like, all the minorities' rights. Not that guy, but Biden. And if the criticism was warranted, or equal to the level of criticism Biden should receive as compared to his accomplishments. Like, if Biden was really slacking, like just getting nothing done, and there was a lot to criticize him for, I don't think I'd have these problems. But it's not just that I'm desperate to ensure Trump loses in November. It's that the more I've covered Biden's policy decisions, even going back pre-election, like when Biden was VP, going back and finding out things like Biden was the one who pressured Obama into federally legalizing gay marriage. Like, that was Biden. Like, and then just the stuff he's done since he became president. Very little, if any, credit or coverage to any of that, right? And you would think that among a very progressive audience, you would want to encourage at least a little enthusiasm, not even a deranged, like, separated from reality, naive enthusiasm for Biden, but a realistic one that genuinely acknowledges his accomplishments. And so, I've been seeing lately some crazy-ass titles and thumbnails from Vosch. I haven't been watching his content in a while, mostly because of this. And I was in VC the other day, and a bunch of my friends, who are not really political, like they're normies, the last time they heard of Vosch was the horse thing. And they were like, dude, what the fuck is going on with Vosch's channel? Is he like a Bernie or Buster now? Like, is he a grifter? I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, dude, like, I'm scrolling through Vosch's more recent uploads. I think he's just full-on grifting now. And I was like, nah, he can't be full-on. I don't think he's a grifter. And he starts reading off the titles and thumbnails of the videos. And he also tells me that Vosch has been testing thumbnails. There's a feature that allows you to, like, upload multiple thumbnails, and it shows, like, randomly the different thumbnails you've uploaded to different parts of your audience, and whichever thumbnail performs best after a certain amount of time. It's A/B testing, yeah. After a certain amount of time, YouTube sets that most successful thumbnail as the thumbnail, and they've been testing it with thumbnails that are really negative of Biden, ones that are kind of neutral, and ones that are a little positive. Doing A/B testing and settling on the negative ones. So we've just got some insane anti-Biden coverage. So 21 hours ago, Vosch uploaded, it has never been this Jover. He said Trump is his VP. What the fuck? TYT is right about Biden. Biden's team fails in disastrous briefing. Leaked internal polling data shows Biden is in massive trouble. Biden needs to drop out immediately. Biden's pathetic reaction to the Trump immunity ruling. Trump is granted total presidential immunity, and the thumbnail is King Trump. So, you know, we're like, we've got like several videos in a row of Biden, like, shaded in red, like darkness surrounding him, shadows in clouds, and it's like, meanwhile, it's Trump sitting on a golden throne with his king crown, right? Yeah. Biden's biggest allies want him to drop out. He's cooked. Should they just replace Biden? Biden lost. It's over. Biden versus Trump is going to be a psychotic debate. Defending the Just Stop Oil group. And then after that, it gets to be a little less cringe. Like, that around that time is where the cringe really got bad. And frankly, I've been willing to ignore this, okay? I've watched a couple of these. You can see some of these thumbnails, by the way. Like, I have been willing to ignore this, okay? I've been willing to just, like, hope that this is a cringe phase that he'll come out of when we get closer to the election, because I've known this guy for a while, and I've known him to be pretty consistent and not cringe and pretty based. But then he tweeted this, and I saw it on my timeline today, and it was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was just like, nah, we're talking about Vosch today. We're doing it. So this is his new Twitter account, for those that don't know. He does not follow me, by the way. He has not messaged or followed me or engaged with anything that I have said or done since the Keffels thing, I should mention. Like, as far as I know, me and Vosch have not been friends since the Keffels thing, like the drama I had with Keffels, because of the Keffels thing. So I don't even know if we even have a rapport still, because he hasn't spoken to me since Keffels did her whole, like, campaign to try to destroy my my channel. Anyway, Biden apparently had a really bad speaking engagement yesterday. People were, like, doomering and freaking out about it. He misspeaks a few times and mixes up names. And here's the clip that Vosch says, "You are insane if you think Biden shouldn't drop out immediately. Prepare yourselves to cringe."
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
No, Joe! Joe!
President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
He corrects himself immediately, too. It's like, okay, he misspoke. This is a guy who is the most pro-Ukraine president that we've had. He is actually providing support to Ukraine and fighting with the Republicans in our government to continue to provide support to Ukraine. He has opened up the permissions for Ukraine to go on the offensive against Russia way more than, like, any time before. Like Ukraine has the opportunity to be more offensive and strike positions more than they've ever been able to before. Biden is continuously pressuring allied nations into helping. And it's like, okay, this is a guy who's talking about this war, the situation. He's looking over documents, signing things, talking to world leaders, and the guy mixed up two names in a relevant conflict. There are two guys fighting, Zelensky and Putin, and he mixed up their names. You know, whenever I was talking about the Drake and Kendrick beef, I accidentally said Drake instead of Kendrick when complimenting Kendrick. Does that mean I have dementia and I'm not fit to be a YouTuber because I mixed up two names? Because I meant to say one name and not the other, and I'm talking about two people, and sometimes you misspeak and mix up two people's names? You know? It's like, dog, you're a live streamer! Vosch, dude, you are a live streamer, possibly the most maligned live streamer for simply accidentally saying a thing in a somewhat uncharitably interpretable way, right? Like, you are the king of saying things that people see and decide to treat it like it's the end of the world, right? Like, that's like a lot of Vosch's brand. It's happened a million times. And so the fact that he would see that, he would do that to Biden over, like, just a slip-up is wild to me. Now, this is like a very mild example, you know? It's a very, very mild example. But I want to actually take a look at some of Vosch's anti-Biden content he's made lately, because I am totally down to do a debate with him on his Biden coverage. But if I'm going to do that, I don't want to just go in and be like, okay, so what's your position on Biden? I prefer to go in a lot more on the offensive when it comes to debates, like having a bunch of, like, arguments ready that I would like answers for, I think would be the best way to go about it. So we're going to check out Vosch's most recent video on Biden, and we're going to go ahead and hear his arguments and hear what he has to say about it, you know? And I'm going to write down some of his arguments. I'm going to, like, have them set aside, write down my thoughts on them, and if we manage to have a debate with Vosch, I'll be able to just refer to it and be like, okay, so in this video, you said this. What did you mean by that? I think Vosch and Cenk are both acting in good faith. They just really overestimate how plugged in the average voter is. They really think some rando governor could get more votes than an incumbent president. Yeah, I mean, the incumbent advantage, the sheer fact that Biden's the only person to ever win an election against Trump, it's just like... the problem with this, what really upsets me, is it feels like this either has to be malice or naivety, and I really wouldn't like to like... I don't want either of those things to be true, but one of them is, you know? Vosch has absolutely no filter in comparison to someone like Zan, so when he doomers, he spews everything out. What do you mean I have a filter? Do you think I have a filter? I don't really think I have a filter. Ask Vosch what he thinks will happen if Biden steps down. Oh yeah, that is actually a good question. Biden has been fixing bad bills so he less bad while in Congress and pushed Congress as progressive as possible since 1972. He's had a long career of being based compared to the rest of Washington. Yeah. Yes, I did Unity Space Cyber. Anyway, let's check out this video. I'm curious to hear if we... What I worry is that this might just be, like, very low-blow, like, personal attacks on Biden, just joking about how he's old and stuff. Just kind of generally creating an air of negativity around Biden. Like, without really... Like, I hope we get solid arguments against Biden. Like calling him, like, a genocider or something, right? Like, not just... Oh, he's old. Oh, look at him. Oh, look, he can barely move. Like, if it's that, then it's just, like... There's not really much to argue with, I guess. Let's watch. I haven't watched a lot of his, I haven't been able to stand the thumbnails or titles of these videos, so I haven't watched one yet, so let's check it out. Oh, actually, I'm going to speed it up a little bit, because I actually would like to do, I want to, like, be able to skim through a couple of these and write down the arguments within. Thanks, Apollo.
Hey, haven't been here in a little while. Sorry,
oh,
I did some travel.
Oh, this is actually really ideal. This is an off-stream segment. He's straight up just talking, like, probably not scripted or anything. I would bet not scripted, but he's just talking to the camera, so there's no chat or donos or stun locking. So this will actually be a very straightforward thing to respond to. Ideal.
And I caught the cold.
Also, there's a drill in the background.
Still recovering from it, which is why my voice sounds this way. Not particularly charismatic at the moment. Didn't want to make videos until...
Okay, can I just say something really fast? This is completely unrelated, but I think it's like a weird thing. You know what I mean? You ever see a place in a photo, and you're only able to get like a small degree of view of that place, but your mind sort of passively in the back, like without you even realizing, you're not doing it on purpose, but your mind kind of fills in the blanks of what you think the rest of that room looks like. I'm sure you guys have your like mental vision of what the rest of my room looks like. Mind you, I'm right up into the corner, so you're seeing most of it. I went there in real life, and now that I know it was very different looking than how I expected, like the parts of it that you can't see. It's way taller than I expected. You could not jump and touch the ceiling. Vosch could not jump and touch the ceiling. It is that tall. It's like vertigo inducing. I did not expect that. That is not imparted by the camera.
I was fully healed. Had to make a short one for this. Sorry, folks. It was bad enough. It was bad enough. They had to pull me out of retirement just for one last hit job on President Biden. This video sponsored, of course, by Americans for President Trump. No.
Wait, okay, so you gotta, okay, so he's self-aware, right? Like, he's self-aware that there's sort of a very clear shift he's taken in his content as we're getting closer to the election, where we use, like, my friend said that skimming through his thumbnails, he couldn't tell whether or not he had become a right-wing streamer. Like, my buddy Ethan, like, straight up asked me, like, is Vosch, like, a right-wing streamer now? Is he, like, going full grifter? It was like, it sucks because, like, Ethan, Vosch, and I went and shot guns in real life. Like, Ethan has hung out with me and Vosch in real life. So he was like, dude, this is sad, man. Like, I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading. You know, like, my buddies who aren't even into politics like I am are seeing these uploads and cringing because it's so blatantly, like, it feels disingenuous how anti-Biden it is, right? Like, anyway, let's let him speak. Let's let him make his arguments. I feel I've spoken a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate. But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation. Yeah. Inviability to be president? Was it inviability to be a candidate or to be president?
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency. Folks,
Okay, unviability for candidacy or presidency. Okay, that's actually a really good argument to start with. Cool. Vosch, Biden is not a valid candidate / front runner. Okay. Cool. That is an argument.
gigantic Biden gaffes happen back to back. It's actually insane. I mean, it's bad enough that I saw one and thought,
okay, so like we're gonna add on here. Biden gaffes and misspeaks, mumbles, and stutters. Okay. Cool. We've got some good points here. I don't want to go into a debate with homeboy here and have like nothing to fucking say, you know?
oh, I'm gonna have to talk about that like tonight, aren't I? And then I saw the second one and I thought, oh, I'm gonna have to talk about that right now, aren't I?
You know how, like, you know what's crazy? I talked about the clip. In fact, I showed the segment. I showed, like, the clip he was making fun of on Twitter, and I was just like, prepare to cringe, guys. Oh, he misspoke. Haha. He mixed up two people. He corrected himself right after, but he misspoke there. Like, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. He misspoke. Dude, if Vosch was held to the same standards Vosch holds Biden to, I mean, like, he'd be more canceled than he already is.
It's not good. I hope my voice sounds okay, like okay-ish. You know, Biden was hosting a NATO meeting in D.C. Just listen.
And now
I'm not gonna lie. I think streamers and YouTubers, like, big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick, because no one ever notices till you mention it. Like, I know him, and I didn't even notice that he was like a little sore throat sounding until he mentioned it. And now I'm wondering, like, how many times have I done streams where I'm like sick and I sound awful to myself and you guys couldn't tell, but then I bring up, oh, I'm sick, and then you guys can't not hear it now. Vosch and leftist hold Biden to Obama standards from 2008. Well, Delancey, Obama was less progressive than Biden. That's the thing. Oh, Biden convinced Obama to federally legalize gay marriage. Like, Obama, well, to be fair, a lot of the shit Obama got from the left were psyops started by the right, like the deporter-in-chief thing was never true. Like, Obama did not deport more people than Trump or Bush. Republicans started that narrative. Lefties carried it on because they believed it. It sounds right to me, right? Obama, you know, drone striking minorities and deporting people. I mean, Democrats are just as evil as Republicans, so people fell for it on the left. But it was a right-wing psyop from the start. And there are plenty others that are against Biden, and it's sad. Like, the whole Biden is old thing is literally a right-wing psyop. It is the only argument they really have against Biden that sways anyone who isn't a psychotic, minority-hating, like, wants to destroy CRT and gender identity psycho. Right? Like, like, if you're not already amiable to the idea of destroying CRT and gender ideology, then the only thing that's going to appeal to you and make you consider voting Trump is an argument about the inviability of Biden as a candidate, which is exactly Vosch's argument. This is the argument for people who do not want to support Biden and want Trump to win instead, that are not willing to necessarily argue for Trump. It feels cowardly, because what you're arguing is Biden is not a viable candidate, or essentially that Trump is a more viable one, basically. And yeah, I mean, he's not. Zan, Vosch is reacting to your stream right now. Oh shit, what's up? We're doing a reaction for now, and I'm writing down your arguments, but if you want to do a debate on this at a later date, maybe later in the stream, I'm totally down. But I want to hear your arguments in this video. I don't like them so far, sadly. I think you're way too hard on Biden.
I hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky
Yeah, he catches himself. Yeah, I'm sorry.
has determination.
Like I said earlier, the other day I was talking about the Drake and Kendrick beef, and I had a really embarrassing moment because I meant to say that Kendrick absolutely cooked Drake because Drake's a pedophile, and I accidentally said Drake cooked because I misspoke, and I was like half thinking and half speaking. You know what I mean? Like my mind was half somewhere else while I was speaking. It happens, you know, you just kind of, your brain just tracks off. And Vosch is coping in his stream about the right-winger thing. I mean, like, it feels like a right-wing psyop argument, right? Like, it feels like an argument that started with right-wing, like, 4chan posts and Fox News anchors kind of circulating the idea that Biden's brain is melting, his mind is frail, he cannot be president, he is not a more viable candidate than Trump, and like people on the left are carrying it along. Like we're in the final stretch before the election. It's either Trump or Biden. There's not a reality where Biden isn't the candidate for the Democratic Party unless he dies tomorrow, and he's not going to die tomorrow. Imagine he does. Like I just get completely fucked over here. He just dies like spontaneously overnight.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Yeah, he catches himself. Yeah. This isn't a stutter. This isn't like a little errant. I mean,
like, come on. We're streamers. We misspeak all the time. I've probably misspoken, like, to a degree that would be, like, downright bone-chillingly embarrassing for Biden 5 times already in this stream. And I've been live for an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm 24. You know, like, Biden's definitely old. He has an aging brain, for sure. 100%. But, I mean, didn't Trump recently talk about how the Revolutionary War soldiers stormed the British airports? That was probably a couple years ago. Like, that was years ago. Trump's brain is genuinely degenerating. If we have concerns about dementia or, neural degeneration in our presidential candidate, not only do we have the psycho-fascist in Trump, but we've also got the brain degeneration and an entire, what's the term for it? Imperial family, as his fans like to look at him as, waiting to take the throne after Trump. They want, like, Baron Trump or, who is it? Eric Trump to take the next presidency.
Just going to play the second clip. He has the NATO meeting shortly afterwards. This was the big flub for that meeting. Shortly afterwards, he has the press.
Okay. If the criticism from Vosch, and maybe he gets into this a little later, is that Biden is a bad candidate in such that he is not good at representing himself. I'm aware he's watching, yeah. In that he is not good at representing himself as a candidate. If that is the criticism, and the criticism is he needs to do better, I mean, fair. Okay, sure. I can agree with that. He could definitely be doing better, right? He's been doing better. That big speaking engagement he did after the debate, which was awful, that the speaking engagement he did, he was energetic. He was on top of it, right? And he's had a couple more since then that are really good. And then sometimes you get one like this where he's awake, but he misspeaks or he flubs up. It just feels this feels tabloid, you know? Like, this feels tabloid. Let's hope we can get to some, like, hard criticisms of Biden, you know what I mean? Like, also, Biden fucked this up, you know? Like, I would like to see, like, something hard hitting, you know? I want something that's gonna make me go, oh, shit, I didn't think about that. Okay, Biden fucked up there. I want something that makes me really challenged to defend my hardcore support for Biden.
Conference, which is, of course, about the #1 subject that you want the president to be discussing right before he runs, you know, in the election for his second term in office, whether or not he's too old to run for office. This one's even worse, folks.
President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket.
Look, I wouldn't have picked.
Well, I mean, like, right now, everybody is hyper-focusing on Biden's age and the idea that he can't be president because he's too old. I mean, I'd love if everybody was challenging Biden on his, like, policy decisions, you know? Like, hey, Biden, what were you thinking with that PACT Act thing, helping veterans? What were you thinking there, Biden? What were you doing? Like, of course they're not going to go to Biden and say, here's a policy decision you made. It's super based and everyone will like it if they know it exists. explain yourself. Of course, that's not how they're challenging Biden in press meetings. Of course, they're going up to him and saying, "How are you going to respond to people's being upset about your age and your degenerating brain, Mr. Frog? Why are you so evil?"
Vice President Trump to be vice president, that I think she's not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is.
Oh, didn't catch that one. At least not. Ooh, no quick turnabout on that. Guys, I'm really sorry. I can't. I want to do an eloquent 20-minute rant on this. My throat's just not up to it. I'm sorry. Too many glizzies.
We're going to watch a couple other segments that are a little more like targeted on a particular thing, just because this isn't like the most hard-hitting arguments against Biden, right? Like this is not Vosch's most like, here is a criticism, here is my most hard-hitting thing. This is just sort of like, Biden is cringe here, and I want like really hard arguments to respond to and to bring to the table when we talk in person.
I can't do it.
Is Vosch the leftist Crowder? No, he is not. There is no leftist Crowder. What do you talk like? For what is that comparison? Why does there have to be like a bizarre equivalent in your mind? What is the need for that? I don't know. No, I just think this is a cringe take. I don't know why Vosch is going on like the Biden hate train when we're in the final stretch. I feel like going back to 2020, I mean, even a year and a half out, this man was taking some serious blows from the online left. I mean, like brigades of Twitter haters for simply saying, yeah, so if Bernie loses, we should still vote for whoever the Democratic nominee ends up being. And mind you, that was the election where Biden had a eye capillary rupture during a public appearance. There was a who remembers that? It's a common thing. It happens to anybody, no matter your age. Like if you rub your eye too hard, you can do it. Where the capillaries in your eye can pop and it turns the whites of your eye red. That happened to him. And it was like shown around like, oh my God, look, his brain's melting. That happened to him during the 2020 election, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been during the primary. And, you know, still the argument was vote blue no matter who ends up being the candidate, even if it's Biden. And yes, we are ride or die Biden as long as Trump is the other person who's going to be. And it's like, yeah, of course, right? Like there's due criticism, of course. But like at the same time, when Biden is day after day, week after week, doing a very good job as far as policy goes, it feels that there's a very clear imbalance. Vosch chat is accusing Xan of being a lib. Based.
This is insane, and it's never been more Jover. I mean, these are catastrophic misspeaks, and they're happening like back.
I mean, okay, so are we saying it's Jover for Biden's brain? Like he's not going to be physically capable of operating as a good president? Because on one hand, I can point to his recent policy. And then on the other hand, are we talking about his viability to win the election? Because we've got, I mean, for one, we're forgetting the fact that there's always been a response bias in the polling. So Democrat respondents have always just not been respondents. Like there's always a higher turnout generally than the polling suggests. And like Biden, I think, was in the, tell me if I'm wrong here, was Biden on the back foot in the polling before the 2020 election, like right up against it? I know that for a good stint, he wasn't doing super well during 2020, but I don't know if it flipped around right up against the election. And now we're in the post-Roe v. Wade Trump Supreme Court overturning and January 6th. Like, women are going to come out in droves for support of Biden. Isn't the rate for support of Biden among women like close to 70% or more? If y'all think Xan is a lib, well, I mean, I don't even care to call myself a lib or leftist. I just say I'm super progressive and I hate right-wingers a lot. Not to mention that third parties always underperform the polling, and most of these candidates' voters, RFK, Stein, West, have Biden as their second choice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, in an ideal world, we wouldn't even have this, like, dichotomy to choose from. I don't disagree with Vosch that this situation sucks, that, like, Biden is the best option that there is. He's quite good, but I mean, obviously he's not the best option that we could have. There's no universe in which he's the best option we could have. And I feel like ranked choice voting, or even just not abolishing the electoral college for starters, is one of the best things that we can do for our electoral system. But the fact that we're in a situation where you have to put all of your support behind your not ideal, but at least it's not the end of the world candidate or the end of the world guy, wins is unfortunate. I hate that that is the reality of our electoral system, and if that's what he's criticizing and dooming about, then, fair, that sucks. But, we kind of still have to, eat the shit. We got to eat the shit. We got to eat the shit sandwich fast. We got to chew, swallow, and bite again as fast as possible, because just sitting and wallowing in it makes it all the more unpleasant.
Back to back to back. Now we know why for months, years now, Biden has done so little public speaking. I mean, compare how often he appears in front of cameras to talk and for how long he talks compared to Trump did in his presidency and Trump has during Biden's presidency. The Biden campaign knows that Biden is old. He misspeaks constantly. Whether or not he's senile up here, irrelevant.
Okay.
It's not about whether or not he can do, the background job, whatever the president does in their free time.
Well, whatever the president does in their free time is the policy stuff he's been doing. He recently capped insulin vials for seniors at $35 an hour. It might not just be for seniors, but I know on their site it's listed as for seniors. The PACT Act, the PACT Act I mentioned earlier was the big VA free healthcare thing for veterans. That was obviously a very personal thing for Biden because his son Beau died due to cancer from the burn pits. He was in the military, right? And so that's a pretty personal thing for Biden. God, we've been covering a lot of really good Biden stuff lately. Let's go through the list. I feel like we do kind of owe ourselves a little bit of like a reminder of Biden's basedness. Let's see. Man, I upload a lot. Oh yeah, the oil trading rules. Ah, fuck. Okay, so there's the big Biden oil trading rules, but the even bigger thing, this is possibly the biggest move ever made to combat climate change, certainly in American history. By 2035, Biden has signed an order, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2035. The coal industry basically is done by 2035. And for those that are unaware, coal is just the worst. Produces about 20% of our power and makes up about 80% of our yearly carbon footprint. Now, we don't need to become carbon neutral. We need to become carbon negative and fast, but damn if that's not a big deal. And I've seen a lot of not coverage of that, I've seen a lot of people not talking about that. Oh yeah, the border reform bill. There was I saw a bunch of shit about this. People were talking about Biden's border reform bill as if it was going to be like a Republican appeasement thing. It was another one of those like political chicken moves he did, where he once again revealed that the Republicans don't actually want to achieve any of the policies they're running on, that it's all just wedge issues. They've admitted they need to remain relevant for the election because that's the only way they're getting Trump elected. What else do we have? Oh yeah, Biden has been headlining the calls for ceasefire in Gaza for like the last 6 months. Oh yeah, Biden's policies shutting down garbage fees on apps and websites. You know how like you order something on an app or something and you get like a shitload of extra random fees and charges that are nothing? Biden's making that literally illegal. What else we got? These are just from my like videos and coverage over the last like couple weeks. So I'm just scrolling through. Yeah, here's the PACT Act I covered a while ago. A lot of it's anti-Trump. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, Biden's doing a good job. Biden's doing a pretty good job. Biden's also fighting for legal weed. Not as hard as I would like to see it. But, yeah. He removed medical debt. Oh, yeah, and the student loans, too. How many like, millions, or is it billions now, dollars of student loans has he canceled at this point? It's so, he's doing it in waves because the Supreme Court keeps blocking him. And it's not even just the things that Biden's doing so well. It's also the fact that if Trump gets reelected, like, it's done. Like, it's actually Jover, though. But for us, yeah, I don't know. It just take notes, stop watching the mainstream media. You don't have to stop consuming mainstream media. I think what's important to do is to, like, consume as much, like, news as you can, generally. It's a pain in the ass, but, like, and I don't like doing it. Like, it's, if you don't know this, chat, but if you're a streamer who does politics, you dread having to do the research. It's not fun. It's the same as doing homework in school. And so finding ways to make it enjoyable and like keeping up with the boring, dry bullshit politics of policy and whatnot that's constantly in the news, keeping up with that's annoying and boring. I would rather go play video games off stream, but I got to know what I'm talking about. I got to keep up with what's going on. And so I just like wake up in the morning, I open up the news headlines, I look up president, I look up Biden, I look up policy, just anything having to do with American politics, and I find like the most trustworthy outlets' headlines, and I whatever's like relevant for the day, I click it. I copy the entire like wall of text into a text-to-speech reader, and then I listen to it like an audiobook while I play video games and drink my morning Monster Energy. And that's just how I keep caught up on things. It's dry and it's a little boring, but, you know, I treat it like eating my my morning Wheaties.
Signing bills, cultivating relationships with sex traffickers,
Not Fox
whatever
News.
they like to do.
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm hitting up Fox News, Breitbart, Stormfront, you know, just the regulars, right? The regulars.
He's not an appointed bureaucrat. He's not part of the administrative state. He's the president. And the job of the president, first and foremost, is to be popular. You're the head of state. You get...
So, like, if like Bernie, for example, who I think we both agree is pretty based, was not popular, does that mean that would be bad at the job? I mean, come on. Like, the job of the president is to do a good job at being president and to bring about policy decisions and applications that are good for the country and its people. That is the job of the president. Sadly, and I think our job is to fight the extremely well-funded media apparatus that the right has designed to convince the American people that somehow we live in a fantasy world where the Republicans and the Democrats are the same. They have the same goal, which is what's best for America, and they just have different ways of achieving it. And then on the other end, you've got people who say that the Democrats and Republicans have the same goal. It's to further their own ends, and they just have different ways of achieving it, right? Like, it's a fantasy world. The realm of politics is a lot more nuanced than that, but nuance is not often in high demand.
Get elected to office. Can anyone tell me, if you've got like a relative who think like, oh, you're helping Trump by criticizing Biden, bro, the DNC is the one who put him there. They're the one who effectively, like, you know...
Did they, though? I mean, Vosch portrayal, I can't believe it. I mean, I'm not, like, shitting on Vosch. I'm just criticizing his takes here. I'm actually... this is prep for me to go onto stream with him and have a one-on-one conversation live streamed. I'm not going to do that without, like, hearing his takes and positions and having, like, arguments that he's made in the past with references to when he said it. Like, because... I'm a streamer. I've been in the position where someone comes in and they want to challenge me, and then they've, like, forgotten every problem because it's, like, all in the dome, you know, and the moment happens, and it's, like, you want to make sure when you're going on, you've got everything ready. No dawdling, no, yeah, and, you know.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be a one-term president. They signal. It doesn't happen. You've got half a dozen viable, energetic, young, popular.
When was Biden signaled to be a one-term president? I don't feel like, I mean, maybe I'm just, like, not remembering 2020 all that well. 2019, 2020, but I feel like, I mean, Biden won because he had an extremely strong support base among, like, the not online Democrat voter base. Like, that's something you have to remember right now as well. The lack of enthusiasm for Biden that makes it seem like he's totally going to lose. A lot of that comes from the fact that if you're going to vote for Biden in November, why the fuck would you be watching any political content right now? I mentioned it earlier, but I've been looking in the comment sections of more normie, like, news content, like Philip DeFranco's and stuff, and he actually did a segment about how engagement with left-wing political content is surprisingly low during this election. And Philip DeFranco asked his audience, like, left-leaning people in my audience, if you're not really engaging with politics as much, why is that? I was like, holy shit, I've literally asked that question before because I was curious after Biden got elected. I noticed the trend. And the comments were all along the lines of, I know I need to vote for Biden in November. The Supreme Court, many appointed by Trump, those seats, axed Roe v. Wade. They are actively in denial of my rights. I know what I need to do in November. Why would I be consuming political content or being politically active in my everyday life outside of the day of election day, when it's just going to make me depressed and give me a sick feeling in my stomach. That's the general essence of it. A lot of the people who got Biden the primary nomination and got Biden the presidency are not online, and they're not screaming from the rooftops about how much they love Biden. They're not marching in the street carrying flags for Biden. They're not making tweets that are going mega viral for Biden. It's just that's not the type of people that support Biden. Biden has a more just normie griller audience, supporter base. This was true even during the primaries. It's the big reason I was like, I don't know, Biden could pull through. We could see, and then he did, and he won the election in 2020. Thank God.
Democratic.
Also, I know that me and Vosch can agree on this. We have to see Trump lose again. Not just because Trump whines and bitches and it's really funny, but we're not forgetting how the Trump supporters reacted to Trump losing. Don't just think January 6th. Think the weeks and weeks and weeks of suicide posting they were doing. I have never laughed so hard in my life at my daily internet scrolling as at watching all of the Twitter posts from one moment from being in a mental health institution, conservatives losing their mind over Trump not winning. I need them to lose again. I need to see that happen again. The day of the cope.
Primary candidate potentials that you just blow over because the oldest man in history wants a second run at it. He's up there in Camp David getting advice from his wife and son, rather than talking to the Democratic governors. It's insane. It's genuinely insane.
Wait, is there a very, I guess this is just a very not a vibes-based criticism of Biden, but a criticism of what's relevant when the more recent video came out. So it's not, we're not getting the most hard-hitting arguments against Biden, like I said before. So we're going to watch another segment after this.
It is willful, malicious negligence on the part of the Democrats. It is genuinely psychotic. I can't believe, if you think it's a Republican talking point that Biden is too old or doesn't have the sauce to be president, then you are cooked. Genuinely, you are the victim of a cult of personality, one that rivals Donald Trump's.
Really? Biden has a cult of personality that rivals Donald Trump's. A man who, to learn anything positive about, I have to go to the White House website or actively seek out not even big headline popular articles, but the second headline down on the news page of oh yeah, by the way, Biden canceled another $1 billion of student debt or whatever. It's okay. But also, did you know he misspoke today? It will be the top article. It's yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like the cult of personality is that strong or that loud, if he does have one. The man criticized for being too boring and uncharismatic has a cult of personality. This is where I'm okay, that feels like a Republican, not Trump is a conservative or I just misspoke like Biden did there. I said Trump instead of Vosch. Not that Vosch is a Republican or a right-winger or whatever. This feels like a line of thought that originated from seething conservatives that has worked its way into the zeitgeist of progressive rhetoric and engagement. It really worries me because this is tabloid criticism. The criticism is over the optics of step down, Zan. What are you talking about? You must step down. Exactly. Yeah. I need to step down. I misspoke. Shit. I'm not fit to be a streamer. I'm being a little funny here, but at the same time, this feels tabloidy, but these aren't the top arguments, right? I want to get into the more hard-hitting stuff, how Biden has handled the Gaza-Israel stuff. That's an area where I think Biden deserves criticism. As someone who's very pro-gun, Biden's gun positions are an area where I think Biden deserves criticism. I'm not someone who's deluded into thinking Biden is perfect or even doesn't deserve to be criticized. But in my case, I feel there's a very clear balance, right? Like, I can say, oh, Biden is cringe on guns, but realistically, the Democrats aren't getting shit done to take away our gun rights on a federal scale. You know, and what do I care anyway? I live in a cucked-ass liberal state where you're not even allowed to have a semi-auto rifle anymore. So it's like, you know, I say that, and then I move on to explaining why Biden is both policy-wise good and the lesser evil. It's not, I'm not even arguing we're having the discussion of Biden being the lesser evil. There is a very clear gap in knowledge in regards to Biden's performance in the presidency, it feels. Which is fair, because, like, at the same time, keeping up with every policy decision and passing of the president is boring, dry, and not fun. And I'm not, like, calling Vosch out for this. It's just that, like, you know, it is a thing it's worth knowing about, I guess.
You know, you look at the crazy Trumpers with their hats and their slogans and you think, oh, I'd never be like that. You're like that. You would have to be legitimately ill, sicker than I am at this exact moment, to not.
I mean, I don't think anyone can get mad at me for how hard I've gone in this segment, which I feel is like the easy. This is the lightest I go against most people. When he went this hard. I mean, come on. I mean, you know, I feel like I've been the less heated one in the segment here. I feel like he's surpassed my heatedness.
Not.
I don't think he's deranged. Like, chat, keep it civil. Keep it civil, chat. Listen, keep it civil. We're not shit-talking Vosch. We're criticizing his takes here.
Did you forget how bad it is?
Is President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
Vosch is not making pro-Trump arguments. It's not reasonable to accuse Vosch of this. If I make the argument that one thing, if I'm almost exclusively talking about how one thing is so flawed and bad, and there's only one other option sitting there, relatively untouched in my, like, more recent discussions, does that not imply that I have a preference or perhaps a indifference to the winning of the other option? I don't know how one can go that hard on Biden while still... I mean, does Vosch stand by the idea that we all need to get behind Biden? Like, is this just like we're gonna vote Biden, but we're gonna shit on him all the way? Yes, I would assume so. Okay. Like I said, I don't think he is a conservative making pro-Trump arguments, but he is making arguments that don't seem to encourage much, one, enthusiasm to support Biden when the election comes around, and two, aren't really in line with reality. Like, the idea that Biden isn't getting anything done or isn't doing a good job as president or isn't a viable candidate is just not true. Like, he's done a better job in 4 years than Biden did in 8. Or not, happened to me! I did it again! I gotta step down, guys. My brain's melting. I've got dementia. No, in all seriousness, like Obama is what I meant to say. Biden has done more in 4 years than Obama did in 8. And some of Obama's biggest accomplishments can be, you know, at least partially or in large part given credit to Biden.
President, so I think she's not qualified to be president. So
Congratulations to Vice President Trump for her transition. It's not a matter of whether or not he's senile. I think he is, but it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. You think the job of the president is the world's busiest socialite? You think they're doing any thinking up there? The thinking is done by strategic.
Seems Vosch wants your blood now. Is like, really? Is he like, here? Let's check in. Let's check in.
Oh, okay. It's not about giving me money. It's,
I don't think he's talking.
If you do something,
he hasn't been watching
the business will behave in a way.
He watched like a second of it like 20 minutes ago. What are you talking about, dude? I don't think he's been reacting to my... I doubt he would be, for a long amount of time, be live reacting to my live, like, response, because that's the most, like, scuffed way to organize that in the history of ways of organizing anything. Thank you for the donos, guys. I'll get to them later. Don't worry.
Strategists, advisors, cabinet members, people in the administrative state. The job of the president is not to think. The job of...
This is not true, though. Like, this is... I'm sorry, but this is a naive... like, I need politics to be super simple so I can fit it in the text limits of tweets type take, right? Like, this is the kind of take that feels like an excuse not to talk about the policy. It feels like a preparation for the inevitable, but haven't you seen his policy argument? Which is, oh, but that's not the president's job. The president's job is to be a socialite and to be like our figurehead, which is part of the president's job. But are we going to pretend like his policy is not good? Like that's not like the point? I don't know.
The president is to be a key strategic decision maker and a leader for the public. You know,
Okay.
Key
strategic decision maker. Fair. That's the policy stuff that we're talking about. Okay.
bully pulpit to direct the public appropriately, to be a representative of the state, okay? To be a socialite, to be socially competent. That's the job of the president. He can't do it. And it's obvious he can't do it. And everyone...
The job of the president is to be a bare minimum of social competence, but if he can get... Like Donald Trump is as socially incompetent as it gets. I would not be surprised if we eventually found out he, like, groped a female White House staffer at some point, all right? Like, this is the guy who is the only other option, once again. Biden, on the other hand, like, you can criticize his social skills, but are there, like, scandals happening in the realm of world politics due to Biden's engagements with other world leaders? I mean, like the biggest criticism is that he's too friendly with Israel, which I agree with, that he's, like, too supportive of Zelensky and Ukraine because, like, wars get unpopular after a while and there is waning public support for continuing to provide lethal aid to Ukraine. I don't know. I'm not hearing, like, any crazy scandals about, like, do you remember when vice chancellor or whatever of Germany, like, went to talk with Trump and it was just, like, embarrassing. Like, like, he just couldn't understand what she was saying. She was just mocking him and he was just, like, having a non-conversation with her. It was insane. Do not overlook how badly the media is in the tank for Trump and hiding him from view. Once again, like, you guys got to remember, there are literal statistical public breakdowns of how big the hit was to all the ratings of every left and right-wing media news organization that talks politics when Biden took office. After about 3 months, it was about a 60% drop across the board on average for, like, everybody. But, like, Biden is just a guy who is boring and does a good job. And when Trump was in office, we had the most successful 24/7, 24-hour news cycle ever. These companies, like news organizations, their business is to inform us, but they are businesses. They do need to keep their bottom line, up, right? And Trump helped their bottom line. And I'm not saying that, I mean, we already actually know that, like, CNN has taken a surprisingly right-leaning push. And we had a recent report come out about NPR being funded by, like, an insane amount of oil money. But, like, yeah, it does seem like there's a bit of a media bias against Biden here. And frankly, part of why I have more charitability to Vosch here than I would most other lefties is that there is such a heavy media bias against Biden. There is so little accessible info about what great of a job Biden is doing on a policy level to access. So being unaware of it, that's more understandable than most presidencies in the past.
One can see that he can't do it. Trump can see that he can't do it. Trump can do it better than he can. Trump might be a worse president policy-wise, but in the job of being out there and being charismatic and loud and social and energetic, obviously Trump is ahead of Biden. Biden has to step aside. It doesn't matter how late we are into this race. This Biden, the Biden that exists in reality, not like the fake Dark Brandon, like, oh, he secretly has had a cold every minute of every public appearance of the past 2 years. The real Biden, I don't think he's going to beat Trump. Maybe he can. I can't see the future. I don't think he will.
I would love to bet money on this with Vosch. as part of the debate, I'm down to, like, just a friendly bet, like $30 on, like, I bet Biden wins, and $30 he bets that Trump wins. I'd be willing to put money on it. I'm not loaded by any means. Like, that's about as much money as I could reasonably afford to bet. But, like, I mean, I'm down to put, like, $30 on it. I'm confident enough in Biden's chances of winning. I'd put money. I'd be willing to lose money if I'm wrong, right? It just seems like right now Biden's chances are better than they even were in 2020, right? Like, you got to remember, people were fed up with Trump enough to get Biden elected before Trump's Supreme Court axed Roe v. Wade. And, like, every woman in America decided, fuck the Republicans.
And then that's it. And it will, and if Trump wins on account of this, it will have been the Democrats' fault. 1,000 warning signs they ignored, they push ahead with their senile old candidate.
Zan, I'm going to be real here. I don't think you should, because he seems very serious about his stance about Biden, and he'll probably just go off on you just because of your whatever you may call it opinion or whatever. I mean, that would be very out of character if he just went off like screaming and insulting. But if he did do that, I mean, how would that be my fault? Like, how would that be because I did something wrong? Like, why would I change my behavior to prevent a potentially bad action someone could take? Like, that's not how social anything works.
And we're the ones who pay. Because what is it he said in that fucking interview? As long as he tried his best. You see that interview? I didn't cover it on stream because I've been sick and traveling. You see it? Oh, how would you feel if you lose to Trump anyway? That's how you catch a misspeak right there, real fast. You see that? That's skill. The mind of a 30-year-old up here. The body of a...
I apparently have the mind of a 77-year-old, 78-year-old. How old is Biden? It's like 76, I think he is. I don't know. It's somewhere in the 70s range.
28.
It's pretty up there. 82.
Because I do my daily constitution.
Oh, 81, yeah.
Anyway, you see that interview?
81, 82.
As long as
He's
tries
actually
his best.
85.
Okay. I mean, we get
Biden's actually 110.
over. He'll be dead in like 5 days.
What you don't understand is Biden is actually a 1,000-year-old drag.
After November 5th, whether or not he wins. Insane.
Okay. I mean, that's obviously not, like, the best arguments against Biden from Vosch. I'm not going to characterize that as the whole of his coverage. But that is the most recent of his coverage. I'm curious to see what's something a little more, like, targeted. Let's see. Biden is in massive trouble. Biden needs to drop out immediately. Biden's pathetic reaction to the Trump immunity ruling. Should they just replace Biden? Biden's biggest allies want him to drop out. Biden lost. I mean, like, honestly, part of what's just so hard to grasp with about this is that most of these are just him insisting that, like, Biden should drop out. Like, it's just that. Like, it's just he like, if Biden is so bad that he should drop out of the race, why should we vote for him? That's my question. Because if I thought Biden was so bad that he needs to be dropped and removed from the race, I wouldn't vote for him. I wouldn't. I wouldn't vote for him. That just seems like a pretty, like, clear line of logic. I think Trump is worse and should be dropped out of the race and replaced, even if it's with, like, another Republican. Zan, I think you should talk to Vosch, just not on stream, though. I mean, like, why not on stream? Do you think I'm incapable of having a civil discussion? I feel like this is just a pretty standard, like, political disagreement. I don't know why it has to be, like, catastrophic. It's like one of the most standard political disagreements there can be. The disturbing new revelations about Trump. What do we want to hear? Let's see. What's like a... Let's see. Biden team fails in disastrous briefing. Let's go with that one. Biden team fails in disastrous briefing. We'll skim this one because it's really long. Biden thinks, or Vosch thinks Biden should drop out because he can't campaign. Or he has been campaigning for starters, but also, like, he's the incumbent. Whoever takes Biden's place has to do years of campaigning in 6 months, 5 months, realistically 4 months. Like, we better hope it's someone whose name is already known. Yeah. Like, it's just, that would basically be meaning, like, giving up the election. Like, just basically giving it up to Trump. Not to mention, Biden's the only person, once again, the only person to ever beat Trump.
I have a couple things at the top.
I bet.
So I want to begin by...
Bro, even CNN is talking about replacing Biden. Why focus on Vosch? He has less following than Hassan. I mean, there's tons of other examples I can show. My general point in this has been that, like, even those that were once some of the most, like, vote blue no matter who, generally just like, yeah, don't let the Republicans get elected. Pretty standard stuff. People in the online left are on this shit too. Like, everyone expects CNN, who I've done, covered the stories about actively taking a right-leaning turn to try to bring in a more conservative and centrist audience. They've announced this. Obviously, CNN is not having good coverage of Biden, but I would expect Vosch to have better coverage of Biden than CNN. I do. I expect Vosch to have better coverage of Biden than CNN. I have higher standards. Higher expectations for him. He generally meets them. Let's see. Let's take a good look at this.
By sharing that Biden-Harris administration is announcing a significant new security assistance package.
Oh, is that not the troll? I mean, people were just saying there's a troll in chat, and I banned the person who was new.
For Ukraine, as the United States continues to support Ukraine's defense against Russia's invasion. This announcement is the 7th security assistance package that President Biden has authorized to help Ukraine since he signed the National Security Supplemental in April. It includes missiles for Ukraine's air defense systems, ammunition for...
It's really interesting because I've seen a really... I don't know how much you're, like, into Ukrainian Twitter. Like, if I follow a couple of Ukrainian Twitter accounts that are all about, like, keeping you updated on the war, and that kind of gets me into the algorithm of, like, Ukraine posting Twitter, whether it be, like, American Ukrainians or people that are actively in Ukraine being sieged. And they're not happy with the American, like, leftist community. Like, they recognize that whether or not their ability to defend against Russia's offense, they know it all comes down to this election. Obviously, they've got British allies, they've got allies like just in NATO and in general, but the U.S. is really the big boy in the room, right? Like, we're their biggest ally. And Trump has essentially promised to, like, leave Zelensky and like Ukraine to the wolves. And so for a lot of Ukrainians, when they see leftists going so hard on Biden, it's not just like oh, if Trump wins, they're gonna, like, it's gonna ruin the country, like it's gonna ruin America. It's the last line of defense against a actual, like, assault on my nation to annex my land and subjugate me to the governmental control of an oppressive foreign power will get me, you know? Like Ukraine's just kind of barely holding the line, right? Like, they're holding it, but, like, if they lose American lethal support, it's over. It's fucking over. If Trump wins, it's over for Ukraine, for real. Like, there's a reason why, like, Trump supporters have been calling for Ukraine to lose for a while now. Like, if you look at Trump supporters or conservatives in general talking about the war, they've been under the impression that Ukraine has been losing because the whole point is that when Trump takes power, he wants to stop supporting this endless war, right? And so it's sad because I've seen, like, a lot of the Ukrainian, like left-leaning Ukrainian community online, very big upset at leftists in America right now that are shitting on Biden. Notably, Hassan has gotten the brunt of it.
high mobility artillery, rocket systems, artillery rounds, and other critical capabilities that are being drawn down from U.S. stocks using presidential drawdown authorities. It also includes new funding that the Department of Defense will use to purchase interceptors for Patriot and NASAM air defense systems to help Ukraine defend its troops and its cities against Russia's aerial.
Okay, this is probably not going to be the most... This is not going to be the most succinct video to break this down. Let's see if we can find a shorter anti-Biden one. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. How about Biden's pathetic reaction to the Trump immunity polling?
What do you hope Biden says and what do you...
Okay, so this is like a direct criticism of Biden, okay? Let's see like a direct criticism of Biden's rhetoric.
I think he'll say, I hope that Biden doesn't like stroke out while giving the speech. For me, my bar for success right now is not very high.
Blue MAGA is wild as fuck. So true. I mean, like, we're like, Cenk Uygur did call Biden supporters Blue MAGA. So, like, apparently, like, and Vosch kind of echoed that sentiment earlier. The idea that if you argue that Biden is a viable candidate, then you are sick and you are as deranged and as much of a victim of a cult of personality as Trump supporters. Which I find very funny. I legitimately, I find that point actually hilarious. And I'm not saying I find it funny as like a rhetorical strategy to joke about how like dumb the point is. Like it's actually just so wrong. It's funny. Like Biden has the reverse of a cult of, actually no, Biden has a cult of personality centered around hating him. Much like an internet lolcow who just has like a cult audience of people that follow them and like just hate post about them and like complain about every misstep and breath they take. That's the kind of cult of personality Biden has, and it's the people criticizing him, not the people that are just going to be like, yeah, I mean, he's not great, but, you know, he's doing a pretty decent job. Surprised me. I guess got to keep him in office.
Good evening. The presidency is the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that can test your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency. This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States.
What kind of sucks from, like, what kind of sucks is, mind you, Biden has gone on for like a minute and a half now without stuttering or misspeaking, and it's like, okay. And then he'll stutter or misspeak, and then go on for like another 5 minutes without stuttering or misspeaking. But every stutter and misspeak is a reason for why he's not fit. But like every like quote or stint of speech where he's not stuttering is like, I mean, everybody stutters, everybody misspeaks, and everybody fucks up and like mumbles or gets mush mouth is what the term is. It happens, you know, if you become aware of that when you're like a public speaker, like a streamer, because you have to talk for a living. You have to fight mush mouth. It's when you just like, I'm trying to think of say something and really listen to how you say it. You'll be surprised at how few of the syllables are enunciated properly. And to sound good to listen to, you have to enunciate your syllables well. You don't want your S's to slur. You don't want your M's to be like b, but you don't want to have like that B bit to your M's whenever you close your lips. Like dry lips will do it. Dry mouth will do it. You don't want to get mush mouth. Biden gets it sometimes, right? And it sucks, but it's not like his brain melting or him being like an invalid candidate.
The only limits will be self-imposed by the...
Also, he argued before... Hold on, I've forgotten to write down arguments here. Let me write down a few. The DNC, quote, placed Biden in power. Gosh. You are part of a cult of personality as bad as Trump's if you think Biden is still viable. I think it's close to word for word his point. Okay. Cool.
President alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation, from gutting voting rights and civil rights to taking away a woman's right to choose.
Did you say, by the way, that the Republicans yesterday are starting their next big wave of voter disenfranchisement? That's the they only do that when they know their chances of winning aren't that strong, by the way. Like they're already trying to do the whole voter ID law, raising the minimum age to vote thing. Like they're starting that back up again because they the politicians, the lawmakers are not like media figures and like dudes who just talk about politics, the people who make the politics. So yeah, they're scared about the outcome, obviously. And Nevada's trying to get rid of mail-in ballots. Yeah. They wouldn't literally be trying to steal the election if they thought they had it in the bag. It's very clear that Trump does not have this in the bag. He didn't have it in the bag before Roe v. Wade got axed. He didn't have it in the bag before January 6th. He didn't have it in the bag before he got indicted on like 35 felonies. He didn't have it in the bag before he was pretty much confirmed fully guilty by a civil court of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. Like, it's like, you know, he has better his chances logically should be better now than the election he already won.
To today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America. Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction.
How funny would it be if the fuck up that Biden had here was that he hired a sign language interpreter that was faking it? Who remembers that one story? It was in another country. There was like a fake sign language interpreter that was just making random hand symbols and getting paid for it for like months. It was one of those crazy ass stories. Imagine that's what happened. Obviously not, but the interpreter thing reminded me of that, and I couldn't stop thinking of it. I couldn't not bring it up. It's too funny.
Happened that day, and the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th before they asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior. The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land. The American people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable. Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide if they want to entrust the...
I'm not saying that the arguments about Biden's fitness as a candidate are conservative arguments, but I think it's important to point out how hard it is outside of context to tell that this is a leftist chat that we're reading. Joe Biden is a cuck. Joe Biden is unfit. Weak. Fuck off, demon. If you didn't know that was Vosch's chat, where would you think I was reading comments from about Biden? I mean, that's just like a random point I paused on. Like, where would you think I would, like, where would you think that I was reading them from? You wouldn't think it would be from a leftist streamer's chat.
President, once again, the presidency
not
to Donald
Vosch's.
Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it.
This is so cool, man.
You know, at the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, to define the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute. And that power always resides with the people. Always. Now, over 200 years later, today's Supreme Court decision.
It's like a dumb fundraising
Once
email.
again, it'll depend on the character of the men and women.
Republicans made
who hold
murder
that
illegal.
presidency.
Please get out there and vote. Donate $5 to Nancy Pelosi's re-election fund.
Wait, but actually, though, what? Wait, but like, are we serious? Biden talks about Trump's Supreme Court trying to make him God Emperor. Talks about how this is bad. Yeah, guys, go vote for me. Huh? Like, what? That's the point. Yes! Yes! Yeah, that's kind of the point. He's campaigning. That was the criticism. He's campaigning, and like he's trying to suggest to the American people why he should be elected rather than Trump. And part of that is the fact that Trump is setting up an imperial takeover of the government. Yes. Yes. This is what I expect from Destiny's chat. No, Destiny, like his community is not this anti-Biden, which is like, man, you have no idea how much it hurts my chest to say this, but I think Destiny probably has a better take on Biden than Vosch does on this in this situation. You know, like a broken clock situation where like I guess the fixed clock broke. It like had a little skip, not broke, but had a bit of a skip.
Because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers I have for 3.5 years.
To be fair, Vosch doesn't like FF14. He doesn't have a 100% hit rate, okay? Like, he's a cool guy. He's a chill guy, but he does not have a 100% hit rate. He thinks FF14 is bad, for starters. Like, I mean, you've seen his media takes. We know his media takes. I can never defend his media takes. They're notoriously bad.
But any president, including Donald Trump, will now be...
I've seen like 3 episodes of ReZero, and like Vosch doesn't understand ReZero. Like my buddy Ethan showed me 3 episodes of ReZero, and I was just like, this isn't really for me. And then I heard Vosch's criticisms of it, and I was like, I don't even like this show, and like I don't think you understand the the point is that the main character is a fucking loser. Like yeah, like he's a loser, and he is not in a fantasy at all. Like that is not a power fantasy. I'm not going to spoil anything if you actually care about ReZero, but I wouldn't want to be what's the main character's name again? Subaru. How could I forget that? It's literally Subaru. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Subaru like in a million years. I've seen some stuff.
Be free to ignore the law. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. So should the American people dissent.
By the way, I want to be very clear here. If any of you are rating Vosch's chat, or like, because I know that a couple people from Vosch's chat have come over here, and they've like some have said nice things, some have donated, and some, very few, but some have come in and they've like mean commented, which is always to be expected. There's no way to prevent that. But I want to be very clear here. If I find out any of you guys went to Vosch's chat and were being assholes, you're gonna get nuked. You're gonna get nuked. It was the same policy I kept up throughout the entire Keffels drama. I'm not trying to drama monger. I'm a politics creator, and I have a sincere political disagreement with another creator. One that I think I can actually have a productive conversation with, because like Vosch and I don't know what our current like position is at post-Keffels drama, but I would assume we're friends. So I would assume we can have like a fairly productive political debate, you know? One that's not screaming and like fighting and insults, one that's like about the debate topic.
I dissent.
I've debated Vosch twice, by the way. You guys know that, right? Consensus is I won both times, by the way. Let's see if I can go 3 for 3.
May God bless you all, and may God help us.
That's it? Oh, that's great, man. Thank you. Wait,
if Biden does a good job policy-wise, and I'm curious to see if Vosch disagrees with the policy stuff. I don't think he will. I'm going to be honest. If I were to guess what Vosch's response will be, I'm going to guess he won't want to talk about Biden's policies one by one for very long. He'll want to move on to like Biden's viability in a more esoteric kind of vague vibes-based sense. And I do want to avoid that being where the conversation goes. I'm not going to let it go there too much, but even when it does go there, I think it's important for us to talk about the fact that, okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that Biden does do a good job policy-wise, but he's not good at speaking. Isn't it good that he comes out, speaks briefly, does it well, doesn't stutter, doesn't mushmouth, and then, like, ends it? Like, he quits while he's ahead? Like, isn't it good? Like, if Biden can't do the long, sustained speaking stuff without sounding like his brain's melting, shouldn't he be quitting while he's ahead? Good 5-minute, like, speech, and that's all it's needed? He said what he needed to say, and just wrap it up?
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. All right, everyone, from our resounding can hear. Hey, where's the Act Blue QR code in the bottom left corner so that we can scan it with our phones and donate to the DNC? Yeah, okay, yep, all right, okay, thank you, guys. All right, yep, there we go. This is why I wasn't answering people in chat who were like, hey, what do you expect them to say? Because I've been here before. Oh my God, that's great.
Problem?
I'm glad the literal like king above the law.
Is it bad to donate to the DNC? I mean, like, if you're going to donate to a political party, I would donate to the DNC. Like, if I, like, made $1 trillion, billion, zillion dollars, yeah, I mean, I'd probably donate to the campaign of like, if I could donate, like, $1 trillion to, like, Lefty McLefterson's campaign, who would be, like, the most perfect president of all time. Like someone who had the pass so he could go up on stage and call Trump the F-slur during the debates. That's the only, like, alternative. If we can get, like, a gay candidate to replace Biden and just go on stage and call Trump the F-slur with the full chest and like just the hard T at the end. Pete. Honestly, Pete Buttigieg is actually pretty based. Pete Buttigieg is the one that, like, popularized the multi-payer healthcare thing in the primaries. Bernie's whole thing was single-payer, while Buttigieg's whole thing was multi-payer. We could probably, like, Buttigieg's probably pretty based. I know that a lot of the negativity about Buttigieg, and this is true, a lot of the negative, like, shit about Buttigieg that was going around even on the left during the primaries was actually a right-wing psyop. But, like, actually, though. Like actually. Yeah.
You know, presidential immunity for insurrectionary attempt.
I very much agree, Air Windows. This debate is good to do, not fight, but this debate is good to do earnestly, not mimetically. True, yeah, this would, obviously, I think all my debates are earnest. Maybe not the last one I did, though. The last debate I did was far from earnest. That was just me bullying. But this would be the polar opposite of that, you know? Like, this would be the peak of earnestness, because I would like to see Vosch, like, not essentially build hatred for the idea of voting for not Trump in the election.
Decision from the, like, criminally corrupt Supreme Court warrants an entire 2 minutes. He came down from Camp David early for that. Motherfucker should have sent a text. Could have tweeted his response. You came down to from Camp David for that? Jesus Christ. It was all about Trump. Because, again, the liberal obsession with civility politics and
Okay. All right. I'm curious to see if Vosch still stands by his takes from 2020 and 2019 in the last election. Because I remember that, like, I remember I was one of the first content creators to come out, vote blue no matter who. Like, even if Biden, or not Biden, fucking, there you go, happened again. Even if Bernie loses the primary, like, I'm going to vote for whatever Democrat nominee we get, because the alternative is gonna be Trump. He's the incumbent. And, you know, that followed through to Biden, and I was certainly salty about it. You remember how upset I was about Bernie stepping out of the race, but Bernie honestly had the best take of all. Like, we can talk about how much this is, like, yada yada, civility politics, yada yada, orange man bad, but I mean, one, Bernie is the dude, but also, like, outside of that, Bernie is a man who got arrested while marching in the civil rights protest with MLK Jr., okay? And meanwhile, Bernie Sanders, let me see if I can find his YouTube channel, his position on this, I feel, is just the most well articulated thing to use as an example. Bernie Sanders endorses Biden 2024, would it be? Might have been a little while ago. Here it is.
For the first time in the last 3 presidential campaigns.
Here we go. Wow.
And Senator Bernie Sanders, independent of Vermont, chairman.
By the way, after this massive fucking meaty hunk of a segment you guys are getting, you better be liking the stream. Like this is some top tier content, all right? I feel like this is top tier content if you're like one of the viewers. Yeah.
The Committee on Health.
You better be liking the stream. This is some meat.
Joins me now. Senator, it's good to have you. It seems like it was a fairly straightforward and easy decision for you to endorse the president for re-election. Why?
I don't think one has many alternatives here. What's at stake is the future of American democracy. What's at stake is whether we have some right-wing demagogue running this country, or a pathological liar, or somebody who's trying to divide us up, or whether we re-elect somebody who is a very decent human being who's trying to do the opposite, trying to bring the American people together. Look, Chris, I think it is a surprise to nobody when I say that I disagree with Biden on many issues. But on the other hand, I think he deserves credit for what he has accomplished. And our job now as a progressive movement is to rally the people of this country to make sure that the next 4 years complete some of the efforts that have begun in the first administration. And that means we have to keep our eyes on the prize and understand that today tens and tens of millions of working people are struggling and are in pain in the richest country in the history of the world. So while on one hand, the fight has got to be to protect women's right to control their own bodies, and we just heard a moment ago some of the implications of what right-wing policy has done to women. We have got to fight to protect democracy. On the other hand...
Dude, that sign goes crazy! Yes, do this. If my abortion is going to get me a murder charge, I may as well kill my rapist. That goes hard as fuck. And frankly, I hope they do. And I hope they get away with it.
We have got to fight to protect democracy. On the other hand, we cannot lose track of the fact that over 60% of the American people are living paycheck to paycheck. Over 500,000 people are homeless. People can't afford health care, can't afford prescription drugs, can't afford to go to college, in many cases working for starvation wages. So we need an agenda that speaks.
You know what's interesting? Biden actually did one of the biggest things to help homeless people on a federal level any president in American history has ever done. The PACT Act. If you're not already aware, a substantial amount of homeless people, just homeless people statistically, are actually veterans. A lot of them are, like a staggering amount, which is shocking in a country where veterans are kind of touted as this, that is so weird. I just got this sudden pang of like anxiety that I have to stream soon. I don't know why. Anyway, like I was saying, how'd I completely lose my thought? Damn it. Yeah, good thing I already am. That pang of anxiety hit me and it cleared my mind like entirely. It like erased the whiteboard. What the fuck? God, what was I saying before? I don't think Biden derangement syndrome to be realistic about his chances and his uphill battle. Roko123, I don't think it's as uphill of a battle as you're suggesting, though. That's the thing. Biden won against Trump in 2020. He's the only person to ever win against Trump. And he won against Trump in a time when Trump was more popular than he is now. You got to remember that. Trump isn't gaining new supporters. He's losing them rapidly. He lost a substantial amount of his female supporter base with the axing of Roe v. Wade, and that was his appointments, right? Yeah, step down, Zan. Clear dementia. Like I said, though, like it's not even weird when you live stream yourself. Have you ever had a conversation with friends for like a couple hours on end and you forget where you were? Like you were gonna ask your friend a question or say a thing to your friend and you were waiting for them to finish what they're saying, and then it's your turn to talk and you go, fuck, it's on the tip of my tongue, I forgot what I was gonna say. And your friend's like, well, let me know if you remember, right? Yeah, it can be so embarrassing. That happens all the time when you are a live streamer or someone whose job is to orate for a living. And the president's job is partially to orate for a living. Vosch is right in that respect. And so, yeah, it makes sense that after, you know, a certain amount of speaking, especially if you're an older guy, the mushmouth or just forgetting what you meant to say or mixing up two names or two things that are related is going to happen. Xander Hall, it was home. Oh, yeah, homeless vets. Thank you. Thank you. You reminded me. I appreciate that. As I was saying before, homeless vets. They're used as like this weapon by political parties, primarily the right against the left. Meanwhile, Biden has done the only significant thing to help homeless people, that being helping veterans, with the PACT Act, providing them with VA benefits and health care. It's just like, I don't know. It just seems like the insulin thing as well. Like, I've heard Vosch specifically talk about the insulin thing as one of the most like prevalent medical issues in American society. I don't think he's talked about the $35 insulin vial cap policy Biden passed. Like, that was one of the meme things everyone wanted Biden to do, you know, and he did it. So it's like, where's the credit? Like, is his job not to do the things that we like to fix the problems we're all complaining about for a living?
Speaks to working people, that brings them together to say, hey, what about a government that works for us and not just the billionaires?
The House, of course, just passed yesterday a debt ceiling budget.
You know what I think I'm going to cover or title this segment? Biden is good, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. I think that's a perfect title.
Bill, that's a little misleading because it doesn't actually get into the specifics. But a few of the things it does specifically are block the forgiveness of student loans that the executive has currently attempted.
Yeah. Anyway, this goes off into like other issues and stuff. But yeah, Bernie, I think, had like the most concise take about it. It's about saving our country as a whole. We saw a low stakes Trump presidency from 2016 to 2020. A second term would mean no concern about needing to get reelected. It would mean, well, now he's got that legal immunity that he has going for him now. That's new. They failed to impeach him numerous times, so he knows that he's effectively immovable. He's maintained the Teflon Don title. If he gets into that position of power again, he doesn't even have to worry about getting reelected. He doesn't even have to worry about pleasing his constituents anymore because he's got that 4 years at least, right? And there's no getting him out. We truly would see a fully empowered Trump unleashed with a second Trump term. Would that be good for our bottom lines? Yes. Holy shit. Would we be making so much more money and getting so many more views if, like, every day Trump was announcing some awful, evil, horrible, unprecedented thing because he's president? But I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that at all. So yeah. It's more disingenuous than Zan's clip chimping. My God. I'm glad to see that, like, my arguments, I worry sometimes that I might be in a bubble and I might, like, form my positions weak because they aren't challenged enough. But then I see the people in chat that, like, are trying to argue against my points say something like, I clip chimped Vosch. We just watched fully unedited videos of his. There's no clip chimping. We covered his videos the same way he would cover one of my videos if he did. What do you mean? It was live streamed. I didn't skip through any of it. Okay, maybe actually, no, I don't think I skipped through any of it. Yeah. Read my dono as part of the segment. It's relevant. Give me reasons not to be worried about this. Emma Vigilant says, Don Jr. says Biden did well enough to stay in the race. Jesse Waters guesses this may keep him in for weeks/months. The Heritage Foundation says they'll sue to keep Biden on the ballot. Trump hasn't even selected a VP yet. This isn't a thing. Pretty obvious that what they're doing. They need Biden to stay because literally anyone else can beat Trump at this point. Okay, we have a tweet from Emma Vigilant saying that Donald Trump Jr. said, so this is the person who's the source, Biden did well enough to stay in the race. Jesse Waters guesses this may keep him in for weeks and months. The Heritage Foundation says they'll sue to keep Biden on the ballot. Trump hasn't even selected a VP yet. This isn't a thing. Pretty obvious what they're doing. The implication being Biden's such a weak candidate, the Republicans want him on the ballot because they know, like, Trump will beat him. Like, this is actually, like, gotta be some psyop shit. This is genuinely, like, why would you vote for Biden if you are convinced by every left-wing pundit that you see that the Republicans want Biden on the ballot because they think he's such a weak candidate? He's objectively not. How are people seriously suggesting that 4 months out from the election, the incumbent, the current president and incumbent, should drop out of the race, and someone who we don't know, who has never beat Trump before, by the way. Emma comes out of TYT, though, yeah. It is interesting how Vosch went from did a gas leak happen at TYT to TYT is right. The gas has spread, boys. The gas is back. Anyway, with all that said, I feel like it's a good stint. I feel like I got some pretty solid, at least the brunt of Vosch's arguments against Biden. Oh, here, let me add one more argument. Vosch, Biden / the Dems just say orange man bad. Cool. Alrighty. That's good to have those arguments down. That's roughly, what is that, 5 arguments? Yeah, solid 5. We can have like a 5-hour debate on that. An hour of debating per topic, or per question. Xander Hall, and who was overwhelmingly voted for in the primaries? Biden got a higher percentage than Trump, who had to deal with Nikki Haley. That's also true, yeah. Trump, like, the fact that Nikki Haley did so well against Trump really does indicate that Trump, even among his own Republican Party, doesn't have that much support. I mean, hell, some of the most prominent people calling for, like, Trump to not win this election are, like, ex-Trump supporters. They're they're conservatives who no longer support Trump and plan to vote Biden just because they're so, like, not okay with Trump and what he's done to the party. There are actually Republicans who've jumped the ship until Trump is out of there because they don't like Trump, and they're willing to vote Democrat because they don't want Trump to continue to fuck up their party. There are a surprising amount of Republicans who think this and do that. More than are joining the Trump train at this point, that's for sure. You guys really got to stop dooming. I imagine a lot of you guys who are doomering in chat right now, you might have come from Vosch's chat, so you're coming off of months and months and months of doomering. We have been looking at polls, keeping up with Biden's policy, keeping up with, like, everything that we can in regards to the election over here. And I am far more optimistic than Vosch is. And I think you should be too. Not to mention, you're basically torturing yourself if you just doomer until the election happens. I mean, come on, treat yourself a little. Even Mitt Romney says he's voting Biden? Yeah, like, there are actual legit Republicans that are like, I'm tired of what Trump is doing to the party. I want to go back to the way it was. Trump needs to lose again. Just straight up. Not every Republican voter is a demon. Most, but not every. Exactly. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up on all my videos, segments, streams, all that good stuff goes a long way in YouTube pushing my content in the algorithm out to more people. So I really do appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description. Subscribe, ring the bell icon, and comment down below. And join my fan Discord. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my community. And I also host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there every week. We're currently watch partying through Avatar: The Last Airbender. I've never seen it before, and we're almost done with Season 2. Really enjoying it so far. It's getting really good. Really liking it. We're having a lot of fun, so hopefully, if that sounds interesting to you, you'll join us. On top of that, consider supporting me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, if you want to, if you can afford it. And if you can't do that, then consider supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch. The Streamlabs link down below. But regardless, even if you're just sitting and watching, I appreciate it. And have a good one. Hell yeah. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. That was a long one, too. What do you guys think? What's your favorite Avatar arc so far? The current one that we're in. The 3 girl bosses are pursuing them. Biden killed it for the Democrat Party, and there's not enough time to change him out. So yeah, I mean it's like it's just I don't know, man. Like talk to DM. Oh, I'm gonna talk to Demon Mama too. Yeah. I mean, before I talk to Demon Mama, I'd probably want to see what she's been saying about Biden, because maybe it's not as, maybe it's nowhere near as problematic, and it wouldn't even be warranting of a debate. But just like I did with Vosch's stuff, I want to do my due diligence. I got to do my research. I mean, the problem is that I haven't been present in Vosch's community in large part because there was always animosity towards me. Like, if I entered chat or was mentioned anywhere, I could see that, like, a good amount of his fans didn't like me. For some reason, they might have thought I was annoying or whatever it may be. I mean, they have their they're entitled to their opinions. But it got to a fever pitch after the Keffels thing where when I'd go into Vosch's chat, I'd get added with some nasty stuff if I dared to speak up, or I got noticed even being in the chat. So I just it's been a good while since I've shown my face around there, since the Keffels drama, really. Demon Mama wants to ensure her people aren't caught off guard in the worst case scenarios, which is fair and speaks well to her. Fair, I guess. I don't know what that exactly means. It's a little vague. You just see this? I love bears. These little guys. I'm gonna have a domesticated bear one day. I want to domesticate a polar bear, the most deadly kind. I want to be able to say, sick 'em! And just, like, watch someone's skull get crushed like a watermelon. Imagine I domesticate a polar bear like a German shepherd, walking it down the street. Someone pisses me off, I'm just like, sick 'em, boy! Sick 'em! Zan, why would you be a menace? That's Grazer with her cubs. She won Fat Bear of the Week last year. Let's go! What a good bear. What a good bear. Zan, that's a dog? Yeah, that's just kind of a fat, fluffy dog. Real. I don't think so, Air Windows. Me and Demon Mama, I think, are closer than I am with Vosch. Demon Mama's like... I don't know, I feel like I've spoken so positively of her. I feel that, like, a minor criticism of a take or two that she has can't really be that, like, that huge of a deal. Like, that's gotta be, like, a big overreaction. So I don't think she'll have it. Like, she helped me move up here. Just straight up. Like, I don't feel like she's gonna be quick to jump to that. Like, I don't know, I've got lots of friends that I, like, argue with all the time. Like, it's, like, pretty normal to just, like, get into a friendly argument because of a disagreement with friends, and then at the end of it, it's just fine, you know? DM yelled at me because I said the left criticized Biden too much. Well, that's too vague, though. That's very, like, vague. You don't want to say something so vague. Like, if I went into Vosch's stream and I wanted to debate him on the left criticizes Biden too much, you criticize Biden too much, that would be really weak. Instead, when we talk, I'm going to ask him, so, Vosch, I watched your most recent coverage of Biden, and it was your pre-recorded video. It was a non-stream segment, and you said a few things that I want to challenge you on and see if you could defend in more detail, at the very least. The first being that Biden is not a valid candidate or frontrunner. What do you mean by that? get him to elaborate, type like his main points out so I can keep them on paper as he says them, because that's like one of the biggest things he can do. Like make sure I've got like everything out, and then, you know, you respond bit by bit. You want to go into specific criticisms of specific takes. Zan, keep going. I'm taking notes. I mean, that's what I have to say. Go in with, like, specific, like, do research. You know, do your research. Go watch a few of the videos from the creator that you're going to debate with about that topic, hear what their opinions are when they're unchallenged, and then force them to defend those opinions, like, in a challenging setting. Research sucks, but it's very important, and it will make your win rate in debates go up substantially. Oh, that's cool, SSW Breedix, yeah. Basically, yeah, it sounds like Demon Mama's aware that I'm super pro-Biden, and she just wants to have a discussion sometime. Yeah, that's perfect then. Yeah, like I said, that's pretty much one-to-one how I expected her to react. Like, me and Demon Mama have had disagreements in the past. Like, we were in the car on a road trip. Of course we had some political disagreements in the car. Like, you think she fucking left me on the side of the road? Like, dog. Like, she's not gonna, like, like, nuke the bridge over that. Trust me, okay? I'm pretty confident we're fine. Yeah, it's okay, guys. Yeah, DM's very cool. I'm definitely closer to DM than I am with Vosch, simply just out of, like, circumstance. And so I think it's probably far less likely that bridge burns if, and I wouldn't be the one burning it. I'm not gonna burn a bridge over this. But, like, you know, it's nothing, like, super personal to me. Xander Hall would be good content if you got left on the side of the road, though. That would have been insane content, though. Just vlogging my walk back up, like, to Seattle. That'd go crazy. Anyway. Dono time! Dono time! If Vosch burns the bridge, he'd be being in chat. Well, let's not presuppose actions before they've unfurled, you know? Who knows? Maybe I just start, like, speaking in tongues and tweaking out in our debate, and Vosch burns the bridge for completely valid reasons. That wouldn't be him being a child, right? Don't assume what's gonna happen. Could go really well for him, and he could end up being right. I don't know the future. I know it's a meme, but I don't literally know the future, you know? Ride the Rails, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very based and pog of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, it's been a little while since I've been able to catch a stream. I started a new job about a month ago, so I've been pretty busy. Well, congratulations on the new job, and I hope you get to the point of comfort there, and they get to the point of, like, trusting you, and you have the type of job where you can listen to streams while you're working. That's the best kind of job to have, I feel like. The kind where they let you have your headphones in or earbuds in and listen to something on your phone at work. I would happily work a wage cage job if I could do that, dog. Happily, bro, like, easily, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't trade this job for that, but, I mean, if this failed, I wouldn't mind a job where I just, like, worked the night shift as a security guard. That'd go I would full-on work the Five Nights at Freddy's job. Like, I would work as the security guard at night at Five Nights at Freddy's, or at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I'd succeed at staying alive, for one. And I'd have my headphones in listening to podcasts. I wouldn't even be spooked out. I'd probably be listening to spooky podcasts, though. So maybe I would be spooked out. I would highly recommend watching the Chank Destiny debate on the Biden issue and think about how you'd respond to each of Chink's points. I expect Vosch to argue in a similar way. Ooh, Bagley, thank you. Do you think we should react to it on stream? Let's do that, actually. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, we'll do it live! Oh yeah, we covered the furry hack. We covered Biden derangement syndrome. Okay, okay. Next is... Sure, we'll react to that debate. I feel like it's relevant. We're in election season. We gotta be on the guy who has to beat Trump's side. That scroll's dope as fuck. Oh, who here doesn't know that I keep my topics on a scroll? Tons of people here I feel like are new. Zan, what is your opinion on people who skip cutscenes in FF14? I think that, hold on, what's the exact timestamp of the trough at Terminus in The Walking Dead? I think that should happen to them. How long is the scroll? Pretty long. Longer than the screen is. My scroll's longer. Your scrolls doth be shorter than mine. Mine scroll also haveth more girth than thou scroll. Thy mistress left you for mine scroll. My fair lady said it was bigger than thine. Unfurl thy scroll such that we may compare. Oh my god. Alright. We're having fun. We're having fun. Thank you for the dono, Ride the Rails. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Yo, Canova Striker, a fellow Soul Striker from our Final Fantasy XIV free company. Any FF14 players or potential FF14 players in chat, !FC in my website chat to get a link to the Discord to my free company in Final Fantasy XIV. It's super cool. It's a really good community for getting into the game. We've got like over 100 members, and the only rule is your character's last name has to be Striker. Striker, like that. All of our last names are Striker. I'm Xander Striker. The leader's name is John Striker. There's Fane Striker, Manny Striker, Gap Striker. Like, we're all Strikers. And when we gather in person or we queue up and do something as a group, people are like, what the fuck? We're one of the biggest FCs on Malboro, on the Crystal Data Center. Yeah, there's also Balthazar Striker. So consider joining if you're interested in getting involved in an MMO, the best MMO, and one where you're actually going to have a pre-made community of like-minded people from like that already exists, that you already kind of know, to help you get into it. Like, if you need help or you need to run something with players, there are people there that will help you immediately. And you should also play through the MSQ and the VC, and screen share, because people in there will want to see your blind reaction to the story. It's that good. It's one of those stories. It's like people there want to see your blind reaction to the big moments, big time, because there are some big moments that are gonna evoke a reaction out of you that people want to see. No, we're Penguin. Which RP server is better, Balmung or Mateus? I haven't been to either of them. I've only been on the server I'm on, which is I don't know how to data center travel, to be completely honest with you. I've only been on Crystal Malboro, but one day I'll data center travel to Balmung, which I heard is the real bad one. Yeah, that's the one. You go to the, what is it, the Quicksands in Balmung is the equivalent of Goldshire in Moonguard for WoW. I've noticed my YouTube recommenders are encouraging me to quit weed ever since you stopped. IDK if it's a coincidence or not, though. Is that true? That's fucking crazy. I really miss weed, guys. I could really go for a hit right now. That whole last segment, I was so, like... I don't know. I'm mostly on edge because criticizing a friend is a little harder than criticizing someone I don't give a fuck about's feelings, you know? Like, I want to make a criticism of their opinions without making it seem like I'm criticizing them as a person, like I have a problem with them, you know? Why did you quit weed? It is unfortunately a felony to own weed and guns. Like, you can't be a weed smoker or vapor and own guns, even if it's legal in your state. It's just not allowed, so... Nicotine vapes for me, that's all I can do, and I can't smoke, and it's... miss it, guys. I miss weed. I do legitimately fucking miss weed. I feel like how FPS Russia felt when he was on probation and he couldn't smoke weed, and he was like, I'm 100 days away from my probation ending and I can finally go to Colorado and smoke weed again. And he's just so excited. Except for me, it's an indeterminate date where they maybe deschedule marijuana and it stops being illegal to have it and a gun in the same premises, you know? I could always get rid of my gun and then have weed back, but frankly, I kind of prefer guns to weed if I have to choose. I didn't know you can't have guns and weed. I'd rather have weed. I mean, that's your situation, JMum23, but I chose guns. Biden, please. If anything, Biden will make that situation worse for me. Like I said, Biden's not perfect. He's not infallible. I am not a sycophant for Biden. He has problems. Gun policy is one of them. And if anything, he'll make this problem worse for me. But hey, he's still a better candidate. Oh, and caffeine. I am absolutely practically mainlining caffeine at this point. Xander Hall, if Biden had gotten his decriminalization of weed passed, it would have passed in the 1970s. Yeah. Enjoy that, Werewolf Jester. At least your lungs are good, right? Oh, I've got really good lungs, yeah. I was in the swim team for over half a decade, and I accidentally advanced to, it wasn't districts, it was regionals. I accidentally advanced to regionals in my 100 breaststroke in 2018, and my coach was like, "Aren't you excited for regionals?" And I was like, "When are regionals?" And he was like, "After graduation, after high school graduation." And I said, "So here's the thing about that, coach. You're never gonna see me again after graduation, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm out, bro." And I was very much out. And he was very upset with me. I really did just kind of fuck them over there, because, like, I was one of his handful of teammates that advanced to regionals, and I just said, "Yeah, no, after graduation, I'm outie." And I was outie. You know, a few months later, I was streaming politics when I was honestly supposed to be at regionals. I was a really good breaststroker, guys. Like, I was pretty fucking solid at the breaststroke. If I applied myself and didn't hate swimming when I was doing it, I wonder how good I could have been. I genuinely wonder if I could have surprised myself if I applied, because I was not trying and doing well. I wonder what if I tried. Man. Yeah, coach told me to step up, not down. I was stepping down. Yeah, I mean, I'm a good breaststroker in more ways than one. Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! Hee hee hee! Yeah, I've got strong lungs, is the point. Canova Striker, though, thank you for the tier 3 sub. As I said before, I really do appreciate it. How many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you. Okay, I swim up. Hop out at the after party. That goes hard as fuck to Lancer. She's gonna be the next Phelps. Trump just announced someday one plans for if he gets elected. Complete HRT ban is one of the things he said he'd do. Yeah, Balthazar, that could be interesting. Definitely on the agenda. It's certainly on the agenda. Interesting, Cammy Whammy. Are you going to stay off of it? Holy shit, could he do an HRT ban? Easily, yeah. Trump could easily ban HRT. It's why I'm so distressed at the Vosch takes that are so hard against the guy who will be going up against Trump in November. There's no realm. It's not Biden's fault that he's not stepping down. It would be stupid for him to step down objectively. I don't know. It's just, you know. Have you ever played Titanfall 2 before? No, but I've heard good things about it. That's for sure. Did I miss Canova Striker's confirmation? Just a 1 month? Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate it, though. Regardless, that is extremely kind. Thank you, thank you. $20 is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind and appreciated. Thank you for the $5. Says, I need that Jammies emote. It's $12, by the way, so enjoy an ice cream for this summer. Oh, well, thank you for the 3-monther. I really appreciate that. I love when you guys clarify how many months it is, because I'm adding them up manually, and then I have to update the dono goal manually, so otherwise I don't know. I have to just assume you donated the minimum amount. Anyway, thank you. Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Caspi. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. I hope Caspi appreciates it too. Sent a link and said that some of your chat will like, or a joke that some of your chat will like. Unfortunately, you sent me a... Oh, is it broken? Yeah, it's broken. Peepo's sad. I'm either blocked by the user or it's a broken link. I don't think Twitter links really work anymore, do they? Yeah, man. Oof. That's a rough scene right there. I'm really sorry, Slashy. I did try. I did try. Thank you for the $5, though, and I hope Caspi appreciates the sub. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 redues. Very kind of you. Very much appreciated. Said, I hate it when left-leaning people and streamers say Biden should be replaced, but don't thoroughly think of an actual possible solution and disregard the fact that it's too late. Yeah, it's very... A part of what felt so wrong about his coverage lately is that Vosch's content has always been uniquely fleshed out and in-depth and talks about topics in a somewhat... He's a very good orator, so he talks about a topic that you may already agree with even in a very satisfactory way, you know? He says things that you might have felt but not quite known how to put into words very effectively. He's a good speaker. He's got public speaking experience for real. And so whenever I watched those segments we just watched today, to see him so vaguely gesture, as he would say, at Biden's flaws without going into detail and meticulously ripping him apart like he would anyone else if he really... I feel if he really felt so strongly... I don't know, it just seems like Biden might be a blind spot. I don't know what to think. I want to talk to him. Anyway, next topic time. Actually, no, we gotta finish up donos first. Alrighty. Perry Icefire, oh my gosh, thank you for the $20 donation. Hot damn. Extremely kind and generous of you. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. It says, please help create the debate on Biden train. For the sake of democracy, we must preserve it. Yeah. Biden needs someone in his court right now. Yeah, we got to join the non-existent cult of personality for Biden. And then, of course, Slashy. I think I read that dono before. And then PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, said Ethan. Oh, yeah, I know you also know Ethan, who's my buddy. Ethan ranted to me and realized he was doing A/B testing when I asked him why the thumbnail is different on my end. Oh, is that when you figured... That's when he found out Vosch was doing the A/B testing on the thumbnails. Yeah, Ethan ranted to me about that, because he's my, editor. He knows about A/B testing. And so, I was just sitting in VC, and he came to me, pissed off about the Vosch A/B testing, negative and positive Biden coverage. I mean, Biden's deteriorating mentally, certainly. Yeah, definitely. In the way old men are. Yeah. I imagine he'll be less energetic in 4 years. Thing is, if he dies in office... because he's so old and dying, then Kamala Harris takes his place, and she's definitely better than Trump, and frankly better than most that we could replace Biden with that have a chance of winning, you know? Because, whoever we replace Biden with has to run and win, you know? It's not as simple as, Biden's already run and the VP takes his place. My mom wants Gavin? Gavin Newsom? I'm sorry, you gotta put her down, Nico Beanie. Your mom's sick. You gotta take her out back. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm joking. She's too far gone. She's gotten bitten. She got bit. I'm sorry, Nico Beanie. She got bit. The virus is spread. I'm sorry. No, in all seriousness, Gavin Newsom really sucks. Please convince her not to support Gavin Newsom. If like, God forbid, he ever goes for, like, a primary bid. Lord help us. Gavin Newsom is, like, the actual worst as far as Democrats go. Not really the worst, but he's pretty low on my list. Gavin Newsom was one of the first politicians to openly support gay marriage. That's pretty base, but once again, California governor. You know, a lot of his political career was in California, where a lot of the gay population of America is centered. So to win elections and to please your constituents, you kind of had to have done that, even at a pretty early date. Because there were always, like, these places that were where LGBT people gathered. You realize that, like, Palm Springs has been, like, the gay place since the 60s. I lived there. I know the place's history. It's been as gay as it is today since the 60s. When I say Palm Springs is gay, I mean that you have to check if the bar you want to go to that you just saw is a gay bar online before you go in. Because, like, it probably will be. Like, you got to double check if you're not looking to go into a gay bar. It's not really the end of the world if you do, but if that's a thing that would bother you, then you're gonna want to check, because every bar on the street is a gay bar, pretty much. Especially that main road in Palm Springs. I forget what it's called. That one, like, main street in the West Palm Springs. Anyway. Thank you for the $5, PepperT21, and with an additional $5, thank you, PepperT21. Very base, says Vosch if moderated the presidential debate.
Now, our first question tonight goes to Mr. Frog.
Mr. Frog, why are you so evil? You have 1 second to respond.
Hello,
I literally referenced that clip during the segment. You know that, right? I literally said, Mr. Biden, why are you so evil? You have 1 second to respond. Anyway, let me update the dono goal really fast, and then it's time for our next segmentarino. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, you guys weren't kidding. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, kind of relevant with what we were just talking about in the last segment, but people were mentioning that recently, and I didn't realize it was 6 days ago recent, Destiny and Cenk Uygur debated on whether or not Biden should drop out of the race. Now, I have been seeing over the last week this narrative about Biden needing to drop out of the race from, like, a lot of lefties even. Like, we just did a whole segment going over Vosch's videos talking about how he's made like 12 now in the last 2 weeks about how Biden needs to drop out of the race. So, I want to hear, like, a more consolidated collection of some of the most informed and concise arguments for this side of things, like who should be replaced, what polling supports this, what argumentations. I want to see a really strong, like, debate about this topic, just to see where the sides on this are and what they have. So apparently this is Brianna Wu, Joe Walsh, Destiny, Cenk Uygur, and someone else I don't recognize. Dude, Brianna Wu went, like, kind of crazy. Like, she went kind of crazy and, like, became a conservative from what I can tell. I haven't followed it very closely, but like, I don't even know if she's supporting Biden. She might be on the Biden needs to be replaced side. Let's find out.
Performance a little over a week ago. Many have expressed concerns about not only his ability to win in November, but his mental competence and whether or not he's experiencing cognitive decline.
Who is Brianna Wu? Brianna Wu is one of the original targets of Gamergate from back in the day. Like, there was a full-on, like, documentary made about it that was, like, on TV and stuff. Back when Gamergate was legitimately, like, these weirdo dudes on message boards organizing harassment campaigns against, like, women in the, like, games industry or adjacent to it, she was one of the big targets, right? Like, it started out with Zoe Quinn, and then, like, Anita Sarkeesian might have become a target before Brianna Wu. I don't remember in detail. To me, that was like a very much like parallel line of events that happened.
The question becomes, should Biden drop out of the race? Or, despite this misstep, is he still the Democratic Party's best chance to beat former President Trump?
So here's the thing. Cenk Uygur, I think, is a grifter who has gone down the like just pursuing money conservative grift route, just like Anna Kasparian has. However, with that in mind, I've seen him debate before. He is capable of debating well, even if it's an incorrect position. So I'm hoping that we can hear some really strong arguments for why Biden should drop out here. Like, I want to hear strong arguments because, like, I want to know what the strongest arguments are. Yeah, like, if they're compelling, then I want them to compel me. And if they're strong but wrong, I want to know how to respond to them in the moment.
We've a great lineup today. With us, we are joined by Representative Joe Walsh, formerly representing the 8th District of the state of Illinois, Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, and friends of the channel, Destiny and Brianna Wu. I guess we'll start with this. Representative Walsh, we're going to start with you. What are your thoughts on this, please?
Hey, good to be with you all. Look, the only thing that matters is Donald Trump cannot win. Donald Trump is un-American. He's lawless. He's a psychopath. He can't be anywhere near the White House again. That's all that matters. And we're at a point now where I don't think it's possible for Joe Biden to beat him anymore. Because the issue has got to be Trump's.
Okay, this is interesting. The logic is that Biden, like, this is the line, is that Biden is such a weak candidate, we need to bully him out of office and out of the candidacy. And someone else, my niche candidate number 29,349,324 can. Yeah, that's the thing, though, right? It's like, someone in my chat the other day said Michelle Obama. Supposedly Michelle Obama had like 2 points over on Trump. So fair, but like, guys, do you really want to set Trump up to prevent the first ever female president a second time? Can you imagine how many times Donald Trump has nutted to the thought of the fact that he stopped the first ever female president from getting elected, despite her winning the popular vote? That he stopped that glass ceiling. You better believe it's one of his greatest life accomplishments is that he stopped that glass ceiling from getting broken. If he's able to do it again, but with a black woman, he might literally orgasm the entirety of his 4+ year presidency. Like, if he beat a black woman as the not based take, no, this is real as fuck. Donald Trump is a racist piece of shit and a misogynist who definitely takes joy in the fact he's prevented the first ever female president. I don't think Michelle Obama could win, and I would not want to give Trump the, like, internal joy of preventing the America's first black female president on top of stopping just straight up, like, America's first female president who won the popular vote as well. Like he straight up stole that from Hillary. You know, like she got more votes. Neutral take.
Unfitness. The issue cannot be Joe Biden's unfitness, i.e. his age. So I don't think Biden gives us the best opportunity to keep that psychopath out of the White House.
Mind you, Biden, once again, the only person to ever beat Donald Trump in an election. Even among other conservatives, the only one to ever beat him. Mind you, that said, Donald Trump is still in his weakest state right now. I don't think we should try and fix something that is so far from being broken.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get into it as we go, I'm sure. Next up, we have friend of the channel, Brianna Wu. What are your thoughts here?
So, I'll respect my good friend Joe, but I think something happened with his party is they lost the ability to be able to challenge, the powers within the party. And as a result of that, the Republican Party basically became a cult. We don't have that culture in the Democratic Party. And I actually think the conversation we're having right now is very, very healthy. It's a sign of a party that is not a cult. So I know it's very stressful right now. I've been yelled at.
I mean, that's somewhat, I guess, kind of true. I don't think it's a cult to have a generally unanimous agreement on a set of positions or an idea. I don't think that's cult-like. Like being like the scientific community has a 99.9% consensus that man-made climate change is real. I don't think that means it's a cult of science. The term cult in this context really feels like it's just being used by people that don't like Biden in the same way that a flat earther says the round earth cult. They recognize that they are on a somewhat numbers-wise small side of the discussion, an insignificant side of the discussion, because to be very clear, the majority of Democrat voters are not calling for Biden to step down because they're not calling for anything right now. Besides, a certain set of wedge issues like Roe v. Wade. It just feels like it's one of those ways of discounting a consensus existing, right? Calling a consensus something more insidious. I don't think a consensus on its own is bad, but I think a consensus that you're not allowed to challenge is cult-like. So that's why I think she's probably on the money there, to be fair. I think she's been posting cringe, but that's an okay point. Is that, the fact that we do have these disagreements here over, whether or not our current candidate and incumbent should be the next president when we are this close to utter decimation does speak volumes to how uncult-like the left is, at least as a point of comparison to the right.
All week. I'm sure everyone on this panel has been, but I think it's to our benefit. And I think it's worth remembering all of us are here for the same reason. We want to beat Donald Trump, and we realize democracy is on the
So true. I'm drama farming.
line. There are several things that really give me a lot of concern with this, but I don't feel as strongly as I think my good friend Cenk does. The first is a president that only has 36% approval rating is effectively unelectable in my view. There's not a precedent for this. And even though I understand it's very tricky, especially the compliance things with getting the money shifted around and building campaign offices and getting canvassing operations, I really don't.
That'd be in 4 months, by the way. They'd have to do that for a new candidate within 4 months.
See another good option at this point. As Joe said, the problem is Biden's health is going to dominate the news cycle from here on out. And every second we're talking about that, we're not talking about the existential threat that Donald Trump is to democracy. So, I feel like our odds are slightly better if we change candidates, but my mind could be changed.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Cenk Uygur, please, what do you got?
Yeah, this is the easiest decision of all time. He's at 36% approval. When he won last time in 2020, remember, he barely won the Electoral College by about 44,000 votes in 3 swing states, which is just a microscopic lead. And at that point, he had a 50.
To be very clear, by the way, Donald Trump's support base has not grown since then.
52% approval rating. Now he's at 36. I did the math on it. That's a 16-point difference. So the folks who look at the interview from last night and go, well, he survived. He answered the questions. That's not within a million miles of good enough. He has to make up a 16-point deficit in that regard. And guys, if you follow politics,
I unfortunately don't see another candidate coming out and just sweeping in the way that they need to. Biden very well could lose. It's possible. I don't think the pre-election polling is as reliable as Cenk Uygur seems to think it is. You guys remember what the polling was like for Hillary before 2016, right? To the extent that the Democrat Party was practically asleep for that election. It was like they handed themselves the trophy before the election even happened because the polling was so overwhelmingly favorable to Hillary. And then Hillary lost. She lost the Electoral College. And the results were not very in line with the majority of projections. And people were like, what the fuck? What happened? The projections were so clearly favoring Hillary. And there's a lot of reasons people have come up with for why it went that way. But just generally, I think it's just... It doesn't really seem like there's much else we can do but try to combat the psyop that is hyper-focusing on Biden's irrelevant, like, stutters. Like, the reason for this low approval rating is that the media is enabling or is actively monetizing off of this anti-Biden, like, he's so old shit, because it clicks so much. It's the only thing about Biden that gets clicks, is that he's old and shitting on him. You cannot talk about anything else in regards to Biden that is not shitting on him and get clicks. And these media organizations that dominate the sphere of what people believe in, like, the realm of politics, what opinions people are out there expressing, those that are tapped in, they are talking about how old he is because the media wants to make money off of that, because it gets the clicks, it gets the drama. It's like, it has to be negative. Trump primed the 24-hour news cycle for 24/7 negative content coverage of the president. And Biden's not fucking up on a policy level. There's not really much to attack him for on a policy level. I've really yet to hear any arguments for how Biden has been lackluster in his fulfillment of his duty as president. And frankly, it feels like it's because people want to have this conversation and not the conversation about, like, why it sucks that the performance of Biden is not coinciding with his approval rating. And we should be trying to fight against that, not playing into it by also arguing that Biden needs to be replaced. Do you really think that the person that Biden gets replaced with won't get the very same media treatment? And we won't be right back in the same position? They'll find something else.
You know, an incumbent under 50% is very likely to lose. Biden is under 40%. To my knowledge, no federal candidate in U.S. history that's an incumbent in an election year has ever won when they're in the 30s. So the opposition, I guess, that wants Biden to stay in, their main argument is Joe Biden is the most miraculous politician that anyone has ever seen.
The argument is that he's the only politician that's ever beat Trump before.
And he's going to rise from the ashes and not just stay stable, but make up...
What ashes? He's president.
16 points in approval rating. It's just la-la land. It's total fantasy land. This is a... Look, we're having fun here to debate a thing that should not be debated, partly because...
I really do hope this ends up being like Tim Pool's 49 state landslide thing with Trump. I really, like, for so many reasons, I hope Biden wins just so it's like this doomsaying is proven wrong, and that, like, terminally online political pundits like stop overestimating how, like, what's being discussed and complained about in their sphere is actually what the entire of the American voter base believes. You got to remember, the majority of American voters are not voting on these polls. In fact, the majority of Biden supporters are the ones who have a predisposition to not be engaging with these polls because they are deactivated till November.
Mainstream media and the Democratic Party has created this mirage, and so we have to spend time
it's the blue mirage,
tearing
guys.
down this theater that's been constructed that is nothing but propaganda. It's been propaganda from day one. He's been disastrously behind. The debate only made it worse and made it more obvious. But if you want to run a race saying, oh yeah, I think that guy who looks like a cadaver is going to make the greatest comeback in American political history, you're basically saying, I don't mind Trump winning at all.
Mind you, these people were all behind, like, Bernie. Like, the people who are shitting on Biden for his age and looking like a cadaver, all behind Bernie. Bernie looks rough, especially these days, and he has as long as I've known of him. Okay, I love how Bernie gets the pass, I guess, because he's Bernie. But to be very clear, by the way, if Bernie was ever president, that he'd be getting the same treatment too. There'd be the whole media cycle about his age and every stutter and misspeak he makes, and none of these pundits would care enough to look into his policy decisions because it's boring and dry, and no one would be discussing, like, how good of a job Bernie's doing. In the same way, no one's discussing how good of a job Biden's doing. Xander Hall, also Biden voters might not be saying anything because they don't want to get harassed online from all sides right now. Yeah, like, who's out there? Like, no, it's not even that. It's that the people who are going to come out and vote for Biden are just not online. You got to remember that. It's the same thing as the primaries. Everyone thought that Bernie had it in the bag during the 2019 primaries because, I mean, look at the internet. Look, everyone wants Bernie. There are even conservatives online that want Bernie. But then you got to remember, though, the majority of Democrat voters are not online. They're not on Twitter. They're not posting on social media. And sure enough, Biden sweeps the primaries, and everyone starts making up conspiracies about how it must have been rigged, but it just wasn't. The actual silent majority of the Democratic Party supports Biden, his policies, his normalcy, and his relative, just expectation of what a president should be. He's not this, like, rapist, pedophile, screaming, lying, doddering fool who's also a fascist that Trump is, right?
I'm totally good with it. I just don't want to offend the feelings of the powerful. And that's really not a sound argument, to say the least. I'll be polite.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. And I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Last, but certainly not least, Destiny. What do you have?
I think that there are two competing outlooks that we should keep in mind. Yeah. We're not competing, but concurrent outlooks that we should keep in mind when we're thinking about who.
Fucking hell. All right. I gotta tune my brain to catch up with the speed Destiny talks at like 1.25.
Who we want to be the Democratic nominee. For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I hope, I'm not sure, but I hope that everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden. I also think it's important to keep in mind that when we criticize our party, or when we criticize our candidates, I think that the only criticism that really matters are from people that support the party. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of voices, I believe Cenk is one of them, I'm not as sure about Joe Walsh, who are highly critical of Biden because of his debate performance, but before the debate performance, they were never going to vote for Biden anyway because of his position on Israel or Gaza or lack of, whatever, minimum wage or...
Destiny's spot on there. Destiny's like really spot on here. This has all followed a very clear pattern of shitting on Biden. Nobody, like, I don't think anybody who's like following this believes that this is just a genuine out of nowhere concern for Biden's electability. Like this is like a hatred for Biden, specifically for being Biden.
Socialized healthcare or whatever other reason. So when you have people that are highly critical of these people, it's important to know that in their mind, their best interest isn't for the party, it's for whatever particular candidate that they like.
Wait, chill, Will. You weren't raiding Vosch's chat, were you? You heard what I said, that if I found out any of you were going into Vosch's chat and, like, causing a ruckus, you were going to get yeeted from my channel, right? Chill, Will. Don't tell me you did what I told you explicitly not to do. I'm friends with both of y'all. I didn't hear that. Okay. All right. As long as you didn't say anything too crazy. Okay. You're subs of both. Okay. Cool.
Which is why when we have these conversations, it's very.
I don't endorse any like harassment or anything. I just want to have like an actual, just like friendly debate about this because I think he's wrong and I think I can convince him maybe potentially. Yeah, I think I could. I think I'm a convincing guy. I believe in myself.
Very hard to get somebody to put forth another candidate that they think would be able to outperform Biden for a variety of reasons we'll get into.
Okay, I guess we'll start with that. For the people who say that Joe Biden should drop out of the race, who do you think should replace Joe Biden? Who do you have in mind?
Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should start with Destiny again because he apparently wants Trump to win. Because only a...
Oh my God. Okay, so we're... Cenk is a really bad representative these days of honesty and good faith. But man, if that represents the line for this side of the argument, just straight up like accusing the people telling you to like get behind the current nominee to keep Trump from getting elected, accusing them of being, yeah. I saw President Sunday trying to clout shark out this stuff and be an anti-Biden idiot. President Sunday's like a literal nobody. Why do you care? Like President Sunday's never going to be an anybody. Like, you don't need to worry about it. Trust me. I literally sat and watched as one of my friends went into VC to bully him on stream. It was very funny. The guy's completely unimportant. Why do you care?
Person so detached from reality would look at Biden and go, that's our strongest candidate. So I don't know where your allegiances lie. I mean, you just questioned our allegiances. So I desperately want Trump to lose. We all do. He's a maniac, total, utter maniac. But by the way, the clowns you support lost to him in 2016 and are getting humiliated by him in 2024. So we're
the clowns you support. Mind you, no, Biden did not run in 2016, and he did in fact win in 2020 and is the current sitting president. So we're really, like, we're digging deep into that, like, the DNC is an amorphous blob of like a Democrat corporate like agenda. We're basically dipping into like shoe-on head politics, like hyper brain dead populist speak that like means nothing. Hey, Pillow, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Honestly, I'm wrapping up stream in like maybe an hour or so. I was thinking of raiding into you. Let me know if you're down for FF14 today, by the way.
Where's your allegiance? It seems to me that I mean, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it almost feels like a false flag operation to say anyone who wants the strongest candidate for the Democratic Party is with Trump. Wink, wink. We should have the weakest possible candidate against Trump. Boy, I really want Trump to lose. Wink, wink. No, of course you should have the strongest candidate. How is this a debate? And if you think Joe Biden's the strongest candidate the Democratic Party has, you apparently despise the Democratic Party. You think even less of them than any Republican in the country. Are you telling me there's no one better than a guy who can't finish a sentence? This is preposterous.
So if you think
that feels so scripted. All right, let's hear Destiny's response. Hopefully he doesn't let us down.
So, I mean, if you want to talk about the jokes that we put up in 2016, I would awkwardly remind you that Hillary Clinton was beating Trump polling initially, which is the thing that you're weighing in heavily now is how they're doing the polls. And secondly, she had...
Holy shit! Am I already ready? He brought up like the first thing he brings up is a point I made 10 minutes ago in response to one of these arguments. The fact that Hillary was projected to dominate in 2016, and I have not pre-watched this, was predicted to dominate in 2016. She gave herself the trophy, and Trump still won. And everyone was like, "What the fuck? The polling means nothing. It may suggest a trend a month or so out from the election." But it really does not mean this much. Like, this is the equivalent of, like, getting an eggshell in the cake you're baking and deciding to throw everything, including the mixing bowl, away because, like, you might as well start over from scratch. Like, why? Just pick the shell out. It's not that hard.
Phenomenal debate performance against Donald Trump, something that didn't help her whatsoever when it came time to defeating him in the election. So, and these seem to be two things that you're weighing very heavily in choosing Biden or not. But to go back on the thing about supporting Biden, well, was it not the case that prior to this debate, you didn't want to support Biden anyway? Like, would you have voted for Biden over Trump prior to the debate?
They're going to lie and say yes.
I would never vote for Trump in a million years.
I didn't ask you to vote for Trump. I said, would you have voted for Biden? I asked, would you vote for Biden prior to this debate performance?
TYT's Biden coverage has been overwhelmingly negative and shitting on him since before this whole discussion. So obviously the polling being so low is not why they want Biden replaced. They've wanted Biden replaced for a while.
Over Trump, would you have voted for Biden?
So I think Destiny, I've been super clear. I ran against Biden. I think Biden's a terrible candidate. And I knew that, and you gaslit your audience the whole way. Oh, yeah, he could win in the 30s. He could win. Win.
I still didn't hear an answer to that.
You have to bow your head and obey the officials in the Democratic Party. Who cares about beating Trump? Let's just obey.
I do
right?
want to make...
Oh my God, it's so performative. What the fuck? This is like, he's putting on a performance here. He's not even making any points. He's so desperate to appeal to, like, Hassan fans, I guess.
Clinton, you want to talk about Hillary Clinton in the polls?
I guess his nephew made him like a little pocket of retards on the left that are predisposed to think this is like the most genius argument they've ever heard in their life. Unfortunate.
Hillary Clinton did not have a 5-point lead. This is what I'm trying to get through your thick skull. The Democratic candidate needs a 5-point lead nationally in order to win the Electoral College. So when Joe Biden's down by 6 in the New York Times poll, he's down by 11.
The polling that these media organizations are doing is not the election results, believe it or not. And they do not poll every American. They don't even poll every American in every district of every swing state. It is a very small sample, and it has been wrong before.
He's got to make up 11 points in that. There's no way he can do that.
Okay, can I appeal to the moderator? Wait, I want to do a moderator appeal. Can you make him answer that question?
Yes, I can. However, I do want to hear from some other people who are trying to get in.
But also, I just want an easy yes or no. Would you have voted for him? That should be easy yes or no. I said, thank you. Would you?
Yeah, if it's between Biden and Trump, and those were my only two options, of course I was going to vote for Biden against Trump.
Thank you. Great. Cool. Okay, Joe, please.
Let me jump in real quick. Just speaking for myself, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a never Trumper. I would vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden were 151 years old.
There are a lot of people like this guy. There are a lot of Republican non-Democrats that are just they've joined what's called the never Trumper train. They're Republicans that are more in line with like the politics of McCain or Romney. And, that pre-Trump era politics, pretty awful, but so far away from the literal coup-imposing demons that are currently running the Republican Party. And there are some human beings with souls that are Republican voters, and they are coming together to form the Never Trumper movement. It's been growing since 2016 when Trump won. Trump's been losing supporters since 2016. He lost enough to lose in 2020, and apparently somehow Trump is going to magically regain enough supporters to win in 2024, or I guess the argument would be more likely that Biden will be so bad and Trump will be so not bad that people won't be scared into voting for Biden again, as if they didn't already do it in 2020. The thing that arguably really cooked him happened after he lost 2022. Yeah, like J6 and Roe v. Wade all happened after Trump lost. You have to remember, some of the biggest hits to Trump that you can think of happened after Trump already lost. The Trump pedophiles that came out, the civil guilty verdict for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, the 34 felonies, the fucking what else? The documents thing, it's just so much of this shit came after. Frankly, Roe v. Wade is the biggest. Roe v. Wade getting axed by Trump's Supreme Court might be what decides the election for Biden. That alone might be all it took.
And couldn't get out of bed.
The Republicans have been backtracking on it too. They're scared. They're that's not a stone they can put back in its place. That boulder's rolling down the hill, and it might crush them. They got it started too soon, and people cared more about abortion than they expected, I think.
If he were running against Donald Trump. If Joe Biden stays the nominee, I'm going to run through a fucking wall to help get Joe Biden elected. Destiny, that's where I am, and that's where I've always been. All I'm interested in is, and this is a difficult spot, let's be real, because Democratic voters in a primary process selected him. I believe in that process. I'm appealing to Joe Biden because I think it's clear Joe Biden had only one issue he had to prove. He had one problem. Is he too old for this job? And if he could prove he wasn't too old, I think Biden would beat Trump. He didn't prove that the other night. In fact, he failed. So my fear now is he can't beat Trump. And so I'm appealing to him to step down and hand it to Kamala Harris, and away we go.
Okay. Yeah, and Stephen, this is a question I want to ask you, because this...
No, Kamala Harris I don't think could win. One of the most frequently brought up things about Kamala Harris is the fact that she was a prosecutor. That's not going to get Democrats to want to support her. I already thought it wasn't really the strongest point to make her VP. That was actually something that made me worried back in 2019. But we still pulled through. But Kamala is not liked by the crowd that is supposedly not willing to vote for Biden. Why would Kamala be the person to take his place? All right.
I really respect your opinion, and maybe you have a better answer for this than one I've been able to come up with. We're not just talking, we're almost talking about two questions here. It's who can beat Donald Trump? But the other question is someone actually has to be president. And something that's happened since the debate is we've seen a lot of clips of Biden back in 2020. He is markedly worse today than he was 4 years ago. Here are the situations we have. It's not just Israel. There's a very good chance China is going to attack.
Is he really? Is it really? Because this was one of the things that would not get fucking dropped back in the day. People would not drop this fucking shit. It's a really common thing, too. You just get it from rubbing your eyes. It happens to anyone of any age. But people were like, oh my god, he's literally dying on stage. He's dying on stage. Who remembers that? I hope you remember that. If you were around back then, you may. People were freaking out saying he was dying on stage. His eye did not explode. No, it's just a burst capillary. It's very, literally just like rub your eyes too hard, just a little bit, and it'll happen to you. It heals on its own and goes away after a few days. Yeah, it's a super normal thing. Happened to you when you were 12? Yeah. But yeah, people have been like giving Biden, like people have had the perspective that Biden is on his deathbed for so long now. It's like, it's like being a doomsday, like a doomsayer saying tomorrow's the apocalypse. Okay, now it's tomorrow. Okay, it's the next day. Now it's tomorrow. Okay, it's the next day. Now it's tomorrow again. Like, okay.
Taiwan in the next year or two. You have the Middle East that's still destabilizing. And, Biden, to his credit, has talked about his work bringing together coalitions in the international community, which requires a lot of travel. Can you genuinely say you're confident Biden will be able to do the job of president 4 years from now? Because I can't. And I look at my Twitter and me questioning Trump.
Okay, that is a really bad argument from Brianna Wu. Biden is doing a great job right now, which is the only thing that's really relevant, especially when, if he becomes unfit, we have several systems in place that remove an unfit president from office, like put them into like medical care while the VP takes control, and if he dies, the VP takes control. So like, what do you mean? Like, if he stops being good, like he's been, on a policy level, unless you want to try to argue he hasn't been. And I know for a fact Brianna knows that Biden hasn't been, because before she went cringe, I talked to Brianna in depth about like a lot of Biden policy things that are clearly good that she agrees with. So I doubt she'd say that. So I don't know. This seems disingenuous from her.
Trump's mental fitness for his entire presidency, I have to apply that same standard to Biden, and I'm just honestly finding it very lacking.
So if we were running 2024 Biden against 2020 Biden, I would vote for 2020 Biden every time, but we're not. It's Biden versus Trump, and then the question is, who's the best candidate that we can put up versus Trump? For questions of what happened after the election, if Biden wins, and for some reason he has so much cognitive decline that he can't run the country, I guess I would hope that he would step down, or somebody would, do an amendment challenge to remove him from office, but that's not really the question before us right now.
I agree.
The interesting question is, from all the people, also to be clear, I don't have, for some reason, I don't know why Chink phrases this way, like a fear of power or a deference to the institution of the DNC. I don't really care about any of these things. The challenge.
Have you noticed that like the anti-electoral types are now trying to adopt the pro-electoral arguments and use it against pro-electoral people? Those that have consistently, such as myself, consistently said vote blue no matter who, back the current like candidate, like don't shit on the Democrat candidate that's running against the Republican fascist. Suddenly now we're the ones who want Trump to win, according to Cenk Uygur, who are actually like they're basically trying to retool the arguments once used against them against the people that used those arguments against them. It's like the biggest, most blatant projection I've ever seen.
Is which candidate do you put up that we're in very uncharted territory when we talk about swapping candidates this close to the election. And I think that people are a little bit too reliant on, they'll find a good poll and they'll be like, oh my God, we could run, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama or, whoever else. And it's like, man, there were polls that had, Hillary Clinton up like almost 15 points after the last debate that she did with Trump. And then, need I remind anybody that you have these shining star governors, Cuomo, DeSantis, who are like, oh, these are going to be like the new guard of the parties. And these people, Cuomo was destroyed almost immediately by scandals from his past, and DeSantis was destroyed as soon as he opened his mouth to talk to a potential voter. So the only thing that scares me is when people are so quick and keen to, put another candidate out there. It's like, man, this is an untested candidate in a national field for the most important election ever, and the only thing we're going to...
It's a good point. Who can we really pull from that's like tried and true? You know what I mean? Like, who do we know that can run for president, that has the experience to hop into the race 4 months out and sweep a W, and not have it be a repeat of Hillary Clinton, who had the lead in all the polling and still lost, as if that can't happen to Trump somehow as well. Biden has been anti-Kamala being president. Wouldn't it be better to support of her, but reaffirm that's still the front runner? I mean, she's not the front runner. He is. He's the incumbent. He's got the incumbent advantage. What? Literally only Obama could pull it off and he can't run? Exactly, right? Like, I think, unironically, I wouldn't be upset if Obama just, like, came out of nowhere, like, just appeared and won. How crazy would it be? Like, I'm so sad I couldn't be a streamer during Obama's 4 years of presidency. It just feels like it would have been interesting and different. And how crazy would it be if we somehow got Obama with the steel chair? Like, imagine if we just had Obama randomly and magically get elected again for another 4 years in a post-Trump America. If we just give him 8 years.
Hear about for the next 3 months or anything this person's done wrong, that's just a really scary world for me to be in. Maybe even more scary than a bad Biden debate performance.
Responses.
And by the way, just quickly, Brianna, I appreciate your point about Biden being able to actually govern if he were elected for another 4 years. But I agree with Destiny on this point. I don't give a damn about that. Yeah. All I care about is who can beat Trump and keep Trump out of the White House. If Biden beat him...
That's not all I care about, to be honest. Like, it's not that that's all I care about. It's more that that's my, like, first thing in my ranked choice vote of concerns with the election, is that, like, first and foremost, Trump must be beat because he is the worst. That's like the first and foremost concern, right? I would vote for fucking Elizabeth the Snake Warren over Trump to keep Trump out of office. But it's not just that. It's that I feel cheated by the lack of acknowledgement of Biden dealing with so many problems that have been touted by me and so many others in this space as serious issues that need to be acknowledged by the sitting president. And then when Biden acknowledged them, Biden's acknowledgement received no acknowledgement. You know, it's like, okay, well, did you care about the insulin thing if you didn't cover Biden doing the insulin thing, you know?
And Biden stayed in the White House and he could only be president for a year, well, then, heck, he has a vice president who will become president. I don't care about that. I care only about keeping Trump out of the White House.
Okay, I want to pass it to Cenk. I'm sorry, Cenk, he has some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. 80% of the country thinks that Joe Biden is not mentally healthy enough to serve. You're going to run that guy? You know what that means? That means 8 out of 10 people in America think that his brain is not functioning well enough to be president. To think that that's our strongest candidate is...
I would love to see them try to defend the claim that Biden is not, like, strong enough to run or, like, strong enough to, like, do the job of being the president. But they're going to fall back to, well, that may not necessarily be true once you start challenging them and bringing up policies and trying to make them disagree with those policies. And they'll fall onto, it doesn't matter whether or not the belief that Biden is unfit is accurate or not. All that matters is that the voters believe it, which, to be fair, there's truth in that. But the idea that insert however many people don't think Biden is fit to run, that may not have as huge of a bearing on whether or not that means they think Trump should take that place as well. That doesn't mean that they think Trump is fit to run.
Just mental.
Can I ask?
Totally, utterly mental.
Sure.
I mean, it's an alternate reality. It's blue MAGA. It's blue MAGA on steroids.
Blue MAGA.
8 out of 10 Americans think that his brain isn't working. I mean, and we're going to run that guy? Why don't you just say, I love Trump and I want Trump to win? Because that's what Trump's saying. That's what MAGA's saying. Go look at social media. They're like, please keep Biden in. I'm begging you, keep Biden in. So it's this idea of devil we know versus devil we don't know. But look at this conversation you guys are having. So, like, can Biden finish 4 years? And you guys are saying, who cares? But you're not going to win an election by saying, yeah, our guy probably can't even finish 4 years, but who cares? Vote for him anyway. That is not a winning strategy. That is an obviously disastrous strategy. I cannot believe that anyone's making that point. Guys, think about the convention. If Joe Biden's still the candidate by then,
I love how the folks who complain about why we shouldn't vote for Biden in 2020 are now on the crowd saying we have to replace Biden in 2024, not because we have a grudge against him and don't care to give him a fair shake, and we're participating in the wave of, like, sensationalist Biden coverage over, like, every stutter and mushmouth moment he has. It's very clear that this is not a genuine desire for Trump to lose. It's a desire for Biden to lose.
They chant 4 more years, 4 more years. everybody's going to be embarrassed. The Biden team's going to be like, shh, you're reminding everybody that we have 4 more years with this guy. There's no chance in the world that America is going to put in a guy into the Oval Office when they don't think his brain is working.
So who's the alternative?
Already over. Let's pack it up.
Who's the alternative then?
Easy. Oh, that's easy. So that's easy. Let me explain. So yeah, it is. It's easy on 2 fronts. Number one, this whole fear mongering about, hey, what if the other?
Who would be the candidate we replace Biden with? That's easy. And then goes on a tangent. Let's see if we get an actual answer.
The other guy is even worse than a guy whose brain doesn't function. You don't think there's a single person in the Democratic Party who has a brain that's functioning? Of course there is. Of course there is.
See that? No, he forgot that he's supposed to be pretending that his objective is to stop Trump from winning there. And he didn't, he just argued, well, we just need to find someone whose brain functions. That's not how it works. That will not change up the polling.
Okay, so now the process. The process is just like it's always been until 1972. The delegates go and they vote in an open convention.
Mind you, one of the things that probably won Biden the election in 2020 was his familiarity. The fact that people already knew him and he already had a reputation. And why would that become his biggest weakness this time around? I don't know.
What's the big deal? My God, hold on. It'll be a mess. Mess how? Oh my God, you'll have the whole country listening to a bunch of Democratic politicians defend Democratic policies and get billions of dollars in free media to Democratic politicians and Democratic policies. How is that bad? It's terrific.
Sure. So we should have another primary.
Yeah, what you have to understand right now is that this election year was like the golden light on the horizon. So many lefty content creators online were looking forward to as what would revitalize the relevance of left-wing politics on the internet and quell the Chud era that's happening. But it didn't happen. Biden is not the left-wing Trump. He doesn't bring out crowds of leftists to scream his name and rip their shirts off and get him tattooed on their bodies. He gets votes. He wins elections. But he doesn't bring out that hype. He doesn't actually have a blue MAGA cult, And because of that, you kind of have this, they're disappointed that they didn't make as much money in the primaries and aren't going to make as much money or get that big bump that was expected this year. It's going to be at least another 4 years till the online left politically has the relevance it did in 2020 again. And for some creators in this space, the era that we're in of left-wing politics falling off is not sustainable. It's just straight up not. And, I'm doing somewhat okay. I've taken some pretty big hits, but I'm doing all right. But it's definitely a rough time, and I could see a future where half of the content creators on the online left now aren't making videos in a couple years because it's just not getting enough viewership. It's not making enough money. They got to go work at 7-Eleven, right? It sucks, but that's, I think, where things are headed for a lot of content creators in the left, and they're seeing this as an out to capture a hyper niched audience and use this as an out.
There you go. Last thing on that. So once you go through that process, the person who won the most number of delegates is likely to be your strongest candidate. That's the whole point of the convention process. So why don't we go with the strongest instead of the weakest?
So
these are relatively easy things to decide.
If I may interrogate that for a moment, Cenk, when you say that the convention should decide, do you not fear or worry that will be seen as an undemocratic process where the DNC elites are just simply picking who they want, anointing them?
No. Go ahead, Cenk. That's the very definition of how these parties work. Remember, none of this happens if Joe Biden doesn't say, I'm not running. If Joe Biden says, I'm no longer running, then there's a process to pick a nominee.
But don't you worry, to Vosch real quick, Congressman. Back in '76, Reagan made a challenge on the convention floor, despite the person not running, right?
You know what this reminds me of? You know what this is? This is Force the Vote. Who remembers Force the Vote? That's what this is. It's a big meme virtue signal meant to drive up clicks. Wait, you're so right. Yeah, this is literally Force the Vote too. Holy shit. It just hit me. The dialogue, the vapidness, and the populism all kind of came together in my mind, and I remembered this is just Force the Vote again.
do you not worry that even if Biden says, I'm still going to run, that there won't be some challenges from contenders during the convention?
Oh, if Biden says he's going to run?
Yes, I'm still running.
No.
You don't think anyone will challenge him?
No, I believe if Biden stays in, there will be zero challenge at the convention. And by the way, if Biden steps down, hopefully, I think, as Cenk said, there will be a raucous, divisive convention. But my God, we live in fucking unprecedented times. This is exciting. We're going through something. I mean, embrace this. It's different.
Okay, Cenk wanted
That guy's loving this. That guy's just enjoying politics right now.
Yeah. Get in, and then I'll pass it to the rest.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys. First of all these things about like, back in '76, Reagan hurt the chances of the party, and Kennedy hurt the chances of the party when he ran against Carter, and all this nonsense, right? Okay, so wait a minute. Were they running against a guy that 8 out of 10 Americans thought that person's brain had stopped functioning? Of course not. It's like that Fleischman clown that's going around. I predict I have the 13 points. Yeah, but brother, the 14th point is the guy's mind working or not? 8 out of 10. It doesn't. And guys, it doesn't matter what we think on this panel. The jury's in. 8 out of 10 Americans say not mentally healthy enough.
What he means by that is it doesn't matter if Biden is actually mentally healthy enough. It's that the American people have been convinced by the media that is hyper sensationalized Biden's health, including him, his media organization he owns. And so the fact that he has successfully convinced the American people of something that isn't true, to be completely honest, at least based on what like medical professionals and doctors are saying, they say Biden has an aging brain and Trump has a dementing brain. So yeah, I don't, yeah, it's an appeal ad popularum, but it's also not even like, it's not really, I wouldn't even say that because we're talking about elections, so it's somewhat valid. But in this case, it's the polling that has proven itself wrong before, especially when the candidate who takes that polling and decides to just coast to what they think means a victory, like Trump is right now, it does not generally go well for them.
Good night, Irene. It's already over. So the only question is can the Democrats miraculously resuscitate a campaign to give Trump a challenge? And the way to do that is already built into the process of the convention. And this whole idea that, it'll be divisive. So what?
That's great. That's great.
Like, so you're going to have different Democrats saying, hey, I want higher wages. No, I want higher wages for the average American. No, I want tons of healthcare for the average American. No, I want universal healthcare. These are all great things. I mean,
Cenk has lost an election, by the way.
One last thing. Look at 2016 when the Republicans had a mess and it was super chaotic and they were talking about penis size and all this craziness and they won. And they won.
And look, I'm the only, I think, former Republican on the panel. I was a Republican congressman, a Republican candidate for president. I was a Republican from my whole life. My former political party has become a cult, right? Like there is never any public questioning of the fitness of their leader. I think what the Democratic Party is going through right now is healthy. And if they went through a really raucous convention, if Biden stepped down, that would be healthy. But I need to back up for just a second because Destiny, I want to understand and appreciate why at this point you still think Biden would be the strongest candidate. Help me with that.
Okay, he's not.
I mean, he can run on his record. If we have a new candidate that's in, you have no record that you can run upon anymore. He beat Trump once in an election. How relevant that is to the next one is, I guess it's hard to say. But those are two things that are now completely tossed if you start running.
It's not even that he's beat Trump before. It's that he's the only one to ever beat Trump before.
A new candidate. Another factor is that, Cenk keeps saying over and over again, like 8 out of 10. What? Yeah. Real quick. Cenk keeps saying like 8 out of 10 Americans don't think that, his brain is working, blah, blah, blah. That's fine, but the polls don't reflect that. I mean, look at the popularity that Donald Trump enjoys, and they don't even care if his brain is working or not, right? We're told over and over again to take him seriously, not literally. Like they make excuses for him not even being able to speak, which, he stumbles through a ton. So yeah, again, I'm not like allegiant to Biden, but the idea of just throwing a whole new candidate up and the idea like, oh no, the primary process will produce something so good and we'll all unite around that candidate in a big kumbaya afterwards. I totally don't see that happening.
So can I jump in on that?
If anything, doing another primary 4 months out from the election would be the most dividing, catastrophic thing ever for the Democratic Party. That would be horrible. Imagine like all of the animosity of a primary, but the election, the proper general election is in like a month. Could you fucking imagine that, dude? Like barring the polling stuff and whatnot, like how like little time there would be to campaign and stuff. Here, I really have to use the restroom. I will be right back. I'm also going to grab a monster, and we're going to continue this. So I'll be RB. I'm not going anywhere, so you better not either. All right, I am back with a monster and an empty bladder, and I feel amazing. So, let's resume. We probably want to wrap this up soon, because this is multiple hour-plus long segments we're doing today, and my editor's going to beat me with hammers when he finds out. He won't be pleased. Internal leadership vote animosity really hurt the Tories in the UK. Yeah, it really, like, this feels like a repeat of stuff I've heard going on in the UK, ironically. Yeah, I think France, too, had some shit like this happening. What? No, not France. Fuck, it happened recently. It's going, like, full fasci right now. Like, Poland or something?
Because I agree with Stephen on multiple points here. The compliance stuff is something we are really not examining enough. You know, Joe, you know this.
Oh, it is France. Okay, I'm right. Never mind. My first thing I thought of was right.
Better than anyone here. You know, all those donations, they could go to Kamala Harris, but you know, even if Biden starts a super PAC, you know, it can't coordinate with campaigns. So, you know, Stephen, you know better than anyone, the individual can go out there, get the data, run your own canvassing operation, but I think it will obviously be diminished if it cannot coordinate, right? It can put out ads, it can do all that stuff. That's going to be difficult. Another thing that I think, respectfully, Cenk, you're discounting a little bit, is the media has not really dug in on any of these other candidates that we have and really vetted them. And every single one of them has some liabilities that we need to think about. You know, as far as Gavin Newsom, who's married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, I don't even want to imagine what stuff is going to come out with that. You know, Kamala Harris, the right-wing media has decided she's kind of this dim-witted aunt, you know, once they go into full attack mode on her, you know, is going to be a white supremacist running against a black woman, right? You know, you look at Raphael Warnock, you know, there's some stuff there they can go after. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea necessarily.
Dude, I'm listening to the clip of Vosch going full childish dickhead about you right now. Holy fucking mad. Did he really? I haven't seen what he says about me, but based on what chat said, apparently it was pretty rough. We'll have to give it a listen.
I'm saying as we're figuring out our calculus of who is the strongest candidate, it is just simply true that we know where the bottom is with Biden, and I'm less certain of where that is with these other candidates. And that money challenge is it's not a minor thing. So what I need to see moving forward is I need to see Biden with his head less stuck in the sand with a credible plan to turn around this huge deficit that he's got, because on the course we're on, he's not going to win. And if we keep this playbook that he was using last night, we're going to fail. And it's not just Biden that's going to fail. We're going to lose Senate Democrats. We're going to lose the House. We're going to lose local races. But I also need to see, if we do replace him, I need to see a credible plan to bring up that fundraising, build new field offices. Like, whatever we do, we need to figure it out quick.
I actually...
You know what's hilarious is that, like, Biden, as far as, like, having the resources to campaign, is one of the strongest, too. Didn't Biden end up having, like, a big campaign event that raised like several times more money than Trump. Like a big part of it isn't even like there's so many levels to this, but on top of that, Biden has more money to campaign with incessantly in the swing states that Trump just doesn't have due to all of his legal shit. Biden is like the polar opposite of Trump's financial situation in regards to his campaign. If we throw out Biden, I mean, I guess maybe they're DNC donations, so do they go to the whoever replaces him? I mean, Biden's the one who got those donations, so I feel that, I don't know. Yeah. When he doesn't say listen to anything you say, it says you're drama mongering and that you're willing to turn on him because it's favorable to you right now. Okay, in that case, that's probably not good. That's probably not a good sign. If he just immediately assumes that, like, I'm turning on him. That's... Why does he think I was loyal to him? I hope he doesn't think that, because I call out my friends when I disagree with them. It doesn't have to be, like, the end of the world, but whatever.
Think, and Cenk and I may disagree on this, I think Kamala Harris would have to be the nominee. And by the way, Brianna...
Just watch the clip, never take chatters at their word. Good point, K-Fro. But to be fair, Balth is like my buddy, IRL.
Kamala Harris would get all of that money. Let's remember something. It's not the Joe Biden re-election campaign. This is the Biden-Harris re-election campaign.
Sure.
If the president of the United States says, I can't do it, I won't do it, Biden picked her 4 years ago. Biden was going to be the bridge. Biden has to embrace her and endorse her. And in a weird way, maybe...
He said he won't debate you because I only would want to debate him for monetary reasons. Wait, he doesn't want to debate? That's actually fucking crazy. There's no way he's not willing to debate this. If he's actually not willing to debate this, then I think he might actually be... I'm gonna watch the clip. I'm gonna watch the clip.
I'm shooting my own argument here, Destiny. I really don't believe it. It almost doesn't matter who the Democratic nominee is. I believe there are more people in this country who oppose Trump than support him. So in a way, I think if you put Kamala Harris up there, I think this coalition of Tea Party never Trumpers like me, all the way to progressives, I think we're going to get enthused and we're all going to get behind who that candidate is.
As a quick thing on that, I actually think I agree with you. Like famously people refer to polling where if you have a generic Democrat versus Trump, he outpolls everybody until you start putting names in. If you could find me somewhere in the country, a Democrat who steps out of a clone machine, who is 50 years old with absolutely no history on planet Earth, and then he runs and there's nothing to dig into, then I was like, you know what? Maybe we run that guy. But it's just, even if there are like minor scandals or minor issues, I could just see people fix.
Ideally, we could do what this suggestion is, like replace Biden with someone stronger who's better even, and they win, right? Like, that's ideal, but it just isn't realistic, right? Like, it's not a, like, conceptually bad thing that could be done. It's just a self-destructive, unrealistic thing to do that would probably not work out well.
Fixating so heavily because we only have a few months to the election on whatever thing comes up, and that becomes the new talking point. So in my mind, Biden is essentially that generic guy to some extent. He just has to not be buried by the cognitive decline. But other than that, like his incumbency, his record, like these things are so strong, and the fact that he's already beaten Trump in an election one time before are strong things to lean on,
Right, but that's why, and then I'll give it to Cenk. That's why Cenk's point is so important. Biden's problem now is he's unfit. So many Americans now believe because of his age, he's unfit. This campaign has to be Trump's unfitness. Biden almost now has negated that, and I don't see how he gets it back. That's not just he's got one skeleton in his closet or he's bad on an issue. This is like humongous, and I don't know how he gets over it.
I'm going to give it to Cenk real quick, but after I do, I have a question both for Destiny and for the other side here. So, Cenk, if you have some responses to what's been said, I'm going to give you the floor, but then I want to be able to ask my question, maybe move this along a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot of responses. So first of all, I want to double down on what Brianna said on the dangers here. At this point, it would be a landslide win for Donald Trump. He's into the non-swing states, the poll that the Democrats accidentally leaked shows Biden losing 3 non-swing states and in the danger of losing 6 non-swing states. So down ballot will be disastrous. That's why Congress is panicking as we speak now. So if things go as they are, the Democrats will hand Trump Congress easily, all of Congress, and a mandate. There is no scenario that is worse than that. So right now,
I really do love that, like, the organization that is currently known for taking a hard right pivot to try and appeal to a conservative audience. I mean, we know what Anna Kasparian has been up to. I love the idea that all of a sudden they're trying to convince us that their prolonged criticism of Biden is simply because they want what's best for the Democratic Party's chances of beating Trump. The guy who a now significant amount of their fans are going to be voting for.
We're at a 0. We can only go up. So I need people to stop believing in the hypnosis that Joe Biden has any chance of winning. Because that if you think that he has a 45% chance of winning, oh my God, I'm a little worried he's off by 5%, you're going to make the wrong decision. He has a near 0% chance of winning. So Destiny, you say, hey, 80% of the country, you acknowledge that he thinks they are worried about his mental health, but you say it's not showing up in the polls. But brother, it is. Because as you guys are showing here, now I think at least 2 people, maybe 4, up to 4 or 5 people on this call have said that, hey, if Biden is like brain dead, you'd still rather vote for him. Well, that speaks for at least a third of the country. So where the election is being held is with independents that are in the middle. And Biden has now lost way too many of them. He's not going to lose blue MAGA. Trump's not going to lose red MAGA. But there's a big number.
Blue MAGA. It's so disingenuous, dude. Why would there be a cult for Biden? There's the only thing special about Biden is, I mean, he's probably been the most progressive president we've had, I guess, but he's far from like ideal. You know what I mean? Like I could snap my fingers and imagine a million scenarios where Biden could be doing better than he is now. I mean, like, he's not special. He's not like there's just not like, he's not special. He's just the guy who's there, has beat Trump, does a good job, knows how to present himself at least better than Trump does. I'm so far into blue MAGA, I think it's fake, I guess. Jesus.
In the middle, and now they have swung massively towards Trump in a way that is unrecoverable. That is why, in effect, he's down by 11 in the New York Times poll, and his favorability is so disastrous. Again, it's literally never been done before by an incumbent to come back from this far behind. So when you talk about vetting the candidates, look, I'm not Pollyannish. Will there be things that come up? Of course, but that's very, very normal politics. So I don't, for example, Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a good candidate at all. I think the idea of anointing her is preposterous. So you're right, Joe, I don't agree with that at all. But on the other hand, if she wins in an open convention, and she would be the favorite to win an open convention since she's part of the Biden-Harris team, then she earned it, and it makes her stronger. It makes her more credible. So we should go through the process that exists instead of doing the same mistake the Democratic Party does every single time. We are anointing a leader because we are geniuses. At the DNC, we're super smart. We're the ones who picked Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden in 2020.
Hold on, wait. Can you justify that? What do you mean? You keep saying anointing a leader. Hillary Clinton won the primary. Joe Biden won the primary. What is the anointment we're talking about?
Yeah, so easy to answer. In 2016, the DNC doesn't say, hey, I'm not, although in 2024 they did, and I'll get to that in a second. Hey, I'm not having an election. Instead, they do things like, oh, let's plan the smallest number of debates, morons. You gave up hundreds of millions of dollars in free media coverage. The Republicans swooped in and had a ton of debates, got all that free media coverage and used it to win. And they put the debates up against football games late at night, et cetera. So that's a small part of it. Another part of it is that they laundered money, and this is a proven fact, through the state parties. The giant rich donors basically cheated and got the money to go to the DNC and then to the, not the DNC, but the Democratic state parties, and then go to Hillary Clinton. That was favoring one candidate over another. And of course, we're not even talking about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is mainstream media. Corporate media loves corporate.
Dude, really? Okay, so what I really feel just kind of exemplifies the dishonesty in Shank's argument here is his appeal to the mainstream media supposedly favoring Biden. Can you think of a single site that isn't headlining Biden's gaffes right now as like the most like world-ending thing, just like Cenk Uygur is here? He is part of that mainstream media peddling the same shit. He is that crowd that he is pretending to criticize. It's Alex Jones shit through and through.
Democrats like Biden and Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I don't like none of this. Yeah, this is all. Just to be clear, this is all.
Okay,
hold on.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Let me answer the question.
Answer the question, but then we gotta get to the rest.
Yeah, I get it. You guys think, oh, the DNC cheating for corporate Democrats is great. It's wonderful. Wonderful. They should tilt on scale. Yeah, lead on the scale. We don't want a populist who's had a 12 point.
He is such a disingenuous man-child, Cenk Uygur is. He really, really is. I never liked him going back to, like, his meltdowns back in the day. And like, even when he was more agreeable, I never thought he was my favorite dude on TYT. And now he's just, like, earned himself the top position on my mid list for the day.
Point lead against Donald Trump. We don't want to win because you know
that the most mid.
That an economic populist is way more dangerous.
Who's the economic populist with a 12-point lead to Donald Trump?
Well, in 2024, what did they do? I know because I was in the primary. They're like, oh, the Florida primary canceled. Biden is unilaterally the candidate from Florida. In North Carolina and Tennessee, there's a sitting U.S. congressman in the primary. They're like, yeah, I don't care. We're not going to put anyone on the ballot because they cheat in every way. They hate democracy, and it's so ironic that their tagline for this election is "Protect democracy," as the DNC has stomped it out everywhere they could find it, and that is why they pick loser, super weak candidates because they do this dumbass anointing instead of just having a.
This is the carryover rage of thinking that, like, Bernie could have beat Trump when he couldn't beat Biden. There's all these conspiracies about how Biden could have beat Bernie when, like, because they live in a fantasy world where the internet is representative of, like, the entire electoral base, and so, like, the right-wing dominance of the internet right now means Trump must win, basically, and you know, everyone's shitting on Biden, so that must be how every American feels. Meanwhile, like, even during the primary, Biden's support was so non-existent online, and he just came out of nowhere and won from the perspective of people who thought the internet could predict elections. $20 says he's just mad he didn't win the primary even though he couldn't have won the election. Of course, yeah, he's so salty.
Fair contest where everybody can vote and have a fair shot at it.
Jake, just real quick, do you throw your name in the ring when it comes to the Democratic convention?
No. That's a really important question.
Wait, am I able to respond to my simple question that he answered?
Can I answer the question? So the reason I ran in the primary was because I accurately.
Do you think Bernie couldn't have beaten Trump? I don't know if Bernie could have beaten Trump, unfortunately. The socialism stuff is a really sore spot for even a lot of progressive Democrat voters. It's a big part of what lost him a lot, you know? And a big part of it was that, I don't know why, but when you looked at the demographics, there was this narrative that, like, POC were behind Bernie. Bernie's supporter base was really white, like young and white, and surprisingly affluent, while a lot more working class POC flocked to Biden. That fact sounds insane if you listen to the internet. But the fact is, that's what happened. Like, Georgia went hard to Biden primarily because Atlanta, which is like, what, 90% black or something like that, went hard for Biden, right? We got Georgia because of how high Biden's approval rating among black American voters was. Yeah,
Assess that Joe Biden had no chance of winning. By the way,
Bro, I can't keep listening to Zan live on fucking Jupiter. Please go outside and touch some grass, Spade 011. When you talk to some real life people, you will find that the internet actually is not real life. It'll surprise you.
Apologies for all the people who were wrong and said, oh, no, you're ridiculous. Joe Biden has a great chance of winning. Oops. Okay. So I ran desperately to get someone else in the race. I said it on the first day that I announced my campaign, and I said it throughout. Let's go. If we could somehow rattle this race enough, the Democratic governors will come in. Look at Andy Beshear. He's sitting in Kentucky. In Kentucky, he won twice. He has a really good track record. Shapiro has a good track record in Pennsylvania. Whitmer would almost guarantee Michigan. Why don't we take a much higher chance of beating Donald Trump instead of a 0% chance of beating Donald Trump?
Okay, I want to pass it to Destiny. He said he wanted to answer.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question. My bad. So it is a democratic process that turns out our candidates, and that's where these candidates have come from. I think that people speak in thinly veiled, unhappy tones about who the candidate is because they prefer their particular populist or their particular progressive because they think if we just put him on the general, even though he gets destroyed in the primary, somehow he's going to win the general election. And if you look at these...
Holy shit. Huh. Maybe I should have just let the video play and I wouldn't have had to rant for like 10 minutes about how, like, this is clearly carryover rage over Bernie losing the primary and a lack of ability to accept that Biden was the more popular candidate, even when it comes down to like the general is so different from the primary and the strife within the Democratic Party when election day actually happens. It's yeah.
hypothetical polls where they put up a candidate who has not even been nationally tested against the current guy who's on the other ballot, he would have won a ton. But that's just not true. If we're going to talk about an anointing process and we're going to say that Hillary Clinton was the one who was chosen, why did Obama beat her? Unless Obama magically became the anointed candidate in 2008. But in that case, why couldn't Bernie Sanders have become the anointed candidate when voters started to prefer him? It's because progressives and populists are not popular on the Democratic side. Thank God. Okay, they are not popular on the Democratic side. And also the idea of somebody talking,
he's so mad. He's so salty about his lefty arc. He's so salty. He hates leftists so much. Remember, guys, Destiny is not perfect. Far from it. He is on like a spite-fueled hate arc against progressives. He hates Bernie. He hates like the squad, I think, as well now. He is far from perfect, but at the very least, he's good at arguing for why Biden should win because he hates Trump.
About like, oh, these candidates are, the Democratic Party is stealing the election because they're not willing to primary their own candidate. I'm sorry, where were the Republicans' primaries against Donald Trump when he was running for re-election? You just don't primary your candidate. There's nothing undemocratic about that. And deciding when you want to hold debates and not, taking seriously every single, 1 percentage point polling candidate seriously and hosting debates and wasting money.
Oh. That's not YouTube. That's TYT having random buffering in their upload. What? Did their internet drop?
We want to win. We want them to win if you support the party, or at least what the party stands for. So
why? This isn't YouTube. The video's still playing.
None of that is undemocratic. Nothing was undemocratic about Bernie or any populist losing the elections. These are the results that our system, for better or for worse, have given us in as democratic a manner.
Dude, did they start cutting up the footage when Destiny was talking? This is TYT, by the way. TYT was live streaming it. Do you think they started clicking the stream on and off when Destiny was talking because he was making too much sense? I mean, this is literally, like, it's Chank's probably, like, running the stream, if not somebody who's, like, answers to him and is paid by him. Or there's just no quality control, maybe.
As they can reasonably do.
Response? Yeah, just to be clear, nobody's pulling a MAGA and saying they cheated on the votes. Nobody cheated on the votes, okay? But
yeah, they are.
Not
They're
acknowledging
saying
the
they
fact
did
that mainstream media...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You absolutely... There was so many conspiracies about how Bernie didn't lose the primaries, and it was like, who remembers the idea that like one of the primaries was decided by a coin flip? That was completely made up, by the way, but like that was one of the excuses for like how it didn't go to Bernie when he should have won, right? Like I think he should have won. I mean, I would have liked that. I don't know if he would have won the general, but I would have liked to see like that go down. Make the try. President Bernie would go hard, but like it just didn't go that way.
In other words, corporate media absolutely loves Hillary Clinton. They loved Joe Biden until a week ago. They love Barack Obama, and they despise every progressive.
You know what was rigged against Bernie? A lot of media coverage, to be fair. Like Bernie was really harshly covered by the same media outlets that are really harshly covering Biden now in the mainstream. Like the whole, like calling Bernie misogynistic because he's running against like Elizabeth Warren and argued a point with her, and you had like CNN calling it mansplaining and shit. Who remembers that? Those same people are the ones now saying Biden is too old to be fit for president and convincing the American people, at least the people who were polled in these pre-election pollings, at like supposedly an 8-3 or 8-2 rate that Biden is not fit. I don't remember that at all. You don't remember the narrative about Bernie being misogynistic because of Warren? You don't remember that narrative? That was like part of the reason why there was actually some, like, at the time, what I thought was salt to the idea that maybe Bernie had the primary stolen from him, legitimately stolen, like electoral interference stolen, you know? No, I do. I don't remember that. Please don't remind me. I'm still grieving.
So why? Because we're against corporate power. Wow,
it's because they're not popular. Wow, mainstream media likes popular candidites? That's unbelievable.
No. Mainstream media loves corporate politicians like you do. You think that corporate donations are awesome.
Well, why is he not, like, is he wishing right past the point that, like, Obama beat Hillary in the primary? So was Obama more corporate establishment than Hillary? Was she not back then? Like it's just there's it really does feel like there are just types of people who can't accept that their candidate lost, and they go insane coming up with a web of reasons and excuses to be a piece of shit from then on out, you know, and Cenk Uygur did that.
And we should live under corporate rule, yay, right? But the reality is that's how they skew the voting base, and they get older people who watch cable news to go, oh my God, they said Bernie Sanders is going to lose, even though Bernie Sanders has a much bigger lead against Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton did in every poll for a year straight. Mainstream media 100% lied about that to make sure that Hillary Clinton won. Okay. And then you go, oh yeah, that's a fair
That might be true, but at the same time, why didn't Bernie win the primary though? Like, okay. So if the narrative is that the media is on Biden's side, which is what he's claiming, it's not, but his narrative is that the media is on Biden's side and that it's favorable to Biden and they're trying to get their corporate Biden elected, right? If the media is doing the same thing for Biden this time, supposedly, according to him, why wouldn't it repeat? Why wouldn't we have the same repeat in this election? Why can't they cheat the election away from Trump like they did Bernie? It's just populist bullshit.
Contest when we have the entire media on our side. Sure, you can pretend anything you like.
Okay, well, the entire media was against Donald Trump, and he still won his election. So, I mean, like, what is it? Does the media, pick the candidate, or is it sometimes they help, and sometimes they hurt him and try to hurt? Like,
look at your arguments. Look at your arguments.
He made like the reverse of my argument. Like you know how you could say, I like waffles the most, and that could mean I like pancakes less as well. Like I said, I like waffles most, and he said I like pancakes less, basically, is what his argument was. The other side of my point. Like, if the media is rigged for Biden, doesn't that mean Biden will doesn't that mean Biden will win? When I said that, like, if the media is rigged, or he said if the media is rigged in favor of Trump, then or against Trump, doesn't that mean he'll lose? Yeah, like, it doesn't follow. Like, his own logic doesn't follow. The things they harken back to as examples that sound like something that backs up their point, the second you think about it for long enough, you remember a thing they forgot about that, and when it's brought back up, the entire argument falls apart.
Arguments. You said, so we acknowledge 2016 Republicans had a chaotic, total mess.
You'll notice, by the way, that, like, we've yet to get a single actual argument out of Cenk, and he just starts raving and screaming. Supposedly Vosch isn't down to do the debate, but I want to see myself, since this is partially like part of that debate prep I wanted to do. Like, it wasn't going to be like a harsh debate. Me and Vosch have debated before. Like, it doesn't, I don't know why he immediately assumed it would be like me jumping down his throat or something. Let's see, what'd he say?
This is binary. It's black and white.
Jesus Christ.
You are either with
audio, that's not me.
You can be out here arguing on TV, or you can be in the streets doing the work. I don't think all of y'all are about that work, right?
Dang.
Ethan,
am I to assume this is like a transparent, like, getting attention, we need views thing?
No, my views are actually up. If you look at my social blade, I've actually hit a really big bump in the last couple weeks, believe it or not. I actually just disagreed, and I'm down to have like a friendly conversation about it.
I don't understand. I
feel like I'm the more consistent one here, right? Like, my take has been really consistently like behind Biden, right? Like, going back to 2019, like, I'm behind the Democrat nominee, right? And that ended up being Biden. And I was against the Bernie or Busters. I covered Biden with criticism. I've criticized his gun takes. I've criticized his handling of Israel-Gaza as being far from ideal. I've criticized him, but I've also done a lot to look into his policy and his work as president and cover it. I feel like you can really easily just see, like, my takes in 2019 and my takes now, and it's like, okay, that's about right. That's what I expect from Zan. And then see my, like, Vosch's takes from 2019 or 2020 and his takes now on Biden, now, like, just a couple months from the election, and it's like, I feel like you could see I don't feel like this setup should lead one to believe this is some kind of like clout farm. And to be fair, I get why he would think that. I am a smaller creator. He has more clout. But, you know, he's also a friend of mine who is relevant in this space, and it's been sort of like a thing that's occasionally come up about his coverage, and there's been a lead up to this. This wasn't just like, got fired, but not even trying to burn the bridge. Xanderhall, gun takes of Vosch, have you criticized? I've heard him encourage his audience to get armed. No, I agree with Vosch on guns. What do you mean? Wait, no, that's like... What are you talking about? Me and Vosch agree, I think, like 1-to-1 on guns. We both own guns. We both love guns. I'm pretty certain the gun thing is not a disagreement. What gun do I own? Well, right behind me, I have a 223 air rifle. I forget what it's from. And then right there is a Glock 19. A Gen 5. Anyway.
I have a fuzzy memory in the best of times. I feel like I distinctly recall Xanderhall having the faculties necessary to comprehend the difference between, you know, this is a criticism of the Democrats and of Biden meant to facilitate a better chance of beating Trump versus, like, whatever the fuck the right wing is cooking when they criticize Biden.
I mean, the right wing has been criticizing Biden for being mentally unfit to be president, primarily. Like, where did that start? It's sped up. It's sped up, yeah.
Like you think I'm a right winger? I'm like making videos on Trump and Epstein being the best of friends, touching.
Well, no. I know you're not a right winger. That's why it's weird that you're covering Biden, the only other candidate, so harshly. If you were a right winger, it would. My criticisms would not be, here are a bunch of things that I know you would like Biden did. Did you know he did that? I feel like that's relevant. Like what. Why would my arguments be tailored to be towards someone who presumably wants Trump to lose? All my arguments have been tailored. I don't. Okay, he knows. I'm sure he figures it out. Like maybe he watches more and here's like more of my take.
Tips on the island? Come on, silly.
Vosch and I went and shot guns in real life. Like Ethan has hung out with me and Vosch in real life, so he was like, dude. This is sad, man. Like I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading.
What are we talking about, man? Why do I even bother getting along with people when this is the inevitable outcome of every person?
Dog. This feels. Am I being like uncouth here? Am I not allowed to just say like I hung out with Vosch IRL? I think he's a chill guy. We're cool. Like that's literally what I'm saying there. Is like I'm talking about Ethan telling me he noticed Vosch A/B testing his thumbnails to try and see if like the anti-Biden thumbnails got more views. That's what A/B testing is for. And like they added it recently, and Ethan noticed because he's my editor and told me, and that was part of what led to this. Because it's like it seems like a very heavy emphasis on the anti-Biden lately.
And I maintain like a semi-friendly relationship with.
Also, like, to be clear, by the way, I haven't heard... Also, they're probably thinking Ethan means, like, Ethan Klein, by the way. Like Vosch's chat does not know me, and they don't like me, so I'm pretty certain they think I'm talking about Ethan Klein or something, and they're going to go on a rant about how awful Ethan Klein is. Like, almost certainly. They certainly don't know that he's my editor that knows what A/B testing is and stuff. Yeah, it just... I don't know. He was
Biden
saying
lost the debate. Should they just replace Biden? Biden's biggest allies wanted to block out Supreme Court was hatred of homeless killing this country. Trump granted total presidential immunity. Biden needs to drop out. Yeah, I want Biden to drop out. Why would the right want Biden to drop out? They're confident in beating him.
The confidence in beating him does not mean the right is going to beat him. Like, we literally... Did we not make fun of, like, everybody? Did we not make fun of Tim Pool? Or why are we Tim Pooling? We're Tim Pooling is what we're doing here. Don't Tim Pool. Where's the video? Let me find it. Yeah,
I
here
think
it is.
Kamala and Biden might be throwaway candidates. They know they're going to get steamrolled in the election. I really don't see the Democrats winning this. I think it's fair to say Trump's going to win re-election. I think Trump might have a massive, massive victory, which shocks the left. I think we're looking at a Trump victory, man. Trump 2020 landslide, even with everything going on with COVID. I think that's what we can expect. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Trump had a 49-state landslide. I think we could see a 49-state landslide. We may be looking at a Mondale-Reagan-type scenario where Trump...
Now, I'm not comparing Vosch to Tim Pool in the sense, like, because Tim Pool's Tim Pool's a grifting right-winger. That's not the point of comparison. The point of comparison is the, like, hardcore, immediate, like, jumping to the assumption of winning. They're doing this again. The Republicans are doing this. And at the same time, a lot of progressives, Vosch too, are doing this, where it's like, but it's the doomer end of it. Like, they think Trump is destined to win, parentheses bad, you know? Like, I know Vosch doesn't want Trump to win. I don't think he's a grifter, but I also don't think this is the most effective way to make Trump not win. You know, like
This hasn't even gotten to the shit that I'm saying yet.
My buddy documents live stream joking a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate? Yes, that is the reality. But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation.
Whoa, wait. What?
Yeah, not being willing to put your support behind Biden when it is Biden or Trump, and we are in the final run-up to the election season, making your channel, like, seemingly the dedicated Biden hate spot, does in fact seem like, if one were to follow your actions without knowing you, might seem that way. Yes, that's why I'm so confused. Like, if this wasn't confusing to me, we would be having a very different conversation, you know?
Oh, wait, okay, like, is this a grifting? Like, genuine question. This is, like, incredible.
Oh, no. Is he just straight up gonna jump to accusing me of grifting when, like, despite being unable to find a reason, like, a actual reason why he would hold these positions, I've not accused him of that? Mind you, by the way, I've not spoken to Vosch since the Keffels thing. Like, at the very least, like, Vosch just chilled out while Keffels was, like, dragging my name through the mud using his name for a while. And then she got outed as a scammer who scammed, like, 100K from her audience or something. You implied he was grifting? No, I didn't. No.
Incredibly easy 101.
Also, I don't imply people are grifting. I accuse them of being grifters. When have I ever implied someone was a grifter? Seriously. When do I imply that someone's a grifter? When have I ever shied away from going nuclear on another left-wing figure in this space because I think that they might be grifting some bullshit or just dumb or like a woke scold or just like burn your bus? When have I ever held back and implied these things, like, snakily? I always come out with, like, a big, this person is a dumb fuck type video, you know? I think I remember a while ago of him being unsure where you two stand after the folder thing, but not having issues at the time. I didn't, like, shit talk him for the folder thing. I don't know why he'd assume that I like, am gonna nuke the bridge. Like, he hasn't done anything to hurt me prior to this. I was just, looking at a disagreement.
Are we kidding? I want Biden to drop out and to be replaced with Kamala Harris, or if they could get Whitmer, I don't think they're going to get Whitmer, Kamala Harris to beat Trump. If Biden doesn't drop out, I want Biden to beat Trump. How is this? Please, this guy's a troglodyte, you don't have to take. It's weird, dude. No, you don't understand how many times this happens. I think people are halfway normal, and then when the winds blow and it becomes more convenient to dislike me, their IQ, their brain fucking blends itself into a smoothie, and the shit they say is so stupid that it just, like, Zan seems to...
So I guess he's not down for a debate. I think Bouth was probably not lying when he said that that Vosch is not down for a debate. You know, man, I tried my best. I really did try my best to be as civil as possible, to just sort of, like, explain what led, Like, he skips through it and talks about it being weird and, like, just shows clips of it so his chat will probably think it's some non sequitur when I'm talking about, like, Ethan telling me about the A/B testing thing and whatnot. I mean, you saw how his chat was reacting. They probably thought I was talking about Ethan Klein. Like, it really does just seem like it was set up to... Like, I did my best to just legitimately, like, suggest, like, hey, we're cool, right? Can we have a conversation about this disagreement? Is it okay if I react to one of your videos and write down your argument so that I can come to you in good faith and challenge you on the things you said, point by point? I guess it's too much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the debate still happens. This was sort of our little debate prep section of the stream. A good little multi-hour bit, but, you know, I figured I figured it'd be worth talking it out, but it is what it is. You were incredibly chill. Vosch was very anxious here. I feel like my I feel like I just don't put as much weight into the internet anymore as I used to. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even bring myself to be nervous about a debate anymore. Like, I just can't. Like, a stream, a debate, I don't get nervous about these things anymore. I always thought, like, how do you get to that point where debates don't make you nervous? But it's gotten to the point now where, I don't know, I've had a lot of real life experiences. I know people outside of like the internet, and it doesn't really seem like it's like super duper high, like, stakes, big deal. So it's like, I thought we could just chat it out and it'd be cool. I thought I could just, do the little bit of like research for said friendly debate. But I mean, I don't know. I'll try to talk to him in private, maybe, if he's up for it. I doubt he will be. Maybe he messaged me. Let me check. Did he? No, it does not seem so. Yeah, probably not. Regardless, though, it is what it is. I haven't really spoken to a lot of these folks since the Keffels thing anyway, so it's not really like, it's not the end of the world if Vosch nukes the bridge. We haven't really... I don't think we have much audience sharing anymore, to be honest. I feel like that, like, my pro-Biden stuff has driven away those folks in Vosch's audience that really hate Biden. It doesn't hurt that you and your friend group have become profoundly offline. Yeah, I do like well, we communicate online, but offline in regards to, like, the world of internet shit, you know? Yeah. Regardless, though, like I said, I'm not burning the bridge here. This is very much just like, I disagree with me and Vosch have debated before, by the way. We debated Chris Chan at one point. We debated another thing too. I don't remember what it was. And I think the consensus was that I won. What was it? What was the other thing we debated on, chat? Does anyone remember? Like, it wasn't like these aren't, we're not talking like insane screaming matches. Shuan had, no, it wasn't that. It was something else. I don't remember. It was like, yeah, it was just friendly debates. Like, I don't know why he took it that hard. I don't know. War Penguin, thank you for the $5 dues. I appreciate it. Thank you. Says, hell is listening to RFK versus Chang. True. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 reduce. Says, honestly, seeing how you and other people debate is slowly teaching me how to keep my cool, especially when I have to deal with meeting new people in my server who have offensive takes. Oh, yeah, it's probably, just like very much my best bit of advice I've given is to do a bunch of debates with no audience and no stakes. And think about it like that, because that's, I mean, you have arguments all the time with your buddies, I'm sure, right? Like, which class is better in an MMO or something, you have like a friendly debate over it. I do that a lot with my friends. We're fine at the end of it. So it's like, you have arguments like that with no real stakes, and they teach you the real fundamental skills of debating. And that's really all you need. We sometimes have those in the PV server. Ooh, I should join. That sounds cool. I should join for some of those debates. Anyway, with all that said, that was a pretty good segment, I'd say. I hope that Vosch is down to talk it out and he doesn't just assume the worst. I don't even plan to have Vosch in the thumbnail or title of the segment that I did covering his stuff. The video was going to be titled something and thumbnailed something that wasn't even going to do well. My plan was to call it Biden is good and I'm tired of pretending he's not. And the thumbnail was going to be something along the lines of Biden, like, just standing there smiling. And as many policy things that like policy achievements that he's done that are like the biggest deal crammed into the side as you can while maintaining legibility. So this was not a video that was going to do well because it wasn't going to use Vosch's likeness. Like, you would have seen this video come up as just some new pro-Biden video. Like, the title and thumbnail wouldn't really give away that I'm talking about Vosch's takes on Biden there. I don't know. Like, if Vosch's take is really just the we should replace Biden as the current candidate, then I would like to have that conversation about why I think that's probably a bad idea. I don't think it's a good one. And I'd also like to have the conversation about the surprising lack, like the general lack, both in mainstream and like independent news media, the lack of attention given to Biden's accomplishments on a policy level. The hyper-focusing and sensationalism of Biden's health. You should put Vosch in the thumbnail? Nah. I mean, like, especially at this point, that would just kind of, like, look like it proves the point that he was making. But you guys can even watch the segment and see me say in that segment where I'm talking about Vosch that I plan to title it, Biden is good and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Like, the point is that Biden is good and the left has a bias against him, not that Vosch does. My point is that even Vosch does. That's the point. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5, though. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You should call him out. He just wants the money. No, I don't think so. Well, I'll talk to, like, if his position is that Biden is too weak to beat Trump, that wouldn't indicate that he's just chasing money. You also cover Emma Vigilant in the segment? Oh yeah, I did cover her as well. Every time you do that second time, I get jump scared. Yeah, sorry. Well, hey, what's on your shirt? Oh. Dracula Flow. I pre-ordered this. It's from the official store. Yeah. Yeah, I know, I pre-ordered something. I'm so sorry, guys. But I got it, like, the day it came out. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Did you see that EFAP fans are saying Mahler destroyed you because of your Rings of Power takes on EFAP highlight channel? Well, for one, like, Mahler's pretty much somebody I don't know if I'd ever want to engage with him unless the plan is to, like, antagonize the shit out of him. Because, for one, he's refused to debate me one-on-one. He'll only debate me if I go onto a show run by two right-wing hosts that's, like, favorable to them. And they end up being the moderators that control the conversation. So he won't actually come on stream and debate me. He wants to debate on, like, his territory, so to say, with him having the advantage. Because a big part of his whole bit is that he does not own up to the anti-woke thing. He tries to pretend at being like a somewhat impartial, apolitical content creator who just has a bit of a bone to pick with like this woke takeover of media that's ruining the storytelling. He's very cowardly when it comes to owning up to his politics, so you can't really challenge him on that. You can really only fuck with him, I think. So, yeah, I just have to figure out what would, like, I don't know, just go at him for being like a wannabe cinema critic. Dude calls movies films. Anyway, hopefully we can get some fun debates in the future. Some that are friendly. I'd like for the debate with Vosch to be friendly. Debates don't have to be like fucking nuking events, surprisingly. The internet will make you feel that any disagreement has to end in fire, but not necessarily. And I would love to troll Mahler at some point because I know he's a bad faith actor. I'd just fuck with him. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It really does help a lot. You guys have been boosting the hell out of the channel lately. It's been really nice. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's been doing that. And of course, do not forget, if you want to see more from me, follow my social medias, subscribe and ring the bell icon, join my Discord server, link down below in the description. It's totally free. It is the main hub of my community. I host game, call-in, and watch party events there, and And don't forget, on top of that, I announce all my new uploads and videos there, so if you don't want to miss that, then I highly recommend you go check that out. And of course, consider if you want to support me financially directly, you can always do so if you can afford it and feel like it by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Alrighty. Stay in the loop. Alrighty. Ride the Rails, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Says, IDK if you heard, but Hello Kitty is making an actual game called Hello Kitty Island Adventures. Did they choose that title because of South Park? That game already existed. I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty sure they're referencing a real MMO that existed back then, if I'm not mistaken. If not, then yeah, they'd be calling it that because of the South Park episode for sure. Sorry, I lost my temper, Xander Hall. When did you lose your temper? The worst thing about Mahler is he can actually be a good critic when he wants to be, but he chooses to grift instead. I don't know. Well, maybe he could be. I remember watching some of his Star Wars stuff back in the day. I was like a teenager, so I don't remember much. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, you lost it at Vosch, I see. The Rust case against Alec Baldwin has been dismissed over withheld evidence. What? Well, that sucks. Alrighty. Got one last thing to cover today. Am I still playing Fallout? Yes, but not today. But first I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right the hell back. BRB. I must empty my bladder. Aw, damn it, I'm still streaming. I gotta wait till later to crank my hog. Alright. Bedtime then? No, Air Windows. It is not bedtime. Like I said, I just need to use the restroom. I am back. Sometimes I wish someone can just scream at these reactionaries that cry woke at every movie or video game that comes out to just shut the fuck up and no one cares. True. It's a super Earth flag from Helldivers. Yes, that is... That was a really good burp. Holy shit. Excuse me. Yes, that is a Helldivers Super Earth flag. M. Maximus S. Maximus 1975. Thank you for the $10 dues right there. Donated through Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Said, keep up the informed commentary. Hope you hit 100k subs. It seems like we will be. Like, unironically, the last couple weeks, the channel has been gaining a pretty ridiculous amount of subs. I don't know why. I guess it's you guys liking the videos more. So keep that up. I do appreciate it. Anyway, thank you for the $10 dues. Thank you. Are you gonna have a party for the milestone? Like a IRL party? I don't know. Maybe. Might get some friends together. That could be cool. Looks like in the Baldwin case, the prosecution withheld critical evidence, and thus the case was dismissed with prejudice. He's home free now. Ah. I mean, on one hand, he should not have broken the fundamental rules of firearm safety, but on the other hand, that shouldn't have been a real gun that was loaded. So it's like, yeah. It's hard to say who really takes the blame, but I don't think they were even filming a scene, though. That's the thing that really changes it for me with Alec Baldwin, is he just kind of pointed the gun and pulled the trigger. I think, if I remember correctly, as a joke, right? Like, wasn't it just, like, off camera, like, as a bit, and it was... No? It was during a scene. Okay, if it was for a scene... Alec Baldwin is not at fault at all. Like, that's completely the armorer's fault. He was supposed to point the gun and shoot it. It was a rehearsal. Yeah, he was supposed to point the gun and shoot it then. That's entirely the armorer's fault. Like, if you hand me a squirt gun and tell me to, like, squirt gun that person over there, and they're like, yeah, squirt gun me, and then I pull the trigger and it turns out to be a real gun somehow, like... Does that mean I should go to prison? I think the person who said this is a squirt gun should go to prison, which they did. I don't know. It depends on the situation. If he was fucking around, Alec Baldwin should be in prison. If it was part of a rehearsal or a scene and he was supposed to do it, like he was told to do that, then I'd say he should be home free, yeah. Messenger from Discord, call your take about being anti-Biden is a vote for Trump, dumb, and plus he anti-Biden doomer to Zan. A messenger from Discord call? I don't know what that means, One Piece. I'm sorry, I literally don't understand what that means. Alrighty. Whoa. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everyone. As you guys know, right-wing grifters online have made a sort of practice out of finding a popular, beloved piece of media, looking to see if there is discontent within the fan base of that piece of media, seeing essentially if it looks like it might be a sinking ship, you know, and then trying their best to clickbait off of the anger around that particular piece of media and funnel that towards a political cause. They've been doing this for quite some time, but a really notable example is related to the thing we're talking about now, and that's the new Star Wars movies. I thought that The Force Awakens was solid, was very disappointed to find out that Finn was not going to be the main character, because I just thought his story was more compelling, especially based on how he was presented in the trailers. And by the third movie, I enjoyed them as a spectacle, but I certainly don't really have like a special place in my heart for them, right? And I think a lot of people agree, right? A lot of young, like these new Star Wars movies are probably gonna have the same impact as the prequel trilogy did, where we don't really like them much, but there are tons of kids who are gonna get into Star Wars and it's gonna be their favorite, right? I mean, it's already been a thing, right? Like, tons of kids since the start of the new trilogy have loved that new trilogy. And so, despite that, the nostalgic crowd of classic Star Wars fans they've definitely been generally discontent with the new Star Wars movies. Not because of anything overtly political or politically motivated, but because there are a number of valid criticisms that a long-term Star Wars fan might have of these movies. Sensing this discontent, years ago, a hate brigade started against the Disney era of Star Wars. It ties in well with quite a few other culture war issues that the right cares about as well, so that helps too. And ever since then, the right has made a habit of repeating the same pattern. Oh yeah, Rogue One went hard as fuck. It's the best Star Wars movie, hands down. Anyway, yeah, don't get me wrong. There is some absolute top-tier media that has come out of Star Wars recently. Obviously, some Star Wars games have been pretty top-tier, like the Jedi games, Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order. Andor was really good. Rogue One, top-tier. Solo was surprisingly good. Kenobi, I thought, was pretty solid. I really liked the grittiness of it, though it really kind of pushes the timeline. They should have made him look a bit like middle area of age between Alec Guinness and Greg, I can't forget the young Obi-Wan's actor's name. It's blanking on me right now. Hello there. General Kenobi! I'm sorry. Ewan McGregor, thank you. I was close. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, I feel like they should have had Ewan McGregor look like... They should have made him look more like Alec Guinness and just try to get that, like, midpoint there, you know what I mean? Because he ages a lot in that time, you know? We're getting Star Wars stun-locked. That's not what this is about. Anyway, the newest Star Wars show that is a part of this right-wing sinking ship spotting method is the new Star Wars show, The Acolyte. Here's the thing about The Acolyte, though. Apparently, mind you, I haven't seen it. I have no bias one way or the other here. Apparently, The Acolyte is quite liked by, like, your general Star Wars fans. There isn't this pre-existing discontent with Star Wars when it comes to this project that they can build a hate brigade off of. They tried the same thing with Andor as well, and it failed for them then as well. And it's all repeating again with this Acolyte show. Supposedly, the Acolyte show is pretty solid. People seem to be liking it. Apparently, it's got one or two, like, minor issues, I'm sure. But, like, I haven't seen it. It is what it is, right? But that's not the point of this. The point of this is that the right is actually getting called out by some pretty large outlets for their tricks that they've been pulling on these new pieces of media to enrich themselves, I guess, over the last few years. This is a Forbes article, and the title goes as follows: Professional Acolyte Haters Fall for Fake Rotten Tomatoes Controversy. It's very depressing to see an entire industry created to hate on various pieces of supposedly woke media, but we have not seen anything like the manufactured outrage devoted to The Acolyte, Disney Plus's new Star Wars series set long before the most well-known era. Now, those making their online existence about hating The Acolyte have leapt on an absolutely non-existent controversy. Spread by a number of higher-profile Twitter accounts, including the 2.6 million follower having End Wokeness account, there was an idea passed around that Rotten Tomatoes had hidden or erased the 25,000 user scores that had bombed The Acolyte down to a 14% rating, lower than any Star Wars product in history, including the infamous holiday special. This, of course, did not happen. Shortly after this made the rounds, the score was back, and the worst thing that happened here was a brief technical glitch, the kind which happens frequently on Rotten Tomatoes, especially with these score listings. But those eager to find any possible fault with the show or defense of it leapt on the screenshots. I counted at least a dozen YouTube videos made about the score deletion in the hours after these posts started to be spread, many of which racked up tens of thousands of views from accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers. I've seen people then say, well, how do you know they didn't just delete it and put it back? Because A, why would they delete something for like an hour? It's not even clear how many people actually saw this, or if they were just sharing the same screenshot. And B, I use Rotten Tomatoes every day for work. I'm also a critic here, and the site is not well designed. I have trouble even loading the damn thing on Chrome half the time, and I've experienced countless issues with scores changing when you click through from one page to another, or sometimes, yes, disappearing completely. The site often feels like it's held together with duct tape, and technical issues are common. It is deeply depressing to search The Acolyte on YouTube, and and a countless parade of angry thumbnails, often just flat out lying. Quote, woke actress loses it after getting fired by Disney. Amandla Sternberg has not been fired by Disney. Or hyperbolic to off-the-charts levels, this is how Star Wars dies with thunderous cringe. This video has 1.4 million views. It's an entire industry, and people are making bank on it. Hence why there are dozens of videos made about it every single day. As for Rotten Tomatoes, I've noted previously that in just a few weeks, the Acolyte has more user scores in to create this 14% than a combination of any seasons of any past Star Wars show. So this is a particularly unique example of hate on Star Wars / Marvel / whatever media. The complaints besides being about being woke are often about bad writing, quote unquote, which is often just a cover for it being too woke, or allegedly changing something from canon that on closer examination is not canon at all, or changing canon at all, which has happened a few times now. All this for a show that's okay at worst, interesting at best, now that Khmer has entered the picture as a rather fascinating Sith who produced one of the best lightsaber fights in the series' history. And of course, you cannot like it, but the fervor this has created is absolutely absurd. This is literally my position on Rings of Power, by the way. As are the attacks against anyone who pushes back against it. Can't wait to see the replies when I tweet this. Sigh. The Acolyte airs tonight. Expect 200 videos about how bad it was tomorrow. And sure enough, it was. The comments, of course, are exactly what you expect. It's clear this writer has an agenda instead of facts. Nielsen ratings support the Acolyte. Acolyte has extremely poor viewership. This is just objectively not true. Also, Nielsen ratings don't have the viewership ratings for a streaming service show. I really do love how the first and most top-liked comment is lying about Nielsen polls, or Nielsen ratings, having the viewership numbers for Disney's live-streamed shows. I don't think we ever get to know the viewership for a live-streamed show, right? Like, we don't even know how many, we just have to, guess, basically, based on what the company tells us. How about an article on the paid shills? That's what I kept getting called when I said I liked Rings of Power, by the way. They kept accusing me of being a paid shill for the Rings of Power because I liked it. It's interesting. It's interesting that they don't seem to be capable of acknowledging that someone could have a media preference different from theirs. Like, assuming they just have a media preference and that's all it is, that's too much for them. That's too much, apparently. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, guys, I feel like that's really where things wrap up here. The right is kind of... I want to talk about this sinking ship method that they've been engaging in. That's been the overall reason I want to do this segment. You'll notice they've been doing it with other pieces of media as well. Notably, Warhammer is a big one right now. A big focus of their attacks is Warhammer. And you'll know, if you're part of the Warhammer community, you might know that there's actually a lot of strife within the community of Warhammer right now. They have made some questionable decisions. Particularly the company that, owns the rights to Warhammer has made some pretty questionable decisions. Their pricing is awful. There's a lot of reasons why fans of Warhammer are pissed at, what is it, Games Workshop, I think it is. There's a reason for valid anger, but that existence of that anger is what is weaponized by these clickbaiting grifters into turning that into a political thing. No one likes Games Workshop? Exactly. No one likes Games Workshop. No one likes Disney. So make it seem like they are the figureheads of the woke, and everyone will hate the woke. Call anything you don't like woke, and anyone you don't like woke, and you've done... There you go. That's literally... I boiled it down to its bare essentials. There you go. No, you're completely right, Ride the Rails. Like I said, no, guys, Games Workshop is not bad because it's woke. Games Workshop is bad for all the reasons you guys are listing it being bad for. People, normies, who are mad about those things are mad at Games Workshop. They might even go out of their way to look up videos shitting on Games Workshop. What will come up when they look up videos shitting on Games Workshop, shitting on Disney? Even if they're not looking up videos specifically criticizing the woke stuff, they're looking for videos just criticizing the company for their poor practices. what comes up? What will they find? What will flood the results for pages and pages? What happens when they watch one of those videos once? That's my point. That is how the pipeline works now. That is how they bring in vast swaths of new people. Acolyte has good fights, but the plot is a mess? Maybe. Anyway, I know this is a shorter segment, mostly silly, but if you enjoyed anything I had to say in it, consider dropping a like. It really does help a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boost my channel in the algorithm and push me out to more people, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to support me through other means, you can follow my social medias, subscribe, comment down below, subscribe, ring the bell icon. Join my fan Discord, which is a free hub of my fan base. I announce all my new uploads and streams there, and I host events there too. So if you don't want to miss those, make sure you join. Finally, if you want to support me directly financially and you can afford it, I really do appreciate it if you do. You can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless, even if you're just chilling, I really do appreciate your support. You guys are awesome, and have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like that came out solid. Whoa. Great Seggy, good one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Remember when Jeremy Quarter Pounder was trying to cover the Adeptus Custodes stuff and couldn't even pronounce any of it right while sneering about tourists? Yes. Yes, I do. I do remember that. Clear as day. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Said, Zan, help me. All this stuff might make me accidentally start a YouTube channel to keep my research on record. What should I do? Also, you forgot my $10 dono. What? Oh, it didn't show up then, Perry Icefire. It did not come up in the dono list. Oh no. Perry Icefire, could you copy your dono message from your dono? It's gone. Like, there's no way for me to access it. It didn't come up in the feed. The chat doesn't let you scroll any further. I can't catch it. It also didn't even appear in chat. More likely than not. I would have seen it. That sucks. Oh my god. Why did the Hightail lo-fi music stop? It was looped. We're gonna be wrapping up in a few minutes. I'm just gonna chill out with you guys in chat for a minute. Before I wrap things up, you know how it is. No stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. However, uploads will be resuming as normal in either tomorrow or the day after. My editor is still waiting to get power back after Hurricane Beryl. For those that don't know, my editor lives in a lovely place called Houston. How ironic this should happen to my friend after I talked about my whole hurricane situation when I was younger so much recently.
This morning.
Oh my lord. Yeah, it was a rough one, guys. Here's some Hurricane Beryl footage for reference.
Hurricane Beryl slamming into Texas, making landfall just south of Houston. The Category 1 storm bringing torrential rain and damaging winds.
Power.
So we're on the dirty side of the hurricane, the toughest side.
Beryl's sustained winds increasing to at least 80 miles per hour. Storm surge warnings in effect, with up to 7 feet of surge possible above regular tide levels. The Seawall in Galveston taking a pounding, and in Rosenberg, about 35 miles from Houston.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why we haven't been uploading, this is my editor's situation right now. They're waiting for their power to come back.
Officers in high water vehicles have been dispatched to make water rescues.
You got to kind of prepare
they did
for
that too. When the hurricane hit my neighborhood when I was a kid. Hope he's doing okay. Yeah, he's good. His house survived it too. No serious damage. It's just a like a generator, or not a generator, a transformer blew the night of the hurricane, like at around 2 a.m. if I recall correctly, because we were on call when it happened. He just blinked out, and yeah, he hasn't had power since. So he's been using his phone and going over to a friend's to charge it. Xander Hall, I meant a person's name, a messenger in your Discord. They have a huge doomer pill / anti-Biden person anyway. Sorry for the lack of context. It's all good. It's all good. Also, Perry Icefire said they had donated before and said, this might be out of context, but I want to thank you for being a big inspiration on the path of politics I'm taking. I've decided I want to look into college for law and order, even though I can't afford it right now. Well, I hope you're able to. I really do support you in that dream, and I'm glad I was able to motivate you and influence you in that way. That's makes me happy. Thank you. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 reduce. Is Zan... Oh, yeah. Zan, help me. All this stuff might make me accidentally start a YouTube... Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Okay. Thank you for the $10. Okay, good, good. We're caught up. We're good. We did it. Hey, Xander Hall, I'm going to be DMing a D&D boss fight tonight against an ancient white dragon. Wish me and my party luck. Ooh. Are you going to go brutal and try to wipe out a couple characters? Get some P kills. Xander Hall, I got to head out soon because I can't charge my... It's all good. It's all good. We're about to wrap up. Enjoy your camping, though, Circuit Dog. What's this morale booster? The young crowd in Detroit, Michigan cheered President Biden for a long time before chanting nonstop, "You don't quit." Yeah. Guys, these are the people that aren't on the internet. Swing state, by the way. You all know Detroit's the reason we got blue Michigan, right? You guys know if it were not for the good people of Detroit, we would not have gotten blue Michigan. This is a good place to be campaigning. Don't you quit. It's not you don't quit, it's don't you quit is what they are chanting. They are chanting, don't you quit. They're chanting for a while. That's nice. I like that. I do like that. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a Biden rally, to be fair, but at the same time, like, you got to remember that we're not paying attention to the types of people that will win Biden the election. They aren't the people who are in our peripheral view, like, in our line of sight right now. It's just, yeah. It's really hard to, like, mentally compartmentalize how many Americans believe a certain idea of political beliefs, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, I feel like this is a pretty good place to wrap things up, chat. I really appreciate you all coming out today. You guys have been quite awesome and quite amazing. Thank you for the support, as always. I really do appreciate it. And, yeah. No stream tomorrow, as that is my day off. I've streamed the last 2 days. I will be streaming the day after tomorrow and the day after that, though, so I hope to see you guys here. And hopefully tomorrow we can resume uploads. Hopefully. I would like if... I don't know yet if my editor's power's back yet, so we'll find out. That said, though, guys, have a good one, and I will talk to y'all later. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.